When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
It's always been my dream since I was young to kind of grow the game of chess, to spread the word. So it's incredibly exciting to see chess alongside these mainstays of the gaming world.
Chess is going to feel like a roller coaster with no time on the clock. I think we're going to see a lot of hits and misses, a lot of brilliancies at the end.
You know, Magnus is always going to be considered the on-paper favorite, and for good reason.
Of course, there are like some major favorites like Magnus or Hikaru or me, and so on.
If I had to pick someone to avoid, perhaps it would be Magnus. Everybody's very strong here, so you just pick your poison.
Every player in this tournament can give a real fight.
Vachier is very strong, and he might be one of the surprises of this tournament.
I know he's taking this very seriously.
He would be the one who I think could put together a very, very big run.
I mean, if I had to say someone is an underdog, then I guess I'm among the ones.
Nihal is a fast-time control expert.
I was very impressed with his speed and his precision in pressure situations. He could do really well.
Players, they tend to underestimate me. I'm sort of modestly waiting for them to overpress. That happens a lot too. At the end of the day, the favorites are favorites for a reason.
I don't think anybody wants to be in a group with me.
Everyone in this tournament can actually play very good and also collapse.
I don't know who will win this tournament.
I wouldn't be too surprised with any result, so we'll see.
For chess, it's super exciting. I'm hoping this is just the beginning.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are here at the Esports World Cup. It is time, guys. We're excited to be here. We all are, and chess is finally making its debut here at the Esports World Cup. We're at Studio 2 over here, so happy to see you guys at home. I am FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined with Women's Grandmaster Nemo and Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. How are you guys feeling here at the Esports World Cup?
So many words, honestly. It is going to be an exciting day. Thank you very much for the warm welcome, and I am super excited to be letting you guys know that we will be starting momentarily with our first match of the day. Levon Aronian Team Reject against Artemiev. So what are you thinking about this matchup coming up?
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting matchup. Aronian is in great form. He recently won the freestyle event in Las Vegas, and he qualified by going through the last chance qualifier. So he's showing he's in great shape. Artemiev, he's a very strong player as well. He qualified through the Champions Chess Tour, so I think it's going to be a close one.
I mean, Vladislav Artemiev from Team Spirit, definitely very fast on the board. Apparently, he really likes this time control, so...
Yeah. It's going to be great to see, guys, of course, as we got to get you guys familiar with the Club Championship and what's going on today.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
This is so exciting to talk about. Oh my goodness. Look at this Club Championship updated by STC. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. I'll go to you first, Bach. What stands out to you here?
Yes, we see Team Vitality in the lead, and they also have some strong players in the chess. I believe they have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So they're definitely counting on him to get some more points on the board. But, you know, on the chess, they also, Team Falcons has Hikaru and Farouja, so they'll definitely be looking to strike as well. And I think Team Liquid with Magnus and Fabiano, they'll definitely be looking to take some points in this one. What do you think, Nemo?
Absolutely. I mean, don't forget, Team Vitality also has Javakir Sindarov. So they have 2 players right now who are going to be competing today. I mean, are they going to be fighting against Team Liquid stars, Magnus Carlsen and Fabi?
Yeah, that's incredible to think about, of course, as you have Magnus Carlsen here, you have Jan Nepomniachtchi, you have MVL, you have Farouja. I mean, you have all these players that are so strong, that are ready to play for their team here. And of course, with the time format, as we'll get into, it'll show so much about kind of what they have to do to make sure that they can win for their team here. Let's take a look at the trophy and see what these players are actually really playing for.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
How crazy is that? The trophy made out of crushed keys from beating your opponent. Now that is actually incredible. I'm actually happy about that, to see that. And of course you can see all the emotion and the psych that might be playing, of course, when you have to understand that my team loses, we get crushed, literally, right? So how do you feel about that, Bach and Nemo? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a very exciting format. I mean, especially with the key crushing and that you can pick 3 keys to put in your final trophy. I mean, if Nemo, if you would win the final trophy, whose 3 keys would you put in there?
On the spot.
I just want to say, first of all, I don't think I'm beating any of these players here, but hypothetically, in a very, very, alternate universe, it would have to be Magnus. I mean, I would want that crush key from Magnus Carlsen, the one and only, for sure, absolutely.
Absolutely. I would be the same way. I probably wanted to be Magnus's key, of course, because he is the greatest of all time, right? But of course, you have a lot of competition here. And of course, it's important to understand that this format changes everything. There is no increment. And of course, for the people at home not understanding what that actually means, let's take a look at this.
Chess evolves to its latest stage, joining the Esports World Cup for the first time. 16 of the world's strongest players are coming together to decide who will become the first ever chess esports world champion. And here's how it's all going down. 4 days of rapid chess with each game played at 10 minutes and no increment, so every second counts. The top 12 players of the Champions Chess Tour 2025 have already earned their place in the group stage, while 4 players booked their tickets through the last chance qualifier. The players will be split into 4 groups of 4, with each competitor playing a 2-game match against every other player in their group. If necessary, a deciding game will be held as an Armageddon. The top 2 players from each group will advance to the knockout round. For the others, the road to the EWC title ends here. The playoffs will follow a single elimination bracket with an increasing number of games per match. In the quarterfinals, we'll see 4 games per match. The semi-finals will already be 6 games per match. The losers of the semi-finals will compete for 3rd place in the small final, while the winners will fight for the title of Esports Champion. Both finals will be played in a best-of-3 sets format. Sets 1 and 2 will consist of 4 games each. The deciding 3rd set will be 2 games. If there's still no winner after 10 games, an Armageddon will determine the champion and who gets to lift the trophy. So get ready for 4 days of high-stakes, high-speed chess. This is not your average tournament. This is EWC 2025. Chess begins again.
It's important to really take a look at that format. That format is very important here. Lots of times players are actually used to having increment, meaning extra time when they make a move here. Having no extra time is very, very important here. Of course, but having no extra time, now you can actually lose even in winning positions here, Bach. What do you think about the tournament format?
Yeah, I think it's an exciting format. Like I said, 10 minutes for the entire game, so it's very important that the players handle their clock in a clever way. So you want to be ahead of the clock, you don't want to be too far behind. And James, in this format, it's not only important how fast you can think, also how fast you can move the mouse. And yeah, we'll definitely see some players putting their skills to work here.
Nemo, what about this graphic here with 16 players moving on to 8?
I mean, we had previously talked a little bit about, how intense this format is going to be, but it's going to be even more intense because there is $1.5 million in this prize pool. 1.5 million. Is this not the biggest prize pool we have seen for this style of tournament?
You know what? I'm actually, I'm done hosting for the day, guys. I'm going to go try to sign up myself for one of these prizes here. No, in fact, this is absolutely ridiculous in a great way, as we see that these players can compete for some real prize pool money here, which is absolutely amazing for the players. There's really something to play for, not only just for the team, but something monetary too as well with this tournament prize pool here. What do you think about this, Bach? How you feeling about that?
Yeah, no, it's great to see the big prize funds coming to chess as well, and it definitely must be very motivating for the players. I mean, I definitely want to take my shot at making here next year, so it's great. It's great for chess.
I just want to say, Bach just announced that he wants to be here next year. I will be cheering for you. We'll be cheering for our table analyst. But absolutely, Bach is right. This is huge. This is absolutely worth a shot at. And a lot of the players here did actually qualify through the last chance qualifiers, including one of the players who is going to be our very first one, Grandmaster Levon Aronian.
Kind of get like, there it is. If you get in the camera, you see him right there. Okay, Amcro power ranking here. Here it is with the power ranking. Here are the favorites with Magnus, Hikaru, and Ali Reza Firouzja. Team Spirit and Team Falcons there. The contenders here in VL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You have Norbek Adusatorov, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Levon, a.k.a. LeBron Aronian here, contenders. Right, so it's good to see. I mean, obviously, you have the dark horses here. What about those dark horses down there, Nemo?
Wait. Sorry, where is Fabiano Caruana?
Yeah, he should be up there, in fact, huh? Maybe you're like, where's Fabi? Fabi's like,
well, you know what?
He's going to bring it out on the board.
He's going to be my personal dark horse.
Oh, yeah, he's going to bring it out on the board.
I think these power rankings are honestly pretty accurate. What are your thoughts, Bach?
Yeah, I mean, I think Magnus definitely the main favorite. I'd say Hikaru and Farouja also high up there. I mean, perhaps Fabiano, you can definitely put him in the favorites or perhaps contenders as well. So yeah, either Team Falcons or Team Liquid definitely looking to put some points on the scoreboard here. So it'll be interesting to see who can really challenge Magnus, because I mean, in any format, he's always the favorite.
For sure, but they're fast.
Yeah, they're definitely fast, and of course, at the same time, it's a team format. So yeah, I mean, you know, Magnus rack up some wins here, but how's the team actually doing? Which is one thing I really love to see with the team formats is like, hey, and even Magnus himself said in different formats or in different team type of events, he would actually say like, yeah, I'm a team player. I want to make sure my team does the right thing. So of course, you got a lot about that team camaraderie. Can the teams work together and blend them up?
Well, I was just about to say, you know, the players did get to pick the groups for the other players. So Group A, number 1, got to pick, you know, for, I think it was Magnus. Magnus got to pick first. So Magnus actually put Alireza into Hikaru's group.
Wow. That's kind of crazy. I mean, if you have to pick, you know, what's the lesser evil? What I mean, like, hey, they're building super teams here in a way. But we have a match of the day up here, Bach. Take us through this match of the day.
Yeah, here we have Levon Aronian, who, like we said, he recently won the freestyle event in Las Vegas. Big win for him there, and now he qualified through the last chance qualifier for this event against Vladislav Artemiev, who qualified through the Champions Chess Tour. I mean, in my opinion, I think Levon is a slight favorite. Like I said, he's in great shape. And I think this format with 10-0, no increment, I think favors him. He's a fast player. Artemiev often falls behind on the clock. So I think Aronian will be looking to pressure him on time.
And your thoughts, Nemo?
I did want to say that let's not forget that Levon Aronian is on an absolute heater right now.
On a heater.
He just won freestyle chess in Vegas and, well, collected a cash prize of $200,000 first. But I do also want to point out he had some up and down games. He was either winning or losing, wasn't really drawing, and he was, you know, having a little bit of time issues as well, time management. So we'll see how he does today.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when he's in good form. I mean, he was able to beat Magnus 2 games in a row, actually, in Vegas there. So, of course, he's on a heater. Confidence is there. You see us, they're ready. They're set up and ready to go as they're getting the last final setups here. I mean, is there nerves involved here, Bach? What do you think about the nerves going on right now, too, as well?
I think they're definitely nervous. Like we saw earlier, the stakes are high, so they definitely must be feeling some nerves. I feel like always, before you start a game of chess, you never really know what to expect, but as soon as they'll start, these players, they've been doing this their entire life, so they'll get used to it pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. But I do also want to point out, this might be the first time that they have really played in a stadium, on a stage like this. Obviously, the stakes are insanely high, but I'm sure as professional chess players, they are ready for this.
Oh, look at him, locked and loaded. One thing I noticed about Artemiev, as I always said this before, he has a stoic face as he just sits there ready to go all the time. And Levon in the same, looking confident, ready to play as well, super strong, ready for the team, and also in a very, very confident state as he's been winning event after event from Vegas right into the qualifier and now here and playing for the team. He is on a hot streak and ready to go, Bach. Wow.
Yeah, I think definitely winning the qualifier must help him a lot because he's got that experience under his belt. He's a little warmed up and he knows what it takes to win. So I think he's in good shape.
Wow. Well, hey, it's amazing to get these players ready to go. Look, they're locked in. They got the headphones on, guys. It is noise canceling. So if I scream at the top of my lungs, which I won't do, in fact, they might actually hear me. No kidding. At the same time, they do have some white noise in there. And just to make sure that everything is okay, you can't see or hear anything. They can't see, obviously. But at the same time here, these players are going to get ready to play. We're going to bring in our casters here, thanks to the analysts. And now we have casters, the one and only Grandmaster Amon Hamilton and Grandmaster Eric Hansen. What's up, guys?
Hello, James. Thanks for the introduction. Love listening to the analysis on the desk here, and Eric and myself are just as excited as everyone to finally get into the action. It is Levon Aronian against Vladislav Artemiev.
Yeah, we just followed Aronian. His path to this tournament, not easy at all. Last chance qualifier. 3 days of chess.
That's
but,
right.
you know, that can be a good thing. He might be more warmed up than the other players heading into this.
Yeah, that's right. Levon Aronian, we have to say, is absolutely on a tear at the moment. He's come into this event winning a lot of tournaments, freestyle chess most recently. What we have here, a Carlsen, Eric. And this is a position that, you know, at its core is very, very solid for black. Artemiev going for that solid approach in game number 1.
Yeah, and one thing to point out here is Aronian's chosen e4, and Artemiev, he's a very strong grandmaster, but not always playing the super tournaments. And one of a potential weakness would be his openings, because it's one thing to play openings and open tournaments and whatnot, but Aronian has a elite world-class repertoire, and if he's playing e4, because he's a d4 player in knight f3, he does play e4 sometimes, but it's usually with an idea. That's the benefit of playing everything and having a really well-rounded repertoire, is you try to pick weaknesses. And here, I mean, definitely there was an idea. Maybe it wasn't good. As we can see, it's already a sharp position.
Are you surprised by the aggression? The g5 move is like, you do see it in these Caro-Kann structures, but it's normally such a solid opening. But instead, he's gone full aggression on the king side.
I'm not too surprised. The Caro-Kann originally was a very solid opening. Anatoly Karpov was a world champion, had great success playing it, but he was generally very solid. Modern chess, everything's out the window. There are many Caro-Kann positions where black does expand on the king side. And one of the reasons is here, white's castled. White's committed to the king side. Black hasn't, which means black's like, well, if you're going to castle early, I'm going to try to create some weaknesses. And in the long run, I will try to castle queen side. But first, I want to open up some lines while I have the chance. But you're banking on the fact that if you're not going to castle as black, you don't want to be attacked. And right now, that's what Aronian's looking for. Can I get to black's king before black queenside castles? Because if black gets the queenside castle, you see the rooks, they can shift to g8. That h5 pawn is going to be used to try to break open the king side. You don't want to deal with a free initiative like that. So Aronian is looking for something immediately, because I see a pretty dangerous attack coming up in just a few moves.
Yeah, Artemiev can also consider a move like h4 right now. Push that pawn up the board, maybe follow with an idea like knight from h6 into g4. The knight on h6 on the side of the board. It's not really in the action just yet. And if you don't want to go full aggression like that, you could just move that black queen and queenside castle, exactly what you were talking about, Eric. I think it's a matter of taste here. Do you go all out with a move like h4? Or maybe you just go a bit slower, develop your queen, finish castling, bring the other rook into the game, and then when all your pieces are ready to deploy, then you go for the attack.
Yeah, I think either way, we see the h4 move that you just mentioned. Black has to be happy.
Yeah.
There aren't too many openings where you get to play this and it's just sound. And from where I'm standing, this looks sound. If white takes on h4, you could even consider trading queens and still queenside castling or playing king e7. That h4 pawn, it's a temporary sacrifice.
It is.
White doesn't have resources to defend it right now. And well, one thing we know is Levon likes to attack. He had some brilliant attacking chess just a few days ago. But right now, in this position, he's the one defending. And he's got to come up with something fast, because I do not want to play this position as white with all the pieces on the board and the rooks coming in soon.
Yeah, f3, this move, although it's getting a question mark here by the engine, you have to get into Levon's mind. What is he afraid of? He's afraid of the knight jumping in to the g4 square. Now that square is covered by the white pawn. But if the knight jumps in, then of course the rook is also, using that h file can combine with the queen. So I think this is, it's not a panic move, but it's a pure defense move. He wants to have a square for the king to move, maybe king f2. And right now, he's also maybe threatening to play g4. So I would expect the black pawn to capture on g3.
For sure. If you do not take on g3 right now, white has the option of playing g4, closing the g file and buying some time. But when you see a move like g3, what does that mean? It means white's putting respect on black's attack, saying, you know what, this is a serious attack. Instead of trying to go for black's king before black's castle, which isn't easy, Aronian is first, making sure he's not getting checkmated, has some pieces around the king. And as you mentioned, king f2 is an idea. Is that something for black to be worried about? No, that's white just trying to find some safety. But black hasn't sacrificed anything to generate this this initiative. So you can still continue looking to queenside castle as black, get some more pieces, because I don't see a move right now that black can play that makes white uncomfortable. You need more resources. You need more pieces to join. You need the rooks active. Yes, white can play king f2, but that's not like a dangerous move. That's just saying, hey, my king needs to run away from the king side. But if you're black, you're happy to see that. So the question is Levon going to go for that or look for a move if there's time? I mean, it is black's move, and you notice already a 2-minute time advantage for Levon.
Yep.
So at least that's a benefit. But maybe white would really like to play knight e4. It's It just depends. So
and you know what? Because of knight e4, that made me think maybe black could play queen b6. It's a move that kind of deals with knight e4. It also hits the b2 pawn. And, you know, my real idea is I just want to castle, finish that development, castle. So I'm looking at queen b6 because of that knight e4 idea. If we talk about ideas for Levon Aronian here, knight to e4, even if it's captured, a knight will end up on the e4 square, can recapture, and it's that d6 square, Eric, right in the middle of the board. If white can get a knight there before black castles, that's going to be trouble.
That's going to be trouble, but your queen b6 move looks pretty promising in that aspect, because I don't think white would ever want to sacrifice d4. If you lose d4, your e5 pawn becomes critically weak, and then the center crumbles. Now, queen e7, Aman, I'm pretty sure what you just suggested, queen b6, was a very challenging move. This gives Levon not a lot of time, one move to be specific, but can he use this move to find a way to find like some stability? Maybe a rook goes to d1. The king doesn't have to go to f2 yet. When do I want to play king f2 after the rooks commit themselves. I don't need to do it yet. If you go queenside castle, rook g8, then the king will slide over. But I think it's important for white, for the purposes of fighting back this game and asking some tough questions. What can you do right now? Can I play my knight to e4?
Yep, that'd be my first thought, knight to e4, just immediate. But remember, just because you get the knight to d6, that alone doesn't win the game. Black can castle and then move the king all the way over to the b8 square, just out of danger. If we're looking at the queen side here and we imagine black's going to put the king over there, it takes a long time for white to generate any attack there, push the pawns forward. That's many moves. As soon as black castles, both rooks are going to be on the g file, the h file, wide open lines towards that white king. And I think if we look at this position, it's actually the knight on h6 on the side of the board that's saving Levon, because if that knight could move out of the way, all the pieces would be mobile.
Yeah, we see king f2 played here. If you're looking at this game, you're wondering, like, why does this look good for black? Well, I've been saying I think it's pretty promising for black, and this is a key feature of the Caro-Can advanced variation. Take a look at the breaks. We've discussed white putting a knight on e4 to jump onto d6, but what do you often try to do when someone hasn't castled? Open up the position. How do you open up positions? Often with pawns. The only pawn move for white is pawn to d5, but the Caro-Can is very solid. There's a lot of defense on d5, so white only has the d5 break to try to take advantage, and that's going to be dangerous. Even here, you see queen c5 check, or you can just capture on d5. On the flip side, black has f6 at the right moment in the future if you're really looking to open up. So right now I see more counterplay, more attacking ideas for Artemiev, and the pressure is still on Levon, because as long as the queen's on the board, I have to favor this side with the safer king. And right now, black's king is safer, and I'm still lacking in a good attacking idea for Levon. But we've seen him play chess the last few days. He's won in different ways, sometimes sacrificing, sometimes defending, playing practical. Against Grushuk, he was up on the clock. You know, he wasn't necessarily better, but he used the clock to his advantage. Don't forget, this is a 10-0 time control, so having a time advantage, you can win a game. Right, you can flag your opponent. That wins the game in chess. And a sharp position increases the likelihood of time trouble.
And we should also point out that Artemiev, you know, it's been a while since he's played. Aronian is coming fresh off the last chance qualifier, so he is warmed up. He has been playing on the setups here, and I'm looking at the time management. Aronian is not known as the quickest player at the end of the game, and it means that he generally plays the, the opening, the middle game a little bit faster by comparison. Look at the time advantage that's opening up right now. It is a win condition on its own. You know, board aside, you have to pay attention to the clock. There is no increment. The pawn on b2 is hanging, Eric. Big question here is, do you take it? I mean, I'm sure the computer is probably going to say, take that pawn, but us humans, that's a tough decision.
I think I agree. I'm fine with either decision, Mon. It's about the speed, and I think he really needs to speed up as black. And one thing about chess is, yes, the time control is 10-0, means you can flag, but they don't have other formats. It's a very rare time control. It's not easy to find games online. There aren't many tournaments. So the point of Artemiev maybe being a bit more rusty really can be true, because this is a rare time control. And Aronian's had days of practice and kind of will know, when do I need to speed up? When can I play fast? And understand when it's too late. the way Artemiev is playing, seems like he's a bit confused. Does he play at a blitz pace? Does he play at a rapid pace?
That's right.
In my opinion, the position doesn't require that thinking. I think he's overthinking. We really should be seeing black queenside castle. If you're not going to take on b2.
But what's happening with this knight? I mean, the knight on h6 is just completely hanging, right? White can take it on the next move. It can't move at all. The g4 square has been protected by that f3 pawn earlier by Aronian. I think if you look at the time here and you look at what White's achieved, a bit of a safer king, and that knight hanging, you're going to maybe move it all the way back to g8. But this is I feel like the position is flipping at the moment, Eric.
It's flipping, and it's from black's perspective. You got queen f8 or knight g8, the move you mentioned, moving your knight back, and that's terrible.
That's a terrible move.
And this was all unnecessary, completely unforced from Artemiev to try to find stable squares for his knights before queenside castling. Maybe it was better to keep the knight centralized, and here Levon is feeling more and more comfortable. You can see the heart rate, you can see the time advantage, but black is just playing, I mean, the only way I can describe this, there's been a lot of bad moves the last few moves, nerves.
Nerves.
Overthinking coming from nerves.
I mean, this is the first match, you know, that we're seeing here from these two as part of the Esports World Cup. You've got two knights, g8 and h8. A knight on h8 is a terrible piece. Right in the corner of the board, it has the least scope it will ever have. Black also hasn't castled the entire game, didn't decide to take that pawn. There's so many things about this position, including the time disadvantage, that just makes me think that Artemiev is slowly letting it slip away. The bishop on f5 can be taken right now, but what might be an even stronger move is maybe pawn to d5. I was thinking knight captures the bishop and then pawn to d5. You could also start by playing pawn to d5 first, but regardless, knight captures the bishop here is a huge idea.
It's a huge idea because black's king hasn't castled, and you see the queen on e3, the pawn on e5. You take that bishop, you have e6 ideas, and all of a sudden black's king is feeling the heat. I really like your d5 move, but I like almost all of white's moves because black has no initiative here. Pieces have been traded. The king is, as pieces get traded, that king is safer and safer on f2. In some endgames with the queen's off, it can just slide to e3 and be a participant, but Levon, I know for sure, feels like there's a moment here. He's calculating d5, he's calculating knight f5, or rook h1. Those are the three moves that stand out to me. I like d5 the most. You see your opponent's down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You go for the kill.
Wow. He's played it. Eric, this is a big moment because when you have low time, like Vladislav Artemiev right now, this is not the move that you want to see. You don't want to face it. Look at the pawn. You can capture it two different ways. However, if you capture with the e-pawn in front of the king, the bishop will just be hanging for free. If you capture with the other pawn, the c-pawn, white has the nice choice of capturing on d5 or capturing the bishop on f5. Aronian has just played the best move in the position, and Artemiev, 2 minutes and counting, he's in trouble.
He's in big trouble here, structurally, positionally. I don't see a good move. One saving idea is in some positions, the queen on b4 can slide to h4. Watch out for that. So for example, you know, knight takes f5, e takes f5, knight takes d5, hitting the queen. That's a great move, great position for white, but there is queen h4 check, buying black a little bit of time.
Yep, sliding laterally across the board. Of course, at the moment, the pawn in the middle of the board for black can move up. d4. It is a threat. We just have to mention it. But of course, it is white's turn. Levon will definitely make a move that prevents that. I'm, torn between that knight takes f5 and knight takes d5, Eric. It's both moves seem to accomplish the same thing. Knight takes f5 maybe allows that queen h4 check in the end of the line. So, perhaps I stray away from it. But it's a tough decision. Both moves look good.
Structurally, both of them are good. You win the good light squared bishop. Black's pawns and king, they definitely weaken. But I just don't like that queen h4 check. That's one of those instinctual things in rapid or in this time control. He goes for the other line. There's no queen h4 here. And that makes sense to me. Another knight g6. Of course, you have to play that, and it's good that Artemiev played it right away because you're not going to win a chess game with a knight on g8 and h8 on move 25. You have to bring them in right away. Knight g6 is necessary. You'd like to bring some more pieces in, but hey, Levon's got an opportunity to attack.
Look what he's allowed. This is insane. Yes, you want to bring the pieces in. There was knight d6 in that position. There's pawn to e6. It doesn't look like Artemiev is going to have time to castle here. According to the engine, Aronian actually picked the wrong move there, but it's not about the best move in this position. It's about how it looks and how it feels, and this looks bad.
It does look bad, but at the same time, you mentioned knight d6 check, you get rid of the castling, and then you slide a rook to h1, taking away that check. This allows black some exchanges, and what I'm worried about, if I'm in white's perspective, is losing my good knight on f5. I don't want to trade it off, and I might be stuck with a bishop on e2. Is it the worst piece? No, but it's not ready to join the attack yet. And, well, from the position we just had, Aronian had an opportunity to attack black's king, play d6, you can take on f7, draw the king out, but you don't have the pieces ready to follow up to actually get the attack.
This is backtracking a little bit, right? Offering that queen exchange. He's recognizing the position has changed its character a little bit. This is a much more manageable position for white, but Eric, the advantage that Levon once had on the clock and on the board has disappeared. And be careful if you're Levon, because Vladislav Artemiev is very fast. I think we might start to see the nature of this game shift.
Yeah, knights are very tricky in time trouble. Fortunately, white's knight on d4 is also excellent, and Levon can, you know, control the center with it. His goal is to keep that time advantage. Position is relatively equal here. Clock's going to be a big factor, and he's looking to maintain that. If I'm black, if I'm Artemiev here, I need to trade off more pieces, and the piece I want to trade off is knight on d4.
Yep.
Can you get rid of that knight on d4? Because it takes away the c2 square for black's rook. It takes away so much counterplay. You can't push your pass pawn. Right now he's choosing to play solid moves and still behind on the clock. I'm not sure if Artemiev knows, like, you get down to 20, 30 seconds and the position is, as it stands right now, it's going to be very hard to make up the time deficit.
It's not going to be possible. Like, yeah, he needs to start moving right away. The rook looks like it's going to swing all the way over, maybe to b6, put pressure on the b7 pawn. Levon, I think, is just doing a better job at managing the clock situation, but in a pure time scramble, I do think Artemiev is the favorite.
I love this a4 move. Maybe you play a5, I'm not sure now or in the future, but you want to fix those pawns on the queen side on the light squares so that your bishop on f1 has some targets in the endgame. And that's going to be big. You see bishop h3, knight e5. I think b3 might be played to just take away that c4 square. It's not necessary. Oh, check.
Yeah, you can throw a check in. The d-pawn is defended. The knights can be tricky. One of the trickiest pieces when time gets low. I'm expecting knight c6, Eric, because the goal has been to get rid of that knight in the middle of the board for white.
He's got to make that decision soon.
I wonder if he can do it now. It looks a bit
down almost 40 seconds. It's not improving. There's tactics, Amon. Look at that e6 square.
Yep, vacated by the bishop. The knight is ready to jump in, forking the king and rook.
And you can't go knight c6 because the rook takes... Oh, there's tactics everywhere here. This is falling apart.
It's the time as well. That time advantage is everything. Artemiev doesn't have enough time to process what's going on here. Everything is hanging.
And he has no pressure. He's got to start pre-moving. At this point, it's not even about playing accurately. You have to realize your position's in trouble. You're not salvaging that when you have less time to think than your opponent.
Yeah, you can just play b4, b3 here as Levon. He's got checks everywhere. He's capturing pawns with tempo. This is a masterclass by Levon Aronian so far.
Yeah, the control is very impressive. The knight's sliding in e7, hitting the rook, coming to f5. There might be a mating net. Artemiev's under 20 seconds in a moment. Here's a check.
b4 looks really tough to meet.
2 pawns up. This is definitely winning position. Can he convert it? But right now he's playing perfectly.
Yeah, rook b6. Everything is hanging. The a pawn can be taken. There's no pawns left for Artemiev, and he's under 20 seconds.
I might see that f pawn move at the right moment. White has everything for choice here.
Yep.
This is just a bullet time scramble, and not a good one at that.
No, completely dominant here. He's up 30 seconds, and he's got to check. Keep moving that pawn. We see the pre-moves coming in from Artemiev. Is it too little, too late? Let's see.
He's got to win 2 pawns and trade everything off him on. He's got 1 pawn, down 11 seconds. Here come the pre-moves.
Yep, he is very good at this stage of the game.
Watch for the check.
10 seconds. Is he leaving it too late?
Rook's going to slide over to e6, potentially. Oh, that's a bit of a shaky move. That's a shaky move, but 8 seconds.
Look at the pre-moves, though. He's put him in a tough spot. The bishop is hanging. If you go back with the king, black will repeat for a draw.
Levon is looking for anything to play on here.
He has to play on. King f3. Wow. He can't go back to f4. That's going to be a draw.
But you know, at some point he can sacrifice the bishop. He just has to start moving now.
3 seconds. He's equalized the position, but is 3 seconds going to be enough? We're going to see perhaps a full flag here,
He's
Eric.
got to go for the rook. He's got to just take a gamble. He's got to gamble here. No time. 1 second. Can he pull it up?
He has to take the rook.
5 seconds to 1.
No, he has to get rid of the rook.
He's got a pre-move. Pre-moves.
He's not able to do it. We see our first flag. game number 1 of the first match on this stream, and it is a pure flag as Levon Aronian from Team Reject, he gets the win over Artemiev from Team Spirit. Wow, Eric.
That time deficit was about 40 seconds in the end. It came down to 3, but part of that is Levon never really went into bullet mode. He was so comfortable. He was looking for the best moves. When that didn't work, he still had the time advantage and managed to pull off a very comfortable flag for bullet standards.
That was, we got a little bit of everything. We thought there was going to be a huge attack at the beginning from Artemiev. Levon actually took a bad position initially and then slowly came and really did a good job, Eric, of finding a way to manage that position. It was shocking how Aronian managed that comeback because at the end, he used that time advantage effectively.
Yeah, I really liked his approach in the opening. He wasn't too happy with the position, but he never panicked. He played quickly, and he just allowed Black to essentially make some unforced errors. And as soon as he did, he didn't let Artemiev ever come back. It was always a situation where either White was better towards the end, or if it wasn't better, at least he had the time advantage. And I thought we can tell that Aronian's very warmed up for the event because this is one of the best ways to win a game.
Important, Eric, to also remember that if we look at the end of that game, that was very impressive from Artemiev. I know he didn't actually manage to make that comeback, but he turned what I thought was a completely dead position, down 2 pawns and down 30 seconds on the clock into a time scramble where seconds determined who was actually going to win. So that was very impressive by Artemiev.
Yeah, it reminded me a bit of Nihal's time scrambles. I mean, he was so accurate. He was in a lost position, but with his knight and rook, found all the right moves to make life difficult for Levon. And if he can improve his management, if he can improve some of the things that happened that game and get in that same spot with maybe even time, I agree with your point earlier that he should be a favorite in some time scrambles. He really showed his bullet level there, but you just can't let yourself go down that much time against, well, some of the best players in the world.
Yep, and it's also important to remember that we're just getting started here, but you can't have a slow start in high stakes esports event like this, Eric. One more game, that's it, that's the match. So he has to immediately come back.
Yeah, this is he's got to win on demand with White. We've seen people do it before.
100%. This is, I mean, you can tell he's locked in. He's still sat there, Eric. He's maybe reviewing the game. He's getting set for the next one.
Guys, that was amazing. First off, thanks for casting. That was amazing commentary as we're watching and sitting back there and yes, and analyzing the game with you guys as well. So take us through a little bit of just what happened with that flag at the end.
Yeah, I think, James, talking about the flag specifically, I was just highlighting how impressive it was by, first of all, Artemiev in order to turn that into a situation where a flag was necessary because it looked like Levon was going to win on the board. But full credit to Aronian because he did exactly what you should do, get a big time advantage. And then even though he was losing some of his material, I think through that last chance qualifier, Eric, he really understands that the time is a win condition, and this is exactly what he used right here effectively.
For sure, and if we pay attention to that critical final day, one of the big storylines was Hans Niemann. He didn't qualify because he lost a winning position against Anish Giri, but he was also up on the clock, and he just never switched to bullet mode.
That's right.
At least at some point here at Levon, he realizes the conversion's hard. He started playing faster and used the clock because if Hans had just done that, he would have won that game. There was so many ways for him to win, but sometimes you've been playing well the whole game. You want to win on the chessboard. As a chess player, you want to force your opponent to resign. But no, in this time control, when you're low on time, we have sloppy conversions and you just have to use the clock, and that showed just good handling by Aronian, and he's definitely extremely experienced in this format.
Aman, you're the coach of Team Spirit here, and you see what just happened there. You're like, oh, he flagged, he has some good positions. What do you do next?
You know what, James, to be honest with you, I would be pretty enthused by what I saw because I saw a great opening, saw a chance to capitalize early, and I saw a great time scramble at the end.
Nice.
So what am I telling Artemiev here? I'm saying, look, You had a great start. Play more naturally.
Okay.
Right? Use your intuition in the position. I feel like he spent some time trying to out-calculate his opponent,
Yeah.
over-calculate the position.
Yeah.
Trust the intuition because he's got great instincts.
Talk about the nerves here, Eric, about the players here, especially for Artemiev.
The nerves, you can tell from the first game in the opening that if Artemiev was playing me and he had that position, he would have gone for the kill. If my king is going to F2 in the opening and it looks like I don't have a direction, he's going to play fast, he's going to put pressure. He was timid here, clearly in the nerves because it's not the quality of chess I've seen from him, but this is the big stage, and at this end of the day, like, how many times has he played in a format like this? All the cameras, all the lights, all the top players. He's one of the players, very, very strong, but from a stacked region. So he hasn't always had the opportunities or invites. So the nerves are a big role. And the storyline is, can he reel them in? Can he calm down for game 2? At the end of the game, I'm optimistic.
All right, well, we are getting set to go back in to the next game. Eric, we talked about how important this is. It is a must-win game for Vladislav Artemiev. Remember, he needs to tie things up in order to force that Armageddon.
He's got to tie it up, but we've seen so many players rise up to the occasion. It's a clear game plan here. The one thing that I'm curious about is what Artemiev is going to do for his opening approach. What I mean by that is his repertoire, he's not the biggest theoretician. He relies on great understanding, outplaying people, long games. He even likes end games. He's playing a very, very strong player, not the easiest guy to just grind down from an understanding perspective. And Levon puts pressure on you as black. Levon wins many, classical chess games, you name it, speed chess games as black.
Yep.
He's got a diverse repertoire and lots of firepower there. So just having an approach, I'm going to have an equal position maybe and try to push Levon. Not a good guy to necessarily try that against, because when he gets the initiative, he often doesn't let go.
But you talked about a combative opening, winning with the black piece of the Nimzo Indian here, which is chosen by Levon. I think that speaks to that. He's not going for something symmetrical or standard. I mean, the Nimzo is one of the top openings with black, but it's very imbalanced. We already see that. Black's dark squared bishop traded off the board for white's knight. Black jumps in with knight e4. Early on, I'm looking at this position, and if I'm Levon Aronian, I'm pretty happy with this. It looks like the knight on e4 in the center of the board is going to capture the white bishop at some point. And overall, a position that doesn't look too dangerous, especially if you compare it to game number 1.
No, not too dangerous of a position. And I'm really curious what Artemiev is going to do to imbalance. Is some players, even in a must-win situation, they still play their same style. They don't let the match situation affect them. They're like, I'm still going to play the best with the same approach. Others decide to deviate early. Is Artemiev going to try to avoid some maybe standard moves? For example, here, if I'm playing white, I'm trying to minimize exchanges. So I would love to tuck the bishop in, on e1, because I don't want to give black easy exchanges.
There you go.
I need to keep pieces on the board. Also, you have a bishop pair for white. Doesn't mean black's done anything wrong. This is standard the Nimzo. It's imbalanced. But yes, got to keep the pieces on the board. In the long run, one thing you want to do as white is eventually you would like to kick away that knight without trading any pieces. That often involves the f3 move once the knight on f3 vacates. Is there a good way to do that? We have to figure that out. But because otherwise, if you play a move like knight d2, maybe Levon goes knight f6, knight d to f6, and you don't want to give too many trades. So it's just towing the line there. But at least looking at the heart rates, if those are accurate, it's closer than the first game.
That's right.
Vladislav's heart rate is down. His clock management is already better.
Yep, he just needs to settle in. It's really important in this format to just get comfortable, because it didn't feel like he was ever comfortable in that first game. He had a good position, but he didn't play it as naturally as we would expect. Here, he's got the white pieces. At the top level, it's always easier to play with the white pieces. You can dictate things a little more. You can play your openings. And with this exchange in the middle here, we're probably going to see knight to c5 being played by Levon, which does attack the white queen. But the good thing about this position is it is imbalanced. At least the pawn structure is imbalanced, and if you're Artemiev, that's what you want. You don't want a symmetrical position. You don't want the exact same pieces on the board for both sides.
That's right. So for Levon to force the exchange, which we're seeing here, the bishops can be traded on g2. He had to take on d4. That gives white a bit more space in the middle and a different pawn structure. So on one hand, there are trades happening, but you didn't get it for free. You had to give white a bit of the center. Now the d6 pawn is going to be weak. So it's not fully equal yet, and there's still lots to play for Vladislav.
Yeah, and your f3 move, even though it doesn't kick a piece out of e4 right now, I would probably still expect it. Maybe you could activate that bishop on e1 to the f2 square. And in general, because that dark squared bishop, you know, white's going to be pretty happy to place pawns on light squares. f3, e4, at some point b4 on the queen side to kick out that knight makes some sense as well. So those are the moves that I'm expecting here. b4, f3.
Yeah, that has lots of similarities to a Marozzi structure, and that's an opening and a position that generally white has ideas to push for an advantage, seize the advantage, play for a win. It definitely gives that. It takes away so much space from black once you set those moves in. I'm not sure if he's going to play b4 right away or time it. Maybe b3 first, then e4. Levon is playing it aggressively. He's not, you know, by placing the knights on e5 and c5, it kind of means, look, if you ever push your pawn to e4, I'm going to hop into d3. So it's trying to balance that. Do you go b4 right now? You can go b4 as white. It's a great move. You just have to make sure you don't lose the c4 pawn. And so white has a space advantage, but with a space advantage comes responsibility. And white has to manage that. Make sure, look, I'm going to keep pushing forward, but delicately. I do not want to give any squares away for those knights, long-term outposts, things like that. But I will say strategically, this is a position that Artemiev likes. He likes playing. As I said, he's an endgame grinder. He's a positional player. And this is an opening that gives plenty of chances to outplay your opponent in a long game.
And just a move right here that could be played. Knight back to c6. Bring it up because after this move, queen d2, maybe the knight would want to go into the b3 square. Knight c6, even though it might not be the best move, it does trade pieces. And what you're seeing here instead is Levon rerouting. But I will say, Eric, with this idea of just retreating the knight, repositioning it by Levon, I think I can safely say that Artemiev just has a slightly better position here for sure. The pawn is supported on c4 with b3. We may see the pawn move to e4. What you need to watch out for in Levon's position is the move d5. If that move happens, the a3 pawn will be hanging, and the center will open up with white's queen sat right on the d file. So I think d5 is the move that both players at least need to be calculating every single move.
Yeah, d5 is one of the breaks for black, and to be honest, I'm a little concerned if I'm Artemiev if I don't play something soon, because black, if I'm playing black and you give me a couple moves, I'll push my pawn to a6, maybe place my queen to b7, bearing down on that long diagonal in d5, and then breaking free. The move we just saw, knight b5, that's a move playing against that plan, targeting d6. Artemiev black is almost set up to counterattack in the middle. And knight b5 is an attempt to slow him down.
Exactly. Knight b5 hits two pawns, the a7 and the d6 pawn. The d6 pawn, I'm also wondering, is that actually safe to capture? And I think the answer is actually yes. Knight takes d6. We do have ideas like knight back to f5 in order to unpin ourselves. So this is a serious threat that needs addressing. And you start to look at, what, knight e8 for Levon, rook c6. These are all, you know, substandard moves, not the moves that you would like to be playing. And one thing about this knight on b5 is, if necessary, you can always retreat to the c3 square. Once it's there, it controls d5. And I think, you know, we can really say that Artemiev can be happy with this. He's up on time. I think he's got a great position, seeing those pawns end up on light squares.
Yeah, pawns on light squares with a dark squared bishop on f2, looking at the queen side. I've spoken about the a6 move as black, but that's double-edged. As soon as you play a6, b6 is hanging, and it's going to be hanging for a while. You're going to have to place pieces to defend it, because when white plays a4, c4, they're taking care of that b5 break. So in some ways, fixing the weakness. Queen b7, this is all standard in the structure, but until black plays d5 or gets some break in properly, white does have the space advantage and just a general preferable position.
Yeah, this move sets up a6 that you've been mentioning. The knight will have to drop back. White was maybe intending to move a5. You know, a4 does support the knight, but also a5 is always going to be a consideration. It loosens up the b pawn and the a pawn behind it. Don't forget about that sniper bishop on f2 for white. It's long range, and it puts pressure on b6 and a7. So while it might not be played right away, that's definitely going to be a big source of counterplay in the future.
Yeah, White's looking to break through on the queen side. And with those 3 pawns, that's where there could be a bit of a deficit. I don't mind this queen f4 move. It's telegraphed. You know, knight takes d6 is the threat. Levon plays knight g6. But it's the kind of position you can play on for a long time until you're ready to really play a committal move. What's a committal move for white? Maybe pawn to e4. If you notice, white hasn't played that, even though it grabs space. But it does give black some targets, potentially in the future, maybe with f5 or d5. It just makes the king a little bit weaker. Artemiev prefers to not commit too many pawns, to just play the pieces right now, and tell Levon, look, that d6 pawn is going to stay there. I'm going to keep pressuring it unless you play d5, and we have d5 on the board.
He did play it, but you know what? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Artemiev goes for either rook c to d1 or maybe queen to d2. Something to line up pressure on the d file, which would mean that that d pawn can't move. So you can see right now, if the d pawn captures on c4, the rook hangs on d8. You're also maybe intending a move like e4, now putting pressure on the pawn. Knight back to c3. So if that pawn stays pinned to the rook on d8, I could see Artemiev just playing every move in the book that attacks that pawn. Knight c3, rook d1, e4.
I think we might see that because black, okay, knight d6 was played. I thought queen a8 might have been played just to protect that rook on d8, and then you mentioned triple on the file, all resources, simple plan, but that's suitable. You're not going to get in time trouble, and you get small but pretty free pressure against black's position. Levon here is trying to solve his position actively. We've seen that before, and one of the questions is, can I take on d6 and play c5 and try to argue for a queenside majority? Moving the knight back. Similar ideas as the previous move, though. That knight on d6 is loose if you take, and if black moves that knight, maybe we triple on the file. Maybe we move that rook on c1 and d1, and the questions are still being asked of Levon. How are you going to deal with his pin? So I like knight c3 Amon. I like rook cd1. I like white's position. But Levon, as long as he stays in the game, it's, you know, doesn't lose material. The clocks are, you know, relatively even, but...
And remember that this is a draw odds game for Levon, so he can make a draw and close out this match, right? It's only 2 games here, so it's a must-win game for Artemiev. What I will say is Artemiev has got a similar good position to what he had in game number 1, but he's played it quicker, more intuitively. This is exactly what we were looking for from him. He's got a minute time advantage. Remember, if Artemiev goes into a time scramble against Aronian, this time ahead, I think he's going to be the big favorite.
I agree. We were very impressed with that time scramble, and the way he's handling this, I'm very impressed by, because it's such a hard thing in this format. You lose a game, you're faced with a must-win situation, but you have almost no time between the next game. It looks like he has psychologically recovered, he's reset, and he's ready to play this game the way he plays chess. Like, this is an Artemiev, like, he's grinding him down, he's playing intuitively, and look at this position. White has won a pawn.
Yeah, that is a free pawn in the middle of the board, but we can't say that he's fully claimed it yet, because there are still some tactics and some tricky moves to work out here. The knight jumps into the middle. The rook is under attack. If the rook moves, let's say to d4, he might continue with knight to f5, and so I do think that this move makes more sense, because rook d4, knight f5, it feels like the rook is just getting chased around by the knights a little bit too much.
Yeah, and he chooses to go rook e3, which both rook moves look awkward. What I like about it is he played it quickly, because they both look awkward. You don't want to put your rook on either square. He just said, you know what, I'm moving it there. I'm going to try to stay up on the clock. It's up to black to demonstrate compensation for this pawn. Levon says knight g6. I'm not even going for compensation in the sense of recapturing the pawn. The compensation I'm going for is almost just scaring you, a game of chicken. You take that pawn on e6, my knight on d6. It's going to move with a discovered attack on the queen.
That's right, and at this point, he might even be looking at certain situations where now the queen steps back. Looks like a very peculiar move, but the queen's protected. On d2, it wasn't protected, so maybe now there's ideas of actually just taking on e6 and playing rook d3.
And also, it freed up that D2 square for the rook. So we have the same position, but the rook is on D2, no longer under attack.
Yep.
I think we can definitely say white is up a full pawn, white is up a minute.
Yep.
Artemiev is playing fantastic. Just look at that calculation. Rook C1, queen C1, rook D5, queen, you know, everything trades. You have queen C8 check in the end.
Yep.
And white maintains the pawn in probably a winning endgame. So right now, Vladislav Artemiev putting immense pressure on Levon Aronian. This is a must-win game for white, but white is doing everything textbook right now.
I'm telling you, Artemiev is really fighting for team spirit here. This is a must-win game, and right now he looks to be much better and calculating well. He seems to be in a flow state at the moment. I mean, knight f6.
Oh my goodness,
the line
F6.
that you pointed out, he didn't even need to play because of an intermezzo knight f6.
This is better.
It's better.
Incredible.
It's that good. He just won immediately, and you can see shaking his head as Levon Aronian. This match is tied up, Eric.
I can't complain that we're going into an Armageddon.
Not at all. I mean, that's
a great way to start.
All the fans, this is exactly what they want to see. A tied match means an Armageddon decider.
Look at Artemiev, he smiles. I have to say, saw him walking into the arena. He was in a good mood, greeted everyone. Every time I've seen him, he's generally a pretty happy guy. You can't really tell too often how he's feeling, but
he's really thinking about his bid, though, right? We're seeing the players write down, and the format for Armageddon means both players submit one blind bid. How much time would you be willing to take as a deficit, right? Play with less time than the initial 10 minutes in order to play with the black pieces. Why would the players want to play with the black pieces? Because if the game ends in a draw, it counts as a win for black in Armageddon.
Yeah, I mean, I just think I'd be following the players a bit, something in the range of 2 minutes and 30 that I would sacrifice, something like that. Haven't seen Artemiev in this format so much, so it's hard for me to guess how he's feeling.
It's important to remember the lower bid gets in. So we've seen situations, Eric, where players bid, 7 minutes, 35 seconds, someone else bids 7 minutes, 34. That could be a big momentum shifter, just outbidding your opponent.
It would be a big momentum shifter. I have to say, Artemiev really played his way. He showed his speed in the last game, so that might indicate he's a bit more comfortable taking a bit of a time deficit if he's actually in that flow state that you mentioned, where he's playing intuitively, playing sharp. 2.5 minutes, I think he'd be down to give up. He doesn't mind taking the side with less time and draw odds, now that the nerves seem to have settled.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's important to see the outcome here because it dictates what type of game we're going to get. I wouldn't be surprised, though, Eric, in a match where it's 1-1, you're kind of feeling like, okay, there are wins to be had here. It's not just a game with a couple draws. I think the white pieces would make a lot of sense for either player.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a thing where no matter what happens, like, somebody's bothered. These guys, they're professionals, elite players. Levon for sure has played from both perspectives, so he's comfortable. I think he's fluent in all situations, and there you have it.
658. That is a low bid. 658, and I believe that was on Levon Aronian's side.
Wow.
So that was a very high bid from Artemiev, right? He bid, upwards of 8 minutes. Wow. So now we have Levon Aronian. He will play with 6 minutes, 58 seconds, and it's not going to be against that 8:15. No, he gets the full 10 minutes. So that's a big time deficit, but Levon Aronian will win the game if it ends in a draw. So, Eric, I don't know. Looking at that, I feel like Artemiev got away clean.
Boys, we have an Armageddon. You boys been casting it. We've been watching it back there. It's exciting chess, of course, and he strikes back. So this Armageddon with that very low bid here. Eric, explain, what do you have to do here with, of course, if I'm in Levon's situation with 658, pretty low bid, you think?
It's a lower bid than what we've seen, and it's interesting because it happened right after he just lost the game with black with 10 minutes on the clock.
Right.
So it's always interesting to think, well, if you just lost with 10 minutes, now you're willing to take 7 minutes because Levon would have advanced with a draw. We have the exact same scenario. He would have won the match with a draw, and now he wins with a draw, but he's got 3 minutes less. He must be confident that he can repeat and just improve a few things and play a bit faster, because clearly he wanted the black pieces. That's what that bid tells me.
What type of chess are you playing here, Amon? I got the black pieces. I have 658. You know, that's usually what you get. You get that. You win, you win. You draw, you win, right? So, of course, that helps a lot to have that with the black pieces. But what are you looking to play here? What type of chess are you looking for? Is it creative? Is it aggressive? Is it a little bit solid? Is it somewhere in between?
So I think what's important to remember, James, is that what we just saw was nothing flashy, nothing fancy. It was Artemiev just playing the same chess, but quicker, more intuitive, and he really did trust those instincts compared to game number 1, where I think he did too much calculating. And the nice thing for him is he has a huge time advantage. And in game number 2, he had the extra time, and if he gets in a situation where it's a time scramble and he has that extra time compared to Levon, he's going to flag him, and that's going to be a win. So I think he's in a great spot to just repeat the same type of game, slow moving. That's his style.
It's going to be very fierce and ferocious, I believe, here, Eric. I am Artemiev here. I'm feeling good. I'm confident. Right, I got some extra time, too. I got the 10 minutes. What am I doing in this situation now?
I think he's just channeling how he played in the second game. The first game, he really played terrible in the start. I mean, some of the worst moves from the position he found, unrecognizable. He should just be this style. He grinds him down, asks him questions, and he knows, I think he knows that if it gets to a time scramble, he's a favorite. So this 3 minutes, he can even afford to lose some of that time advantage as long as it's a long game and he has the opportunity to turn it into more of a flagging mode end game. So I think do the same as he's been doing, stick with that intuition. What I'm expecting this game, though, from Levon is to be a bit more forceful. He sat back. He let Artemiev dictate things. Maybe after seeing the first game, he was like, well, I can do that again because he made a lot of mistakes. But game 2, he didn't, and I think Levon's going to have to be more aggressive this game with black. Even though you need a draw, he's going to have to challenge Artemiev and not let him just play a long game where small improving moves are easy to find.
Amon, there is no extra time here, so I have to obviously play very quickly here. How do I do it, and how do I do it effectively so that I don't give an advantage to my opponent? Easier said than done, obviously, of course, but how do you do it? What's your go-to?
Easier said than done, James. I think at the moment it's just realizing that sitting back, if you're Levon Aronian, and allowing Artemiev to get that maneuvering position, it's not the game you want. When you don't have much time and there's no increment, things have to get decided. We need, we need some clarity in the position, clarify the structure. The last game was an example of a game he doesn't want again because it's going to be such a long game. At some point, his time is just going to go down. If both players' times just reduce, that favors Artemiev.
Absolutely. Eric, how does Artemiev looks pretty confident there. He's very stoic as he has the same face all the time here as games are about to start here. But I love that Artemiev always keeps the same face, and Levon here ready to go with less time. Of course, he's very ferocious, and I've seen him win many games, especially in Armageddon. But this one's very ferocious, I believe, in this match here. I think, who do you have? Let's just put it on the floor here. Who wins, boys?
Well, I'll just go out and say that based on the bids, Artemiev's looking the favorite.
I have to agree. I'd like to be controversial, but I have to agree.
There you have it. We're getting into Armageddon. The players are ready to go, Eric, and this decides the entire match right here. Even if it's a draw, we will have a winner.
I love that our first match is Armageddon. We've had memorable ones. There's going to be a few more coming up. And here we just have a new player, and I like casting games with players that not everyone knows about. Vladislav Artemiev is one of them. He is a world-class player. He's definitely peaked at probably around top 15 in the world, and speed chess he's really strong in. Bullet, blitz, rapid, all formats. He's still a young player, lots of potential. And this game is probably one of the highest stakes matches he's ever played.
That's right.
You look at the prize fund, where we are, who he's playing. This is big for him. So I don't, is he ready for the moment?
It's a great question. And let's just take a look, at a high level at this game. Is this, Eric, the type of game that you think that Artemiev wants? Because Aronian, with that limited time, 6.5 minutes already, he's a 3-minute deficit to Artemiev. He needs to get things clarified. He can't play a long game where, there's a small weakness that Artemiev can target. That game will last way too long for the time constraints. Instead, things need to get clarified, and this is it's a very imbalanced position.
It's an imbalanced position, and that might mean it's sharp. It might be like, oh, that's good if you have more time. My concern is that this is a very familiar structure for Levon. Levon he plays C4 himself. He knows about imbalances because he loves to play middle games like that. And this structure is well known. It's not one that's going to pose him tough questions, I think. That's an issue that I'm already seeing. I feel like Black is close to equalizing. And when Black equalizes here, if you can get your knight on c5, let's say there's a trade on c5, bishop takes, knight takes, Black tries to maybe play e4 in the position or just play some normal moves, but it's a very well-known structure. It's similar to either, there's a Benko, there's Benoni.
Right.
They're playing more of a reverse structure, but it's just very familiar, and I didn't, like the last game we saw, I don't see Levon playing the Blacks out of a hedgehog that often.
That's right.
Like that kind of hedgehog I don't see, and I don't think most players would want to do that.
And he ended up in that position. He didn't want to be there.
Right.
This was very intentional. He knew exactly what opening he was playing into, and look at the time advantage. I almost want to call it a disadvantage now. It was 3 minutes. A minute and a half just got eaten up. And no, he's not even going for trades. You talked about familiarity. Levon Aronian clearly knows his position. He knows where the pieces belong. And look how quickly he is playing by comparison to his opponent.
Yeah, when I'm looking from White's perspective. He needs to come up with something soon, or that time advantage is disappearing. And the only part of the position I like, there's two aspects. The B file. White can use the B file for counterplay. That knight on B3 will eventually move. That rook on B1, it's looking at that B7 pawn, but even not the B7 pawn, the whole file.
Yep.
And the bishop on G2. Those are the advantages for White, the good pieces. Bishop on G2, rook on B1. Outside of that, nothing else. the knights aren't ready yet.
It's true.
White's queen isn't ready yet, and White's not even sure about the center. If you don't do something with White, Black might start pushing those pawns, and you give Levon Aronian an initiative like that where he can just push the pawns and take away squares. That's not good.
I love what we're seeing. He only needs a draw to win this match, Eric, and he's going all out. King h8, pawn to f5. We see queen to c1 here, and I was about to say
Queen a3, yes.
White may be angling for a position where the queens trade, especially because Black just clearly indicated, hey, I'm going to go for an attack on the king side. He wants to trade queens, and you know what? This is a game that can now last a very long time.
I like queen a3 a lot because the pawn on Black pushed to f4. So even though the queens get traded and you're like, oh, that might be closer to endgame, not quite. The pawn structure is also a factor, and you see that bishop on g2, Black doesn't have any pawns to block it. Even in the endgame, White would have a lot of maneuvering potential, so Levon decides to keep the queens on the board. But you've weakened the e4 square. Now, my knight on b3, why don't I go knight to d2?
I like that.
And prepare to take over the e4 square.
That's right, and that would hit the Black queen. You know, one of the things about the knight on e6, right in the middle of Black's position, is it blocks the bishop on c8. Also, the rook on b1 for White, putting pressure on that b7 pawn. So you're in a position for Levon where the bishop on c8 kind of feels like it's stuck there. It's, it can't develop on the diagonal due to the knight, and the pawn on b7 is hit. White can play knight d2, also. There we see it, knight d2 into knight e4.
h4. I mean, this position's getting better and better. Queen c1 and queen a3 was a great find by Artemiev. And Levon, we gave him credit for it, but when he pushed that f-pawn all the way to f4, all of a sudden White's pieces are so much happier than before. Those knights didn't have security. Now all of a sudden, we're a couple moves away. Pawn to h4, that's risky. He's thinking about it. But if that knight ever vacates g5, we have a great outpost on e4.
Pawn to h4, knight h3 must be the move he's thinking of, because maybe there's knight h3, perhaps even knight captures on f2 if White plays king h2. So if he can't play that move, Eric, how significant is that? Because maybe now you can give up the b pawn if you're Levon Aronian, take the bishop, put it on h3, put the knight on h3. This is a little bit different than what you mentioned because he didn't have time, or at least by his calculation, he didn't think he had time for h4.
Well, I think you're right. I think the problem with h4 was some knight takes f2 down the road. But if that's a problem, look at what Levon has done. He's saying, if you're going to let me keep my knight on g5, I will seize that momentum. I don't mind if you take b7, because you're going to be much more worried about your king side compared to that loose b7 pawn.
That pawn doesn't matter
anymore. And we see it right away. Bishop g4, developing that bishop. The whole point of the rook on b1 was to prevent that bishop from moving, but Black has used bishop g4 tempo because e2 is the base of White's position.
So what do you do? Because f3 from Black is one of the next moves I'm looking at. Of course, the e2 pawn is also hanging, but pawn to f3, favorable trades. Yeah, he has to stop that pawn advance somehow, but hang on a second. How does everything work out here with the exchanges?
I think he's okay with exchanges as long as his king is safe and that there's a chance to play a long game. So I'm looking at, after knight f3, if everything trades off there, yes, those pawns are doubled. I might even have to play some sad moves like knight e1. But if I can survive, that's all I want as white right now in terms of game planning. I'm not even looking too much further. That b file is long-term counterplay. White, the knight might eventually go to e1, but I'll place my rook on b5.
Right.
And try to pressure b7, try to pressure a5, try to pressure e5. That rook on b5 can attack 3 of black's pawns, but that's only if I'm not getting checkmated, which means if I'm not playing knight e1, I don't know how I'm going to have long-term security about attacks. I mean, technically, you don't need to play knight e1. f3 is not loose if you take on g3, but I'm envisioning a future where Levon is going to swing that knight from c6, some path towards the king side. And I'm going to need more defenders.
Yeah, who knows what the path is going to be, but you can imagine a future where the knight either goes to d8, e6, g5, or maybe e7, f5. I was also looking at a future where the rook maybe goes to a6 and swings over to g6 or h6 for Levon. The more I look at this position, though, I'm focused on the time. It now feels like a position where, especially after this last move, Eric, Artemiev might not even have the advantage, but he has to win the game in order to win this match.
He has to win the game, and yeah, that move, queen c5, it looks funny. I think his idea was queen d5 and to place it on e4.
Right.
Centralize the queen, defend the weak points,
exactly
d3 and f3.
What Aronian just prevented.
And that's a great find by Levon, especially that he only took a few seconds. I think he's realizing all of a sudden I have a time advantage. I'm going to put pressure on Artemiev and just move quickly. The pressure really should be on white, and he understands that.
Yeah, I mean, we see a double question mark here
this is
given by the engine. He's committing everything to the king side, and there's no more threats on the queen side. Now it's just all in for Levon Aronian.
Some of these moves played, like rook e1, just again, Artemiev has had a couple sequences that don't make sense to me. The rook should not be on e4.
How is he stopping checkmate on h2, Eric?
Well, he's so after king g1, is it just rook f6?
That'd be my first question. Rook f6, rook f5, bring that rook over to the h file. The rook and queen line up, and it feels like you almost have to just give it up and try to run away.
How do you give it up? Do you play rook g1 here and give up the f3 pawn?
Oh, it's a tough call. Yeah, rook g1, rook g2, or king g1, rook f to e1, and just plan to vacate via f1, e2. But either way, this is a position, you're down a minute and a half almost. You also need to win it. He's got nothing in his favor at the moment.
Issue here for white is there's no coordination between the pieces. The queen doesn't coordinate with anything. The rook on e4 is on its own. The knight on c2. What is that knight? What is that knight? It reminds me of game one. He had a knight on g8 and h8. There's some poor knight play right now from Artemiev, and the problem is it's too late to improve it because f1 is hanging, and as Amon mentioned, rook f6, rook h6 is a mating attack that you don't want to face with just a few minutes on the clock.
And it's easy to play. Right? Yeah. You can play rook f6, h6 in your sleep. This is a big attack for Levon Aronian, who only needs to draw the game. 2-minute time edge. We were wondering how he's going to defend h2. Well, he's decided to go rook g1, rook g2, but before that can happen, there is pawn takes g3.
What is this? What is this? You just give a check, you just take on d3. I thought at least he was going to take f takes g3, and after rook f3, play knight e1. But here, I don't know what I'm missing, but this looks like a lost position.
Oh, it's completely falling apart. f2 can be taken, but even more detrimental is what you mentioned. Queen takes d3. I could see either one.
So he's planning knight e1 after queen takes d3, but queen takes f2, maybe smarter.
Yep, the knight on e1 is doing absolutely nothing now. Is he going to sacrifice rook takes f3? It has to be the question asked. I mean, if you accept this, and that gets the double exclamation mark, Eric, a brilliancy from Levon Aronian when it matters.
It is a brilliancy because you can take, and just understanding the match situation, knight f3 would lead to a perpetual after queen takes f3, rook g2, queen f1 check, easy perpetual. After rook f3, Levon, it's just a one-way show right now. He's just attacking. Artemiev's on the back foot. Does white have any move here to stop Levon's initiative? It doesn't have to be good. It just actually needs to stop these mating threats, because if this continues, he's just going to run out of time.
Yeah, because if Levon just plays, you know, at the moment, I might even consider a move like rook d7, a slower move, maybe rook back to f7. But rook d7 I like. It guards the b pawn. And I feel like as soon as Levon plays the move h6, just one of the pawns in front of his king up one square, there's not going to be any tricks for Artemiev, and the time is really going to tell the tale.
What a move, rook d7. He hasn't even, you know, played h6 yet. Rook d7, everything's secure. He's calculating properly, and he realizes white has no piece that can attack the back rank.
Exactly.
No threats, and he's feeling it. Levon now doesn't need to do anything else to win the game. The pressure on Artemiev to even come up with a threat is going to be significant.
And this is not enough. He just made a move. Levon is happy to make the exact same move back and forth. If you repeat in chess, it will be a draw if you repeat 3 times. So you can't do that. Levon Aronian, we talked about the mental strength. He did this against Esipenko in the last chance qualifier. That's why he's actually here right now. The momentum was against him. He lost 2 games in that match. He came right back when it mattered. We're seeing it here. He looked a little down and out after that game too, but in the Armageddon, he's a different player.
Definitely a different player, and Artemiev, what is that?
That's over.
He's just, now that's a bit strange. Anything's better than that. A draw, whether you lose or draw, it's the same result. And Levon Aronian cruises to the next round with a very comfortable hold with black.
Very comfortable. That is a draw, but why are we so excited? Because it is Armageddon. We see the handshake there with the players, some sportsmanship, and a victory for Levon Aronian and Team Reject, Eric.
Yeah, big win for Levon. It feels like he's been in this situation a lot, and he's almost won every time. Even if he had lost the match, we've seen him come through a loser's bracket before. And I think that's part of the reason why I saw the heart rate. He got more comfortable and relaxed as that game went on.
Yep.
It's like familiar territory, and once you give him the initiative, bad things are happening.
No, he was comfortable.
Very.
And you know, you think the pressure might be on, especially because he had just lost. The momentum seemed to be against him. But it's a different game in Armageddon, and you know what? I'm going back to the bid, and I'm shocked. I'm still shocked at how low he bid, but he definitely knew that was something that he could manage, Eric. So, you know, we're both standing here eating our words because it seemed like that bid was the moment where, oh, Artemiev has to have the edge here, Eric. But he made it work, right? Under 7 minutes, very impressive by Levon Aronian.
Yeah, we talked about his familiarity with the structure. He took a risk, and then he got an opening that there was flow. He knew where the pieces went, already made up half of that time in the opening, and then afterwards wasn't so easy, but he found all the critical moves when he had the initiative. And it just, Artemiev never got going. He never got the type of chess we're accustomed to or what brings him success. He never had an opportunity to improve his position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we saw at the end of that game, just acquiescing to the draw, you know, making that capture and just allowed the perpetual. I was still a little bit shocked by that because, as you said, Eric, any move would have been better than that just to keep the game going.
Anything. That he's the first one, I think, to do that. In terms of game odds, you might as well go for the win. A draw and a loss are the same result. But again, this is a new experience.
Absolutely a new experience for these players. I mean, it must be nice for Levon Aronian to just get that initial win, right? The nerves we were talking about throughout that match. It did feel like Artemiev settled in slowly, but Levon Aronian, we watched him through the last chance qualifier, and this just seemed like another day at the office for him. He's been in this exact situation in the last chance qualifier. He looked ready for the moment.
He's so relaxed. He's, you know, twirling his hand during the game, sitting back in the chair. I think we're going to follow some other players who qualified through the last chance qualifier. That might be an advantage.
And Eric, exciting. We have James Canty down there with an interview with the winner, Levon Aronian.
Levon, aka LeBron Aronian, congratulations on the win. You've been on fire lately. What is the secret right now? You're winning events. You've made the qualifier. You're here. You won in this Armageddon here. You feel confident. It looks like you are too as well. What is the secret so far for you?
I just remembered that I can play chess.
Anything else?
No, I'm just riding the wave of fun, and it works.
It absolutely is working for you too as well. A little bit about the Armageddon. You bidded 658, which was really low here, of course. But at the same time, obviously, you knew that you could probably, get it done. What was the logic behind 658 for the bid?
The more time I have, the worse I play. I mean, the more safety I have. I'm learning this about myself. Yes. I'm not good with safety. I need to push myself to the limits, and then I play well.
There you go, guys. Push yourself to the limits. Be aggressive. You heard it here from Levon himself, okay? Now, team spirit here. With what is the team spirit like, in fact? Even though team spirit's another club, but what is the team spirit with you guys being around each other and obviously maybe talking and looking at plans for the team and etc.?
Well, I think I love the name of Team Reject, the team that I'm representing. Yeah, because it's to reject the negativity and embrace the fighting spirit.
That is amazing. Looks like that's working for you. And of course, what are you looking forward to the most through the rest of the event?
Winning.
Very nice. That's it from us. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, James, for that wonderful interview, and a huge congratulations to Levon for winning his match against Artemiev. Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was a very up and down match. Levon started with a great win with white pieces, but Artemiev showed he came to play. He made a nice comeback with white, and I thought the win was really in Artemiev's back. Like, he won the game with white. He had the white pieces in the Armageddon game. He had a big time advantage, but Levon hung in there, and he really launched a nice counterattack that brought him the needed half a point.
I mean, I think it's crazy that we already have Armageddon for the very first match of the day. What do you think of, Artemiev's whole strategy of going for 8-minute 15?
Yeah, I liked his bid. I thought Levon's bid honestly was a little bit too low, but yeah, he managed to make it work. I mean, he's got a lot of experience playing in these events. So, he won the Armageddon in the end, so the winner is always right.
The winner is always right. I mean, that is sort of how this works. Levon's positivity definitely carrying him through. It's going to be really exciting seeing him play through the next match. We will have upper brackets later today, but did also want to mention that, that flag in the very first game, what are our thoughts? This is a no increment time control. This is something, we've been seeing this throughout the Esports World Cup, throughout the last chance qualifiers, but it might be new for some of the players or the viewers we have here.
Yeah, it's definitely just part of the game. If you play a 10-minute game with no increment, you gotta use the clock correctly. Artemiev, I think, was just too slow in the first game. Levon built up a lead on the clock and on the position. I mean, eventually he lost his position on the board, lost the advantage on the board, but he kept enough of a lead on the clock that he knew he could always still win the game like that, and that's what he did. I mean, at the end, the only goal is to win the game, and that's what he did, so it worked out.
I believe Benjamin Bach's advice for you all is to just win your game. But I have to admit, I mean, with 3 seconds against 0, unfortunately we couldn't see the very, very, very last of those seconds, or milliseconds actually ticking down, but Levon did it in the first game and then did it again. Well, won the game in Armageddon.
Well, guys, Armageddon was absolutely amazing there. Levon is on fire, Bach. What is he doing? Is it in the food or something, Bach? What is he doing?
I don't know. He's going through his second youth. I mean, he recently won the freestyle event in Las Vegas. Now he's on fire here. I mean, he won the qualifier. Now he won the first match. Yeah. So Levon's on fire, but James, we also have a lot of other exciting matches.
We do, in fact. Nemo, take us through. What do we have the next one? That's actually going to be Arjun, right?
Yes, so we are going into Group B. We have Arjun Erigaisi from Gen G playing against Nihal Sarin of Seoul Esports. And while they are countrymen, they are representing different clubs here at the Esports World Cup. What do you guys think about this upcoming match?
Yeah, I think, like you said, they're countrymen. They're almost the same age. I think they're like a year apart, so they've definitely trained a lot together. They've played each other a lot, so they definitely know the ins and outs of each other's games. But here, they're competitors, so I'm sure that they also know the strengths and weaknesses of each other. Nihal, he's a very fast player. Like, he might get low on time, but then he's just extremely fast. So I think we'll see Arjun building up a lead on the clock. Nihal perhaps falling behind a little bit, and yeah, Nihal will count on his bullet skills, but you can't fall too far behind against a player like Arjun.
Do you think that Nihal will be more warmed up because he played in the last chance qualifiers?
100%, yeah. We saw with Levon as well, like he had that experience of winning the last chance qualifier, and I think it definitely will help Nihal as well.
Well, guys, of course, there's so much chess left to be played, and we're excited to bring it to you here at the Esports World Cup. We're going to take ourselves a short break and be back after this. And we are back, guys. Esports World Cup, the chess edition. We're here at Studio B here. I am FIDE Master James Kennedy III here with Women's Grandmaster Nemo and Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. Guys, we had a very nice, strong, crazy match. Went to Armageddon in the last one. Of course, with the quick thoughts on that last match.
It was absolutely insane. I mean, it gave us everything that we could have wanted. We had a crazy flag in the very first game. Lebon, you know, beating out Artemiev with only 3 seconds left on the clock himself, and game 2s and 3 were insane.
Yeah, no, game 2, a nice comeback by Artemiev, and you know, we can't ask for much more than an Armageddon in these matches, and that's what we saw. And yeah, Levon pulled through, but this one is going to be a close one as well. We have Arjun Erigaisi from Gen G against Nihal Sarin from Seoul Sports, and yeah, I think Arjun should be a slight favorite. I mean, he's rated really high in Classical. He's rating Nihal by like 100 points. But Nihal, he's very fast. Like, if it comes down to a pure time scramble, Nihal is going to turn up the speed. He might be a little slower throughout the game. Arjun, I think, will be trying to build up a lead on the clock, but you don't want to be in a time scramble against Nihal with each 10 seconds on the clock, because he's just going to flag you.
Do you think Arjun starting out with the white pieces is going to give him a little bit of an advantage going into this? You know, he's going to be putting pressure on Nihal to start?
Yeah, I think so. Arjun is someone who's really annoying to play. He knows his openings really well. He checks everything. So he'll be putting the pressure on Nihal. I'm also curious to see what Nihal will play in the opening. He's a very creative player as well. He'll try to take Arjun out of book. So I think we'll see an interesting opening stage. Then I think we'll see Arjun putting some pressure on the clock against Nihal. But you cannot count Nihal out until he's actually down. So it'll be a close match.
We had talked about, you know, how Nihal is very fast. And this is a time control that absolutely, he loves this.
Wow, take a look at this. They've never played in Classical. Hard to believe that. But in the rapid format there, Arjun leads 4-1, which is kind of rapid here in a way. Now look at the world rapid ranking in rapid there, 25 for Nihal and 16 for Arjun, and very similar in the chess.com ratings there. So Arjun's known as a madman, of course, is what I think Magnus has dubbed him that when it comes to just you know, pure what he's looking for in the games here. And with Nihal, I know even when we saw in some of the video earlier, that Nihal is actually a underdog in a way. He's very vicious in these fast time formats. He actually even won something with chess.com, Global Chess Championship at some point, which was a rapid sort of format. I think he actually got second place or something like that, in fact, but scored very well in this type of format. What do you think we're going to see with this type of clash and in this format?
Well, you know, Nihal just played the last chance qualifier, so if anything, I would say he's the one that's a little bit more warmed up, as they are sitting down behind us now.
Oh yeah, ready to go, as you can see right behind Nemo there. Yeah, there was that quick shot of Nihal ready to go. Bach, what do you think is going to happen here? Arjun or Nihal? Who gets the upper hand here?
I'm going to give the edge to Arjun. I think he's just a slightly better player, but Nihal definitely has... I think it's an advantage for him that he's just played the last chance qualifier. Like, he's a little warmed up. He just won, so he's in the winning mood. But I'm still going to go with Arjun. I think he's the slightly better player. We saw also that he has a 4-1 lead in rapid games, so in my book, he's definitely the favorite.
Yeah. What about you, James? Who do you take?
That's a good question here. If fast time controls here, I definitely like how Arjun plays a lot of Jar Jar Binks London, as we talked about before, a.k.a. Joe Baba London. So, you know, I do love that opening a lot. I know he is a fan of it. But Nihal, fan of his tricking. Look at him, Zen mode or sleep, one or the other. No, but I think he's ready to go Zen mode, locked in. My goodness, that is crazy. What do you think that face was there? Bach, was that like a sleep? Was it sleep or Zen mode or what?
He's just ready to play right now. He's like, oh, can this game finally start? I think that's why he's a little bored. I saw also, by the way, as he was getting ready for the games, he was doing a little bit of puzzle rush. Perhaps Arjun is doing that as well. He's looking locked in. They're getting ready to start. So, yeah, I think the players just want the games to begin.
Yeah, and I think the audience is as well.
Well, games are about to begin here. Thanks to our analysts for being here on the desk with us as we bring in our casters. As we're about to start this with Arjun and Nihal. If you're watching from home here, who do you think is going to win? Who do you have? Who is your favorite? You can place your favorites in the chat here. Now, we bring on our casters to call all of the action. Grandmaster Amon Hamilton and Grandmaster Eric Hansen. Let's go, boys.
Excited, James. We're into another match here, and this one is going to be very exciting. Eric, we have a matchup between Arjun Erigaisi and Nihal Sarin.
All Indian matchup. We know there's going to be a lot of eyeballs here.
Yeah, the players definitely know each other very well. The games are just underway here. This is Nihal Sarin from Seoul Esports, Arjun Erigaisi, Gen G.
And we know Arjun, he's broken into the world's elite, you know, part of this Indian generation. Nihal has a lot of supporters. He's a very strong grandmaster himself, around 2,700, but hasn't quite played in as many top events, fields such as this.
Yep, that's absolutely right. But these are the type of players, Eric, you give them that chance, they will make the most of it. And we already see some very, very quick play because, you know, this might even be a game that they've played before.
It looks familiar, but part of the reason it looks familiar is Levon Aronian won from this opening against Andrei Esipenko in a remarkable game. I highly recommend it for those that didn't watch it live.
That's right.
White goes for the attack in this position.
Yeah, and we see that immediately with the move knight d5 into the center. And we saw this exact structure. And one of the moves that, you know, we highlighted, which was a key for Levon Aronian when he played with white, was the move d5 at some point. Now, with the rook on e8 for Nihal and the queen on e2 for Arjun, he's controlling that idea early. And, you know, so far with the move f4 as well, Eric, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Arjun. You know, nothing too concerning just yet, but this is an aggressive game, and both of these players are very aggressive, and we might get a wild tactical game.
I think so. You know, even though they're countrymen, this is the group stage and only 2 advanced. There's only going to be 1 winner of this match. Nihal, Fiancaiwing, placing more pieces around the king side. The way Arjun is playing, f4, knight b5, feels like he's got quite a few ideas in the structure ready. Because this is even a bit different. You know, sometimes you tuck your bishop into b1, maybe you rook lift. Here, he's kind of saying, how are you going to remove that knight on e5? If you ever take it, I'm going to be thrilled to open up the f-file, build my center. If you don't do it, and we see bishop f8 is not an easy move to play because you just placed your bishop on g7.
Yep.
Sometimes in chess, moving backwards is still the best decision. It's just hard to play psychologically.
Yeah, these players are at the top level of chess, so they can admit, okay, the best move is just to move back, but you know, as humans, we don't like that. Look at this though, a6, kicking the knight out. Now he can finally get that bishop to the g7 square, which is ultimately where he wants it. I'm seeing every single white pawn make its way to the 4th rank. Eric, it's making me wonder, is he going to continue? Like, how crazy is Arjun willing to get with this position? Because you play a move like knight into e4, all those trades that can happen in the center will benefit Nihal. He'd love to trade pieces, even trade queens. White's pawns will actually be targets in an endgame or if a lot of pieces exchange off the board, whereas Arjun could do something insane like G4 and F5, and it just depends what game he wants to play.
Yeah, for game one, that would definitely be very exciting for us. I think White is going to wait a few moves before maybe thinking about those options. I'm thinking about King H1, but I'm not actually sure. Sometimes you play King H1, it's prophylactic. Not sure with the bishop on B7 that's the right decision. A5 is interesting. You're sacrificing a pawn. It's not the biggest pawn to sacrifice. If Black takes, those are doubled A pawns. In an endgame, those could be valuable. The way Arjun is playing, he doesn't plan on this heading to some sort of endgame. He's going for a middle game attack.
That's right.
And a benefit of sacrificing this pawn, once you move that B pawn, your C and D pawn, they have more potential to push forward, grab some more space as White.
I wouldn't be surprised to see B takes A5, C5, and this looks like the natural reaction. That's exactly what's happened. Of course, you have this idea in the future of playing C6, but you know what? I don't think this is something he's calculated that, I'll be winning on this next move. I think this is a long-term idea, Eric. There's doubled pawns on the A file. They can be taken at some point. Even though White is down a pawn here, he's happy to remain that way for a number of moves. And structurally, he's just created for himself a protected pass pawn on C5. Yes, I was more expecting the move D5 to open up the bishop on B2, but the structure has changed. And what I'm seeing here is that Arjun Erigaisi is playing with a clear plan. And that means a lot in a match where, time is ticking. It's helpful to just know what to do.
It definitely helps to know what to do, but one thing we know from covering many of Nihal's games is it's not easy to phase him. It could look like a massive attack. It could be a winning position. He still plays quickly. He's still looking for resources. He doesn't get psychologically beaten. He doesn't have like a defeatist attitude. And so you see Queen C7 played. White has a nice setup. The question is, how do you proceed now, though? How do you see that pawn on C5? I would love as White to get one of my knights, especially the knight on C3, to D6. I'm just not sure how to accomplish that. And right now, I think the ball is back in Arjun's court. How do you make progress?
Yeah, exactly right. And, all these pawn moves on the king side, G4, H4, yes, they help the attack, but it's at the expense of your own king, right? The white king would be completely wide open there. Instead, we're likely going to see a lot of piece play. So bishop C4. Improving the bishop a little bit.
Knight B8 is a move I'm looking at, by the way, for Black. The knight on D7, if you're not going to take on E5 ever, then you're kind of like even blocking your own D file. When you go rook D8, you're not even hitting D4. I'm looking at a move knight B8, knight C6 to try to alleviate pressure or maybe improve that knight from C6 to B4. Just do something there because I really don't see a situation where Black decides to take on E5.
Yeah, it's just far too scary. White takes with the F pawn, opens up the F file. And chess is always a game of squares. So if Black plays knight B8, trying to play knight C6, maybe then White finds time to play knight A4 in order to jump into the B6 square. If White goes knight A4, it also gives up the D5 square, Eric. So you have every square under control right now, but the second you come up with an idea for yourself to claim a square, you give up something in return.
You give up something in return. And the way this game is going, Arjun is up on the clock, but he's taking serious risk. This isn't a position where he can be like, okay, you know what? This attack isn't going somewhere. I'm going to liquidate into an equalish endgame. I don't see that being possible. You ever trade your knight on E5? The D4 pawn is weak. You have to watch out for the A pawns as pieces get traded. And as I see, rook D8, I do think this knight B8 move is nearby. There's also knight F8. But Nihal's covering all the key squares right now. I think he's playing it really well. It's up to Arjun to figure out how can I break through because my opponent's not giving me anything.
Yeah, I'm looking at rook D8, and the first thing is how much do you want to actually capture that pawn on A6? Nihal doesn't want to spend the entire game defending A5, defending A6. They're doubled pawns, they're isolated. But at the same time, if White needs a move here, I struggle to improve the position. The bishop on B2 looks like a piece I might want to improve. Bishop A3, bishop C1, but it's a little unclear to me.
Well, I said that Black wasn't giving White anything. He plays rook D8, and you make a good point. What happens if you take on A6? Because I want to take on A6 not because I want a pawn that much. We need a plan, and if I remove the A6 pawn, the b5 square could be useful for that knight on c3 because the knight on c3 is one of the remaining pieces for white to improve the position.
Yep, that's right. Once that knight moves, let's say knight b5 into d6, the bishop on b2 also improves its scope. So this move, rook d8, probably has Arjun, Erigaisi, thinking, is this a trap? You know, can I actually take that pawn? Because you wouldn't expect your opponent to just hand you over such an obvious move like that.
And you know you're playing against Nihal, who's a very tricky player. So you're really looking at, is there a sacrifice? Is there something loose? I don't see it. Arjun calculates. He doesn't see it. And the game has changed now.
Yep. The complexion of the game has completely changed. And, you know, he's going to be using the d5 square, right? He has to. Now we see the move that you were saying you didn't really expect to ever happen. Well, dropping that A pawn, that's probably a moment where all of a sudden you do think like this. The bishop on b2, Eric, is not a great piece, but it can always reroute. Bishop c1, bishop to g5. And I look at the move knight d5, we may get a situation where if the light squared bishops exchange, if the knights exchange, the position that we're going to have is one that, you know, the bishop on b2 for white is not great. All those pawns in the middle are on dark squares.
The bishop on b2 is not great, but Black's dark squared bishop might not have the most scope either. I thought Nihal might have traded on c3, getting rid of the knights, because allowing the knight to jump in looks very scary. In a classical game, maybe not as much, you can calculate everything, but in front of you, you're Nihal here. The knight coming to d6 is going to stay there for the rest of the game, and that's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake for Nihal not to capture that knight. Imagine this same position, but with the two knights in the middle of the board, disappeared. That would be much better for Nihal. Instead, what he's facing is knight d6 at all times. Knight to f6 check he has to deal with, and pawn to h4, h5, even h6 in the future. I mean, there's a lot of threats that you have to deal with. Where's the counterplay? It's that a pawn. That takes a while to get going. Meanwhile, the center is completely defended.
It's completely defended. I like rook b8 because pushing the a pawn, white might even go rook f3 in some positions. Multi-purpose move. You might double, you know, on the f file to hit f7. You also watch over the a3 square. Rook b8, what Nihal's thinking is he's going for some like overloaded tactics where the queen on e2, in some positions, it's defending the knight on e4, defending on the bishop on b2. That allows for an opportunity. The queen defending both pieces, maybe. Rook takes b2 in the future. Well, actually, just right away. Rook takes b2, knight e3. We're seeing some tactics. Nihal's fast to spot them. But I will say, Arjun's a very sharp player himself. He could play either color here. He thrives in these positions, so I expect him to be up to task.
Yeah, bishop c1 is a great move. It wasn't really doing anything on that diagonal. It's much better on c1. We might see h5 next. Also, the bishop can come to g5, knight into d6 or f6. All the same moves that we talked about now exist again. And this looks like a position where you could pile up on the f-file. You talked about rook f3. That looks like a great move. Rook f3, rook f1, queen f2, knight d6. That's a lot of pressure on the f7 pawn.
It's a lot of pressure, so I think Nihal has to be quick, and he's looking at moves like rook b3. Using the only file that the rooks can move on. That's the b3 square I'm looking at, rook b1. You just always have to watch out that knight d6 is hitting f7 and the rook that you have enough to cover. Right now, black does because there's only two attackers. But if Arjun makes a couple more moves, we're looking at serious kingside threats.
Yeah, I think this move is really critical because, as you mentioned, Nihal has to be quick. He plays a move like a4. It's just not quick enough. White has h5, knight d6. The threats for Arjun are much more difficult to deal with. And Eric, as time starts to tick that little bit lower, you know you do not want to be in a position where you are just defending.
a4 played. I know Nihal's calculating. If rook f3, he's definitely going rook b3. That's why Arjun's taking his time. But you see that? Rook h5 was played. Nihal was ready for it. He anticipated it. He plays rook f8. If he spent time there, then that'd be a serious time trouble situation.
Yep, he's still within that 1 minute margin. And, you know, we've talked a little bit about time pressure for each player. As Arjun Erigaisi is thinking here, let's remember, Nihal Sarin, probably one of the best players, perhaps in this entire event, low on time. We've seen him work some absolute magic, you know, in the last chance qualifier, making it through here with 20 seconds. When you think he's down and out, he's absolutely not.
Queen g4, I like the move because rook f3 allows rook b3. Queen g4, you need to keep the options open. One of the ideas, you're eventually going to take on g6, place a knight on g5, and maybe you start attacking the h7, f7 squares. And look at this move,
Wow.
a3, asking a question. Are you going to continue attacking, or are you going to go?
He takes it immediately. What confidence? Because look at this. The knight can move to e3, Eric. It hits the queen and both rooks for white. But he took that like just cold-blooded. Bishop takes a3.
He calculated if knight e3, there's queen f3, and there's the discover check on f6 attacking the queen on c6. So he has time. There's no time for knight e3. Queen f3 and knight f6 is lethal. And I wonder if Nihal missed that based on the speed. Nihal usually plays quickly. He's just missed something here.
Yeah, knight e3, if it can't be played, this is just all the counterplay that we were talking about. Everything that Nihal had in his back pocket is just disappeared. Now the bishop is simply going to go right back to c1. We're going to have the exact same issues for Nihal, except he's missing that a-pawn.
He's really missing that a-pawn. I'm expecting maybe rook b3 here. I don't see what else. But after bishop c1, this position, Arjun is a really, really strong attacker. And he's a young, talented player. What I mean is like, he can handle Nihal's tactics. Nihal can overwhelm a lot of players. He's very quick, but Arjun is as well. Yep. Arjun got to like pretty much 2,800 FIDE by crushing people. Not just winning, not just grinding, by crushing them. That's his style of converting.
And here we go, rook b3, just like you said. Bishop back to c1 and knight e7. You know what? The knight is now looking at the f5 square in order to try to plug the position. You notice how white is targeting all the dark squares in the position. Black, on the other hand, targeting the light squares, d5 and f5.
So to get rid of a knight on f5, you often want to push your g-pawn. I'm not sure this is the position that it's easy to get that. But if you let the knight go to f5, that adds some stability to Nihal. That'll give him time to make some moves and not worry about getting checkmated right away. So this is a critical moment for Erigaisi. How does he deal with knight f5? There's knight d6. You could trade the knights off and still be up a pawn.
Yep.
Everything is good for white, but he needs more than that.
And Eric, there's another idea that we haven't really talked about. It's white pushing that h-pawn all the way up to h6. And this forces the black bishop to take one step back into the corner. And you notice the bishop is 100% trapped there. So there is a way to play where Arjun just says, I'll play h6, trap your bishop, and then maybe just try to trade pieces after that. And, I mean, you're going to be down a bishop later on.
I have an idea here. h6, bishop h8, queen h4. If you go knight f5, I go knight f6 check. You have to take, I take back with the queen, setting up a mating net. And then the next move would be rook takes f5, getting rid of the defender, placing my queen on g7, going for checkmate. I think he's going for that.
Let's see. He goes, he's kind of a combination of what we mentioned. Knight d6 that you called earlier stops knight f5 because maybe you just exchange it, but the bishop is trapped on h8. So this is a big advantage for Arjun, but look at the time. It's evening up again, and if this gets into any kind of scramble, Nihal has to be the favorite.
He does have to be the favorite. I just, in a time scramble where your bishop can't move on h8, that's tricky. I mean, we might see that position, but I think Arjun is confident in his own skills, and he's not afraid of that.
And look at what he's doing. Queen e4. He's happy to just make a trade. This is what we talked about with h6, trapping the bishop in the corner. The plan now can just be to trade, Eric, because it's like you're up a piece. The bishop can't move.
Desperate times for Nihal. Here goes f6. He realizes, I can't play an endgame. I can't pre-move if my bishop can't move. f6, trying to chip away at e5. But weakening squares around the king. Now, it's interesting. Does Arjun want to trade queens, or the inclusion of f6 maybe opens up the possibility of keeping the queens on and having additional attacking chances? Maybe the queen goes to h4 now. Maybe queen h4, maybe queen g4. The king is weaker. He takes.
And this move felt necessary, right? If you don't play f6, you're just down a bishop the entire game. f6 played, liberating the bishop on h8. Yes, there's going to be some trades here. Let's also not forget, white is up one full pawn because it was given away by Nihal.
But white's no longer up on time pretty much. Nihal's really done a good job of catching up, and the position was already bad. It's not like it's any worse, so I think Nihal's making great progress here from a defensive perspective.
Completely agree. The d4 pawn can also be a target in the future. The bishop on h8, we talked about it being trapped. Now it's liberated. d4 will be hit. Rook b4, knight c6, or knight to f5. Still in the driver's seat is Erigaisi. Nihal needs to move here. He's under 1 minute.
Nihal needs to move for sure, and I'm almost looking at moves like knight e8 for white at some moment. It's not being played yet. Nihal really needs to move. We've seen him slow down.
Yep.
When he's really low, he pre-moves. But he's gotten himself into time trouble and bailed out.
Yep.
Is this going to be the same situation?
He's not low enough on time yet to really, you know, jump into hyperspeed, but believe me, it's going to happen soon. It's just whether he can hold the position. Bishop g5 right now.
Well,
the e6 pawn would be hanging.
Yeah, there's bishop g5 or knight e8. I like bishop g5 because you want to bring more pieces. There's also knight c3.
Yep.
So can you take on e6? Because knight c3 forks the pieces. Not the biggest move. Rook e6, 2 pawns up for
Watch
Arjun.
out for the d pawn, though. If that pawn falls, Eric, the entire game falls apart.
But how do you defend d4? Are you really going to play rook e4 and move backwards? Then there's knight c3 potentially. If Nihal can free up that bishop, you have counterplay.
He's given up the pawn, but look, everything is kind of crumbling here. He's probably going to exchange, and he's looking at the move c6, but it's not that easy.
Maybe rook g4. Yes, Nihal spots it right away. That bishop is huge.
Very annoying here.
Oh,
Obviously, he does want to take.
Here
Look at
comes
bishop
the
d4.
bishop. Here comes the bishop. Is there rook e7? Do you have time to play rook e7 and come up with some counterplay?
Yeah, there's also rook h4 check, which he's trying to get under control with this move.
Time is even here. The players have to transition to a time scramble, Aman.
Yep.
And Arjun is slowing down. He really needs to improve his tempo.
25 seconds. There's now tricks for
The
black
king's
as
moving
well.
up. The king's going to move up. Yes.
There's rook h5, but that c-pawn is going at some point. You just got to throw caution to the wind and push it. There it is.
Arjun's down 7 seconds, though. The pre-moves have to come quickly.
Yep. Watch out for white's king potentially. Oh, I thought there was a checkmate idea. Not yet.
He's looking to remove that bishop.
Oh, c7 is happening. They're repeating moves here. Surprise! Look
Here
at
comes
the
the
pre-moves.
king. 11 to 18, though. He's got to go for checkmate.
Oh, there's a checkmate idea. Rook f7 is mate.
Rook
He can't
F7.
stop it.
No moves.
Time can tick down, but it won't matter. You can see he is really upset to miss that. But wow, Arjun Erigaisi sets up a checkmate threat. Genji wins game number 1.
We knew Nihal would come back, but Arjun, when he is trying to convert, he's going for mate. He's ready to take those sharp positions, and look at that. There's simply no time, no possibility in that position for Nihal to come up with counterplay.
Completely agree. Wow, I mean, Nihal, we know how, I guess at the end of the game, I think Nihal is the type of player that he can do a lot with a little bit of time. However, Arjun was just focused on the position. He never gave up on the threats, and the way he activated his king and created that mating threat was super impressive.
Absolutely, it's very impressive to see, you know, what you can create when the time in the time pressure. Arjun was able to create some things there. Nihal definitely just, you know, couldn't hold under the pressure. That 10-0 makes it completely different, and with the format, no increment, right? So, with that being said, here, of course, I mean, I do have to bounce back, but how do I do it if I'm Nihal here, Eric?
How do you do it for Nihal? Well, he's got white. You see their styles. They both like to attack.
Aggressive.
Oh, sorry.
Aggressive chess. Absolutely.
Got to make sure everyone at the desk is credentialed, you know?
We got to make sure we are credentialed here. I think I'm good to go. I got to check my pockets, maybe.
Look good.
Make sure I'm good. Okay, we good, Aman. Yeah. At the same time, Eric, what do you think Nihal has to do here?
I think he's going to play the same way.
Okay.
He knows that Arjun's going to give him sharp positions. They both thrive in that. Time trouble, Nihal. It worked for him in the qualifiers. This is a different beast.
Yeah.
He cannot. He didn't have enough time to come back this game.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to up the tempo and try to get the initiative himself, because Arjun is too dangerous, too strong of a player to have that sort of position. I think one thing to notice, Nihal, when he's in the flow and you give him a chance to come back, he goes, he attacks, he attacks. Arjun gave him 1 pawn back when he was up 2 pawns, but then took over. Like, he also understands initiative and counterplay, and they probably know each other very well, coming from the same generation, that he's going to make it very hard for Nihal to get the positions he likes. So I need to see some more speed, more tempo from Nihal. At the end of the day, it's an uphill battle. He is playing someone who on paper probably is a favorite in some aspects, some positions.
Come on, I was 2,800 before here, of course. Arjun, right? Feeling like Arjun, 2,800 piece, right? And as he goes to sit down there, what is? I need to lock in. How do I do it? What's my mindset before I go finish this off, or at least try to, against Nihal, who's looking to strike back with white?
Well, the thing about Arjun is he just showed us a great attacking game. So we've seen that in his repertoire. Now he might be on the back foot. So we might need to see a different side of Arjun. He has it. Don't think of him as a one-dimensional attacking player, but he might need to showcase that a little bit. If he plays in that all-out style that we know he has, I think what concerns me is that will give a lot of chances to Nihal, and that's not what you want. So he has to find a way to rein it in without, trying to play for a draw too much.
Eric, I'm Nihal's coach here. What are you saying, Eric? You get him, hey, I got you, bro. It's time to work. What do you think you're going to say if you are coach of Nihal? Need to bounce back here.
I mean, we look at that game. Nihal went for the counterattack and actually blundered upon. Arjun called it right away. I think Nihal just has to play a bit of a cleaner game.
Yeah.
He gave too much there. He does get away with it sometimes against some other players. It's not going to work here. So probably going to have a longer game and wait until a later stage before taking those risky moves that we know Nihal likes to do, but do it a bit later. Do it when they're a bit lower on the clock. He did it early and he got punished. He gave Arjun everything he wanted. Let's slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely like his opening choices. Nihal plays kind of everything here. So opening choice, I got to play for a win. What am I speaking about? What am I going to pick?
Well, with Nihal, it always comes, James, to London.
Yeah,
is that going to happen? I think it's a comfort pick as well. So it's not just what opening I pick that gives me the best advantage, but which one makes me the most comfortable, that I know the plans, that I can play quickly, because I think he wants a game that he's not going to spend a lot of time in the opening wondering, what am I going to do? What are the plans here? He wants comfort. I think the London system, especially for Nihal, very, very good London player, is always top of the mind.
Aren't you a London player yourself, Omar?
Yeah, he's a bit biased because I don't think that should be the pick.
What do you think the pick is, Eric?
Probably just E4.
E4 for the score, absolutely.
I mean, Nihal sometimes plays...
We'll see.
We'll see.
Maybe they can hear us, but sometimes he plays knight f3 and he just plays a quiet opening and tries to outplay you, not theoretically, but just a bit like Artemiev like that. These guys they play everything.
I do see a lot of knight f3, b3 from him. He likes to play the same thing as you mentioned with Artemiev, doing the same thing. He's getting those positions pretty quiet, but also with some venom to it as well. So these guys are ready to go, lock and loaded. Now they do have white noise in there. Have you guys played with white noise before?
Well, James, my last experience with that, I think, was chess boxing.
Ah,
so, yeah,
okay.
I've definitely played under those conditions.
That does count.
That does count. It's not, probably not quite like this, but it's a different kind of pressure. Different kind of pressure.
All right. Well, all right, guys, you are calling the shots here. Games are about to start. We are excited and we're watching.
Thank you, James. We're about to get straight into the action. Eric, a lot of pressure. We've actually witnessed this already in the first match of the day. A win early means a win on demand required for Nihal Sarin. He must be feeling the pressure.
He must be feeling the pressure. These guys are very familiar with each other, so I think there's some different emotions involved. But again, like if I'm in Nihal's shoes, like his goal is to make it the event. He did through the qualifiers. He has pressure to do well, but at least he's comforted by the fact this is where he wanted to be. In this situation against the best players in the world. Like this is what he's worked his whole career towards. And it's just whether he can, reel that in to find his best chess, but I think he's happy to be here. Like, I mean, not just as like this is what he wanted. He knew coming in that there would be situations like this.
That's right. He had to expect this, came in through the last chance qualifier. So definitely, not the easiest path, right? He's really worked to be here and definitely earned his spot just like everyone else. We see a position here a little bit more to the position that you were talking about, Eric. It's not really a knight f3, b3 opening, but what it is kind of a position that started with an English, but it looks a little bit more like a Queen's Gambit with that Grunfeld idea for black, fianchettoing and going super solid.
Well, this is the imbalance that he's gone for. He beat me last month with the bishop pair in this kind of structure. We saw him take out Alexander Bortnik in the LCQ, just a slow position with a bishop pair. It allows you to build up. Is the position really good for white? No, but it's slightly preferable. It's very solid, and it allows for lots of maneuvering. So this is the kind of long game that Nihal, I think it's a smart decision that he's going for.
Yep, and I look at the move rook f to c1. I think it's in anticipation of knight to a5 for black, knight into c4, and he wants to be able to maybe drop that bishop back to the e1 square because he wants a situation where he has the favorable imbalance. That bishop pair there, something he wants to maintain for later on in the game. He doesn't want to just have it exchanged right away.
He's going to keep the bishop pair. He's going to slowly push those kingside pawns, g3, h4. Arjun probably putting the knight on c4. You don't want it to stay on a5. And in the structure, often that knight on c4 drops back to d6. But here we already see b5 with a bit of a threat. Said Arjun's not the type to just like really give you everything. He's going to give you some tough decisions, put you under pressure when he can, because they both like to attack.
He's doing it straight away. But b5, we talk about b4 being a threat. Eric, if he steps out of the way, queen d3 or queen d1, immediately I'm looking at knight c4, because now bishop e1 is not the same as before. We got a lot of pawns hanging, b5 and b2. Do you go a6 here to just, you know, strengthen everything together, or the more kind of imbalanced knight c4?
You have to go knight c4. If a6 and white goes b3, the knight on a5 is misplaced. Here, I'm expecting bishop b1, and we might see a trade of the b pawns. But at the same time, even though you exchange the b pawns and that might be solid, that could open up the position a little bit for Nihal. I really don't see any future, though, where Nihal gives up the dark squared bishop here.
Yep. No, it's critical because he's in that must-win situation. So if the knight exchanges for the bishop on d2, what's left in the position is the bishop on g7 and the bishop on f3, opposite color bishops. We know those have drawish tendencies, but we're seeing the style of Erigaisi. Eric, is he, you know, right to stick to his style because this is his chess, or is he just giving, you know, too many opportunities for Nihal?
I think it's right. I think that's his level, his rating, his ranking. It's based on the style of chess he plays, and he thrives in active positions. And he demonstrated in the first game that he can go toe-to-toe in a sharp position.
Yep.
Even in the time scramble, he didn't blunder. He found attacking moves. He took away some of Nihal's venom. And here, based on his body language and the way he's playing, I'm absolutely for it. I mean, queen b6. If you're Nihal, you're worried, you know, I go knight c3, the queen comes in. We have some more liquidations, but it might be forced. You know, a4 doesn't really change that. Black can throw in a6, and that b pawn is going to be loose either way.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So it's a temporary
right.
sacrifice.
Yep. If the knight moves back, as you said, queen takes on b2 perhaps. So I think this plays against that a little bit. If the knight captures on a3, it'd be funny. We once again get that feature of the doubled and isolated a pawns, but white would be a pawn ahead. I don't really see any reason to do that, but what he is preventing is queen takes b2. Because now, after knight takes c4, although you can't just recapture that pawn, Eric, I think knight takes c4, maybe queen c2. I'm sure he'd be happy there.
Yeah, knight takes queen takes b2 I'm calculating, because I think Nihal is going to take on c4.
Right, we're seeing it on the board, maybe knight c4, rook c4. If you take with the rook, there is queen takes a1 as well as pawn takes c4. So not a move you would want to do.
Yeah, the risk here for Nihal is too many things get traded. He needs to keep enough material to pressure. What are you going to pressure right now? Well, on a good day, that queen on d3 will go to a6. The a7 pawn is the only weakness. I'd like to play bishop e1. I don't have time. I'd like to take on c4. I don't have time. Rook b1. He's going to trade.
And eventually he's going to be able to kick this rook out with bishop back to d1. The question is this enough of an advantage? You know, he's got the bishop pair, but black is a move away from playing. Bishop g7 to f8. If those bishops trade, I'm not seeing any advantage.
Absolutely not. So it's all about timing here. Will Nihal have enough time to play bishop c5 and at least maybe use that bishop to harass the a7 pawn? Because if bishop f8 occurs, if those dark squared bishops get traded, I really don't think he can press. He will try.
This is a pivotal
but it's too
moment.
Comfortable.
Exactly. This is really important right here. If, you know, the rook drops back to c4 or c6, it will get hit by that light squared bishop again. Bishop to e2 if rook c4. Bishop to a4 if rook c6. And, you know, bishop c5 and white invading on the b file, that's happening next.
So even though I've mentioned, you know, black's pretty close to equalizing, I think I see the plan here. Nihal's never going to trade that dark squared bishop, so if it gets attacked or a trade is offered, that bishop on b4, it might tuck itself on a5, maybe on e1, but he's simply not going to trade it off, and maybe he's going to push his own a pawn, try to push it to a6, try to fix that a7 pawn. You have to try something. So maybe a4, maybe bishop a4, but the good thing for Nihal is he's covered the second rank. So there's no rook c2 coming. He's bought himself a little bit of time.
Okay, bishop to c5, right? Has to be the move that you consider here. And the main question is, after bishop c5, are there any tricks? Just want to make sure. I don't think so. Just involving maybe knight to e4.
I wonder if rook a6 is possible. Bishop b5. No, it's a little too risky. Oh, look at this move by Erigaisi. Knight e4.
Yep.
Offering that pawn.
Knight
but there is a
C3.
knight c3 idea hitting the bishop, rook, and pawn, and you can't defend all three of them at once.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice move there. Solving his problems with activity, but right back at you, bishop d7.
Rook
and
d8. You know the next move.
Rook d8, bishop e7 sets up a really, really nice idea of white playing rook down to b8 check.
But this is a key moment now, because if white wins some time, that rook will eventually go to b7. a7 is hanging. What does Arjun do here?
Yeah, this is, I mean, you have to, first of all, keep the rook on the 8th rank, right? If you bring the rook up to c7, the same issue, rook down to b8 check. So rook a8 to guard a7. I guess that comes to mind. Okay, I think we know the next move.
He wants to pull the bishop out and then maybe move the rook. Force the bishop to go to e7. It's no longer hitting a7. Then he's ready to move the rook. So bishop e7. We know that rook a8 is likely to be played there. And at least he's not losing any material. And that bishop on g7, as soon as it gets a chance, it's going back to f8.
And he only has just enough squares for that rook to survive, by the way. Time is dead even between these two. This is a very, very razor-sharp game right now, very close. If bishop e7, rook a8, you know, every time you attack that rook, one square allows itself to free up, so the rook will not be trapped.
He's calculating rook b7 here, Amon. He's going to offer to lose his dark squared bishop like a trade and maybe have that pass c-pawn, which is very close to queening. So I think the two options here, there's bishop e7, but rook b7 looks like a way to press.
Yeah, because I don't think you can even exchange knight takes c5 after rook b7. Just c6, c7, yeah, he's going to do it, which means first thing I would think of here, Eric, is moving that a-pawn. It's attacked twice.
Are you playing a6 or a5? Every pawn move has an advantage and disadvantage.
And notice how he's been playing with such initiative, Nihal. He hasn't given Arjun time to play bishop f8. We were talking about how bishop f8, you know, that would be like almost equalizing and certainly nothing to worry about after that. But there's just been no time for that. Every single move from Nihal has come with a threat.
For a must-win game, he's doing everything he can to squeeze this position, and I like what he's doing here. This is not comfortable for black. You're just slightly worse, and your position's harder to play. I mean, you're thinking about draw, secures it. We're not close to that. He's got to just lock in here and understand he's in for a long, long grind because Nihal's pieces are starting to take over.
I'm looking at bishop b6 and just playing a4 and a5. That looks like a good enough plan to be satisfied with. The a6 pawn will be a target. It is currently on a light square. The only person with a light squared bishop is Nihal. This is a provocative move. He understands you can't take that bishop. He's trying to chase the knight away.
I love this move.
Wow.
We know we can't take, and where do you place the knight? Because some squares, you can put it on f6. But when that bishop on d7 moves, what future does that knight on f6 have? What square can it go to? You can go knight c3, but then you have to make sure your knight doesn't get trapped on the wrong side of the board. This is an excellent move by Nihal, questioning what future does that knight have? Knight f6, I will pull my bishop back to a4 or to c6. If knight c3, I'll use your move, potentially pawn to a4, push it down the board to a5, and then I get closer and closer to a situation where if I can win the a6 pawn, I'm very close to queening.
Yeah, after a4, a5, we've been mentioning how the pawn on a6 is on a light square. It means that white's light squared bishop, at some point in an endgame, if the rooks trade, can just walk up and take that pawn. There's nothing that can be done to defend it.
Probably the best move because the knight has some security on c4, still close enough to contest the queen side. But make no mistake, Nihal's pressing here. He's very comfortable. And a couple missteps margin, he can find himself in a lost endgame real fast.
Yeah, the knight is just trying to find a good square. But notice how all the squares that are available, they don't really bother the coordination of the pieces. This has been a really impressive game from Nihal, the way that he took a seemingly symmetrical pawn structure. The only advantage he had was that bishop pair. And look, he still has it some 10, 15 moves later.
I think what Arjun's looking for, Mon, is a chance for counterplay. If you ever go rook a7, I go rook b8. I'm willing to lose the a6 pawn to bring my rook to b2. So it's a waiting game for Arjun. And Nihal's going to do, that's why he hasn't played rook a7 yet. He does not want to give this rook b8 move. You see the knight on c4. That rook getting to b2 would really harass white's king.
Yeah, important rook a7, rook b8. Way too much counterplay. But if you don't play rook a7, you're never winning the pawn. So that's why he's playing king e2. He's trying to play king d3, maybe include e4 as well, but certainly bring that king to a position where rook b8 is not as much of a problem.
We just can't go king d3 yet because of bishop takes c5, followed by rook takes d7, and the tactics come, and both these guys are great at finding that. So Nihal, rook c7. He's preparing to go rook c8 if rook b8.
He must be, and that endgame is when he's willing to play. Notice how in the endgame, white's king, much better placed than black's, close to the action, and that passed pawn, that could be devastating.
Yeah, with bishops, that's why it's so important when you have the bishop pair to make sure there's pawns on both sides of the board. If there was no a pawn for either side, this would be no problem. But the inclusion of just that one pawn on a6
We're gonna see it.
gives white a push, a very serious push here, Amon.
If you trade the bishops, that might have already been a winning position for white. He couldn't. He plays a5. It looks like something is going to fall here. He can't take on c5 because the c pawn just rolls down the board. White's threatening bishop takes c4, Eric. If I can trade everything, it's completely winning for white.
And if you can trade everything and black's knight moves, there's a future that king on e2 finds itself a path to a4, picks up that pawn, and if that pawn falls, the a-pawn is just going to march down the board.
So, I mean, if you can't allow bishop takes c4, you have to play a move like this, but notice how that a-pawn is just going to be targeted by white.
It's time for a4, I think. What do you think?
Fix that pawn, bishop b6 next after a4.
The problem with the king position is some exchanges, some endgames are winning for white. Even material, the king is closer. So, for example, after a4, if you move your knight to c4, everything can be traded off, and that's a winning king and pawn endgame for Nihal. So this is one of the critical moves of the game for Arjun because he sees how he could be losing soon. Urgency is required.
So if a4, knight f5, one of the issues with bishop b6 is the black bishop gets out to b4, which I think is why Nihal correctly spends time, chases the pawn to a light square. And why is that worse? Because first of all, the pawn can't go all the way up the board. That's on white's side. Easy for the white king to just go over and capture. And if it stays where it is right now, that's a light square, and the only person that can attack the light squares reliably here is Nihal.
Yeah, after maybe white goes a3, and eventually they'll play bishop b5 and take it. No rush to do that because black's not threatening anything. Nihal is just provoking weaknesses, allowing Arjun to push that pawn closer to his position. And we're seeing a really, really good effort by Nihal to squeeze this position. And now he knows that he's got great winning chances. It's a 2-result game. His king is closer. Big pressure here.
And one thing he has to be careful of is bishop takes the knight. Even if you win one pawn, sometimes even two, Eric, you don't want bishops that are on opposite colors. Those give really, really good drawing chances.
Yeah, no opposite bishops here. I just want to move my king to b4. What is Arjun going to do to stop that? Look for counterplay. Maybe you can't stop it. You just have to try to harass the king side. But it's hard when your pieces are both unable to move. Until he decides to, his bishop on f8, not moving right now. After king e6, the knight is pinned, right?
Yep.
So after king b4, is there a trick? Pawn to a3. It's a temporary trick. Maybe, but I'm not sure it even, it even works. No.
Yeah, that pawn is going to be taken at some point. It's just a matter of time. Nihal has been, waiting for this moment, and look at this. He's taken on a4. He's finally up that pawn. He's earned that extra pawn. 2 minutes apiece. No one has a significant time edge. This is all about the board, and Nihal squeezing water from stone.
Squeezing water from stone, and I said, when you win the a-pawn, you should have a winning position. This is absolutely, with right technique, a winning position for Nihal. Can he make sure no opposite bishop endgames, find a way that he can push all of black's pieces back?
Okay, bishop to a7. There's maybe, I was thinking about knight b5, but no, not quite knight b5. Bishop a7? Is that the move that you want to try here?
I could go king
You have to keep
b4,
guarding e3.
Bishop a7. Nihal's defended everything right now. Bishop a7. I mean, maybe there's king b4.
It must be king b4 if this is the incorrect move. But you know what? It looked like the move that made the most sense. Perhaps even allowing king c6 was not right by Nihal. Might have underestimated that move.
I still don't see how black punishes it. And Nihal's in a position to start pushing that a-pawn. It's up to Arjun to figure out how to defend.
Now, taking this knight is very tempting because you know what I don't want? Knight c5 and having to play bishop takes c5. I think you have to take that knight, but you know what? What he's saying is that after bishop c5, he's going to go king back to c6. And here we go. Same color bishops, Eric. They're not opposite colors. He's got great winning chances.
Outside pass pawn. The standard plan here, push that pawn, distract the king, and then you will pick up black's kingside pawns.
Now, he has to move the bishop. There's only one square, f8, right? Moving back to a7 will just repeat with king b7. So this move is 100% forced.
But he does spot it immediately, which is very impressive. Taking away Arjun's threat of bishop e1 check. And again, you want to time it properly. You want to push that a-pawn, distract black's pieces, and put yourself in a position to then pick off the king side.
This is a position with great winning chances for Nihal. He's got the extra pawn. It's on the outside of the board. He's also up on time. This is looking like a comeback in the making.
And now with that time advantage, he's got multiple win conditions. He doesn't need to push that anytime soon. He can take his time. e4. I think black might go d4 here. You don't want to push on dark squares, but what else do you do?
It makes sense, though. This is usually what you want. And by the way, look at every single white pawn. The opposite color of black's bishop, which means this is a position that Nihal can play forever. Not only is he winning on the board, Eric, but this is a position, even if it was equal, I think he would win.
Yeah, if you trade the bishops off, white will eventually bring the king back to c4, play f4, and you'll have two pass pawns. Black can't deal with that. Arjun has to keep the dark squared bishop on the board. But again, those pawns on dark squares, Nihal has to figure out a setup where he can push that a-pawn or try to win e5. Or this is even better.
Yeah.
He's just maintaining the time advantage.
Bishop
it's winning
d2.
anyways. Bishop d2 and probably f4.
Yep, bishop d2. First thing to calculate is, can it be taken? Black plays king a5. You have to make sure you're on top of that calculation. You do not want to mess this up now. He realizes he can. I would have even said, wait, what about the move f4? But he realizes he doesn't need to rush. h4 is another move. Pawns all on dark squares here.
Nihal's taking time here. The other plan is to just shuffle. He can probably win this on the clock.
Yep.
He's looking for a breakthrough. Is f4 playable? It's playable. Is it winning for sure? I couldn't tell you. And he's spending too much time, in my opinion, figuring that out.
He is. And you know what? He just needs to go back to basics. He's a very quick player. He can play this position for a win on the clock. Black has to move the king now.
Ah.
But if you move the king up, there is d3.
And then bishop e1 supporting it. Nihal's taking too much time here.
Way
you
too
didn't need
much
to do
time.
this, Saman. He was up on time.
He has to
now
move.
He's trying to win the game on the chessboard. That's not all you have to do.
Yep.
14 to 21. Look at Arjun's progress here.
And now you can't even play bishop d2 maybe because, you know, you're not sure if that calculation works.
He's running out of moves.
He's finally pre-moving. This is dangerous, though.
But he's not pre-moving everything.
I love that idea, but it's too little too late in terms of
8
on the
seconds
board.
to 13. We're going to see a time scramble here. Nihal has to win this game. He has to keep enough material on the board. 6 to 10.
I don't think he's going to be able to do it. The bishop's trapped.
Why did he slow down so much?
It's trapped.
He can move back and forth a bit. 3 seconds to 8.
No, white needs to do something incredible. Oh, he misses it.
This queen comes in.
Oh my goodness, and Arjun gets a queen and wins. Arjun Erigaisi from Genji wins 2-0.
That is incredible, Mon. That was a lost position and lost on the clock. And we've seen this before. He never went into bullet mode. And he's one of the best players in the world.
The best.
And,
goodness.
And he just forgot.
I
He
can't
tried to
believe
play
it.
too accurate. He could have pre-moved.
Sometimes in chess, your position is so good that you're sitting there and all you want to do is play the best move, but he needed to let that go and just play the clock game.
Yeah, what a reversal. I really was 100% sure that Nihal, out of all people, when he's up 20 seconds in a winning position. Wow.
Yeah, that's truly something, because you know what? In that spot, I just can't believe that Arjun Erigaisi managed that defense. In chess, it's so difficult when you have all your pawns on the same color as your bishop. He created activity. He played easy moves. I'm impressed with the way Arjun handled that position.
Yeah, when you take a look at it, it wasn't just Nihal losing that game. Arjun made Nihal think. And every single move, Nihal thought, I'm winning, there should be a move. But because of that stubborn defense, he didn't see anything he was satisfied with. And he was just frustrated and kept spending more time. Arjun earned that. If he had just given up or tried to flag him sooner and given, like, look, you're going to have a winning position, but I'm going to try to flag you, he didn't do that. He still tried to play accurately in a lost position. And in the end, that earned him a match victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's really impressive because this was looking like it was going to go the same path as the previous match that we witnessed. It looked like it was going to be a comeback by Nihal, but amazing for Arjun Erigaisi to take that one 2-0. No Armageddon in this one, and it looked all but likely one of the best speed chess players in the world, especially low on time. Eric, it's amazing to see, and we have James Canty down there with your winner.
I am here with the winner of the match, Arjun Erigaisi here of Gen G. Arjun, congratulations actually on your win. Can you take us through a little bit of what your plan might have been going in today's match with Nihal, as you've known him for a long time? You guys have played, of course, a lot of games. So what was your game plan for today?
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things was I wanted to play fast and avoid a mutual time scramble because he was very fast.
Right. He's extremely fast, absolutely, as we know. So in the other game there, of course, he definitely had some in-game chances and he won there, or he could have won. He had some chances, but you kept your confidence and your stoicness. And I always notice that you're very calm. You're very calm, and you always have like a zen type of thing where nothing really rattles you, even when you lose. What is that, or how do you actually stay locked in like that?
To an extent, it just comes naturally. And yeah, about the end game, yeah, he had chances, but it's not that easy to convert because my pawn on d4 can always be dangerous because it's a protected pass pawn.
Right.
And yeah, I just kept playing here and there, and it was on him to make progress.
Did you have any opening choices that you might have went for if he went for, let's say he chose something else? Did you have anything planned already, like opening choices wise?
Yeah, the first game was clearly something I planned, and black game I thought I'll just take it from there.
Awesome. And last question here is, how are you enjoying your stay here in Saudi Arabia? Is this your first time, or have you been here before?
My first time in Saudi, and it's been great. The whole esports atmosphere is so chill, and I'm loving it.
Looking forward to seeing you play more. Congratulations on your win today. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, James, for another wonderful interview with our winner, Arjun Erigaisi of Gen G. Arjun, calm as ever in the interview, as he was in the game. Insane, insane. What did you think of that match?
Yeah, very impressive by Arjun. Won a really nice game with the white pieces. And he did a really good job hanging in there with black, because he was in a losing position, but he hung in there, and he managed to even win that game.
For sure. I mean, crazy for a 21-year-old. He's broken 2800. You know, calm BBM during game 1, during game 2 as well. But when we heard that Arjun needed to step up his tempo because he was not doing that well in his game, it didn't matter at the end. It did not matter at the end. Do you think Nihal could have done more to push for his win there, or do you think that it was sort of a tough fight at the end?
Yeah, Nihal definitely must be heartbroken. I mean, he was winning in game number 2, but he just was struggling to find that final push to win the game. Arjun hung in there, and as a result, Nihal got too low on time, and in the end, Arjun even won. So, yeah, I'm sure Arjun is happy. Nihal must be heartbroken, because an Armageddon would seem to be quite likely.
Absolutely. I mean, Arjun has really earned his screen name, the Iceman. That was crazy. What are your thoughts on that match?
Yeah, in fact, the match was absolutely incredible there. As seeing Arjun, again, as I was talking to him in the interview, was like, Arjun actually is so like calm at all the time. Even when he loses games, he's the same when he loses as when he wins. So it's something to really learn from when it comes to emotion and psychology and how you actually handle the nerves there. So I think that was really nice there. Of course, you saw the agony and just the hurt on Nihal's face there because he knew he had the win there at the same time. So pretty awesome at the end of the day. But we still have more chess to be played here. So Nemo, last thoughts on the match there. What do you think?
It was a treat for us. I do feel a little bit like we could have had an Armageddon, and that would have also been crazy. But very well-deserved win, as James has said, for Arjun Erigaisi to win that in the end, having a winning position, not just winning on time, but having a winning position. Pretty impressive stuff, right? Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, like James said, he is not faced even if he's in a losing position. He just hangs in there, keeps finding good moves, and in the end, it just proved too difficult for Nihal to find the win. So really impressive defense by Arjun there. Yeah, I think there was some bishop endgames in these type of time controls are quite tough. Obviously, we have no increment in these 10-minute format games, so getting that endgame down, it's difficult.
Absolutely here. Wow, look at the replay here as we had some moves on the board there. Very fast chess. And it was just Arjun's day at the end of the day, right? Arjun was able to get it done. So that endgame was very tough there again for for Nihal. Nihal definitely felt that. As we know, every win and every match lost counts, of course, where it gets closer to getting that key crushed and your opponent, or at least the team, moving on to win some of that prize money here. So, of course, that's only one match here, but how do I feel back if I am Nihal and even Arjun too as well, moving through the rest of the matches today and etc. just for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, if you're Arjun, I think he definitely must be feeling good. Going into this tournament, you never really know what to expect. Nihal already played in the qualifier, but for Arjun, it's the first time he actually sits down here and plays. So if you win the first match, that always gives you a lot of confidence. You start to feel a lot better. And now he only needs to win one more to make it to the next stage. For Nihal, it's another story, though. I mean, I guess he must have been feeling good after qualifying from the last chance qualifier. And losing the first match is pretty tough, but the good thing for him is he still has one life left, right? If he wins 2 more matches, he's still in the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, we will be able to tell you later in the day when Nihal and who Nihal will be playing, but we do have another very exciting match coming up.
Very exciting match. Who is that, Bach? Who's the other match coming up, bro?
We have Farouja from Team Falcons against Wei Yi from Weibo Gaming. So that's going to be an exciting matchup, Nemo. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, we are actually going to be seeing the youngest ever 2800 versus the youngest ever 2700. So this will be a battle of 2 very young players once again.
Very aggressive chess from both of them. I'm a fan of both of their play here, but you guys are going to have to stick around because we're going to take a break and we'll be back after this.
And ladder, my ex-piss got my new ones better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want to cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry river shit on dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up. I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man saying safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. Playground, better watch your man saying safe out. Some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let her shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but don't want to cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. Some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss got my new ones better.
Water, water, running as fast as you can. Slow down, can't keep up. Don't think I have any more left. Out of breath, out of breath. Tired, tired, I can't take the pain no more. Yet you insist on making puddles on the floor. Been here before. Been here before. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can mercy, mercy. None from my head down to my toes. Immobilized, as if my brain completely froze. Colder I go. Colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours? Say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, easy. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance. For everything they carried with them.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are still here and got more matches to play. We're all excited here, just as excited as you are at home watching today. I'm FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined by WGM Nemo and Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. Guys, we have another match coming up and another heated one too as well. Nemo, let's talk about that one.
It's going to be intense. I mean, we are seeing the face-off between the youngest ever 2800, Alireza Firouzja, versus the youngest ever 2700, which is Wei Yi, who is sitting right behind me. I mean, this is going to be an intense match.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say Firouzja should be a slight favorite. I mean, he outrates Wei Yi in these rapid time controls, but Wei Yi, a very strong player as well. But I'm going to give the edge to Firouzja. I feel like he's been at these events for a long time. He's always at the top in the Champions Chess Tour, the Speed Chess Championship, the Bullet Chess Championship. And Wei Yi, we don't always see him here. So in my book, Firouzja also one of the pre-tournament favorites. So I'm definitely giving him the edge in this one.
Absolutely. We always hear when we talk about Firouzja all the time, but then Wei Yi, of course, being sometimes unpredictable, not knowing what he's actually capable of, even winning some event recently. Actually, I remember where he was actually able to knock out Norderbeck with the Alekhine with the black pieces. Do you remember that tournament, Bach? Do you remember what that was?
I know he won White Kenzie Tadastil last year. Perhaps it's this one?
It was actually something sort of this year, but I can't remember what that tournament was. But it was a very strong tournament. All the players was there. He ended up winning. So he's capable of actually, winning against Farouja here. It's only a 2-game match. Anything can and will happen, in fact, here, Nemo.
Absolutely. I mean, I do think we should point out that, Wei hasn't necessarily played maybe as much Blitz or Bullet as Alireza has. He has actually been going to university recently. In fact, just graduated from Tsinghua last year. So we'll see how they play. This is going to be interesting.
Nice pronunciation there, Nemo. That was nice.
Thanks, James.
That was nice, right? I was not going to get that one. Yeah, not at all. But, of course, so we're excited to play here as we see Farouja and Wei Yi ready. And they also bring sometimes their own mice or their own keyboards or whatever makes them feel very comfortable there. So we are excited to play here. Any last words here before we bring the casters in, Bach and Nemo?
I do want to say that we were perhaps snooping a little bit on Alireza over there. He was doing some puzzle rush for warm-up.
That's how he warms up.
Yeah, whereas Wei Yi was kind of just chilling. He was just like, just sitting there.
Chill, locked in. He always looks like that too, just vicious, locked in. But of course, sometimes he does show emotional faces. I have seen him shake his head before and etc. Just understanding that it may not be his position. Bach, any last words?
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. I think Farouja is the favorite, but Wei Yi is capable of beating anyone, so we'll see what will happen.
Absolutely. We will see what happens. We'll be watching from the back room on our end. But in the meantime, thanks to our analysts here, as we are going to bring in our casters that are going to call all of the action here. Farouja ready to go. Wei Yi, his opponent there on the other side, of course, as they are going to be ready. Farouja and Wei Yi. Let's bring on the casters here. We have ourselves Grandmaster Ramon Hamilton and Grandmaster Eric Hansen calling all of the action. Let's go, boys.
Thank you, James. Yeah, let's go indeed. And Eric, I kind of had this match on my short list of matches that would be the most entertaining from this initial round. Alireza Farouja and Wei Yi.
Definitely Alireza, I think everyone's very familiar with. Wei Yi as well. He's been at the top for a long time. He likes tactics. He likes calculation. I mean, I think people have noticed in this time format, the games end up exciting one way or another. The clock puts so much pressure on the players on the games that you're pretty much guaranteed at some point there's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, 100%. Alireza Farouja against Wei Yi. This is an interesting matchup because Wei Yi is someone that, maybe the larger audience might not know too much about, but this is a chess prodigy, right? He's one of the most talented players to come out of China, and he's here representing Weibo Gaming. I'm excited to see some fireworks between these two, but Eric, this initial position, kind of surprising. This looks very mellow, a bit more solid than I was expecting.
Yeah, Alireza, well, you see that heart rate there. He's, I don't know, he's maybe a little bit nervous. I don't read too much into that, but it is solid. But you know what? I think the idea of playing a long game with lots of pieces on the board, I think the players are realizing that's a good strategy. Well, you don't need to allow too many forcing moves. Wei Yi is a very, very well prepared player, and we have a position that, okay, might not give White the most winning chances with the queens off, but there's play, there's ideas of grabbing space, and Alireza, we know his ability in time scrambles and whatnot, that he would probably be pretty comfortable playing a shortened format against someone like Wei Yi.
Yeah, completely agree. I'm looking at this position. I like to move bishop to f4. Normally what White does is they want to play b4. So the pawn moves up to b4, and then maybe the knight from f3 can drop back to d2, maybe over to b3, and even out to the a5 square. But in order to attack that b7 pawn for black, it helps to control the b8 square. So I like bishop f4 to start, and the moves that I would be looking at next are probably b4, e3, knight d2, knight b3, knight a5.
Yeah, if White gets everything they want, I mean, that is how they play, b4, knight b3, knight a5. Black often has to react. I mean, you can play a6 as black and just try to play solid, but the alternative, try to strike in the center. Maybe that knight on f6 moves to e4. Maybe after that, the pawn on f7 can go up to f5. Black needs to come up with some active counterplay, or you can play very passive. I don't really recommend that for the time format, just giving your opponent a bit of a space advantage and some ideas. And knowing Wei Yi, he's a concrete player. I think he's going to try to play in the middle, try to figure out how can I delay this plan or get Alireza thinking? Is there any way for me to make e5 work in some position? It's not happening yet, but at some point, maybe get the rook on e8, tuck the bishop in. White's job, contain e5. Once you contain e5, you can look towards this knight e2, knight b3 idea. But even if you don't play knight d2, knight b3 right away, it's lingering. It can happen later in the game. I want to make sure black doesn't come back in the center first.
Yeah, and this is a good point. You mentioned knight e4. Playing it now makes a lot of sense before the move knight d2 is played, because if you played knight d2 now, that knight's never making it to b3 and a5. You can exchange it off. And also, if you capture the knight in the middle, the bishop can recapture. All of a sudden, the bishop is happy to potentially take on f3, and knight d2 is prevented due to the pin once again. So knight e4 prevents all those plans that we were talking about for Alireza.
And speaking about the structure, white wants to keep at least one knight on the board. When you have this semi-open A file, you have the doubled B pawns, black often will play A6 at some point. A6 not being played here, Wei Yi's playing very aggressively. I'm not used to seeing B6, by the way. Actually, wow.
The computer agrees. Eric, I'm as shocked as you. This move is not standard for this structure. The more common A6 was the solid approach, moving the other pawn and keeping that pawn chain, right, all connected to one another. This is very provocative and potentially just, you know, an error. Is it too early to call it that?
I don't think so. I think Wei Yi could have just taken on c3 even, and played bishop e4 and then a6, and even that position looks pretty hard to break through for white. But b6, the reason it's often not played is when the timing is right, sometimes white can play the move b5 right now. Maybe not here, but the idea of b5 is to provoke black to take on b5 with the pawn and push c6 with the c5 pawn. He's not going for that. I don't know if the players, again, I haven't calculated too much there, but that's often the way to punish b6, and maybe it doesn't work. g5.
And one of the things about Alireza and Wei Yi, I know them to be very dynamic, you know, players, very tactical. So b6 actually suits Wei Yi. I wonder if he's going to follow up with a5. Pure chaos on the board on the queen side. That's usually pretty tough to meet, especially as an important detail. White is not castled, so the rooks are not defending one another. I think a5, I mean, it could be tough to react to. You mentioned the move b5. It might be that.
a5 is the move to look for. When you play b6, you want to destabilize this pawn chain. You need it a5 as well. a5 coming. That will force Alireza to come up with something big. If he doesn't play a5, it means there's something he doesn't like. It's usually this b5 move. I'm not sure about taking on g5 because that does bring the rook into play. On the other hand, that bishop on h7, if it ever gets harassed, can probably move over to f5.
Yeah, the bishop on h7 is definitely happier after this move. And the question is, are we going to see that a5 move get played? No, rook over to c8. I mean, he's definitely investing a lot on the queen side here. If he doesn't play a5, Eric, I think the position is just going to be bad. Notice how if black captures on c5 with the pawn, you can't play rook to b8 as black because the white bishop on f4. And rook a6 is a fantastic move to just illustrate that, because now if you don't get a5, I'm really nervous about the whole b6 idea.
Yeah, if you don't get an a5, then you have to watch over b6. You can't afford to lose b6 in a lot of lines. And rook a6, not only does it stop a5, but in the future, Alireza would like to maybe castle and swing another rook on the a file, and it's extremely hard to defend the a7 pawn. So the last couple of moves, I mean, don't quite understand the idea of b6 without following it up with something aggressive.
That's right. Yep. And at this point, pawn takes on b6 is threatened, so the only idea is to kind of bring the knight to b8 and then bring it back. But the issue, Eric, is you can castle here, and notice Alireza played rook a2. He's making space already for rook now on f1 to go to a1. So if you come with a5, as was probably a good move a couple moves ago, it doesn't work the same way. Rook over to a1 pins the pawn to the rook on a8. Wei Yi might be in serious trouble here.
No, the last thing you want to do, he's down on time, and white does have an initiative now. Rook a1 is coming. When you play b6, yeah, you don't want to take on c5. That did not improve the position for black. If anything, it just undoubles white's pawns. That's a plus for Alireza. This is a critical junction here for Wei Yi. The initiative is coming. Alireza is not a guy you want to play from behind against. And Well, I'm just a little confused. The way he's such a solid player, b6 is not even, I mean, he can play tactical when the position requires it, but b6 just feels like it's neither.
It was unprovoked as well.
Yeah.
He didn't have to do it. Wasn't necessary. You know, this feels like a bit of an unforced error. Why b6 when a6 was so solid and available? This might suit his style, but then I'm critical of perhaps the move rook c8, a bit slow when maybe a5 would have kept things going. So one way or another, it's worked out in a position that I think Alireza is really enjoying. He knows that the b8 square is covered by the bishop, never worried about it opening up. He has an easy next move, rook f to a1. He can count on that, Eric, against just about anything from his opponent.
Yeah, the moves come too easy, and that's a big factor. When players get low on time, sometimes it's like, well, the position was objectively okay, but one side had a plan, they had an easier to play position. Here, White has an easier to play position, has a plan. Wei doesn't have anything. He's got to decide, okay, you played knight e4, but you just leave it there. What other piece can he improve now? What can he do with this impeding rook a1 idea? I thought he was going to fight more directly in the center. That's not happening. I really don't like his decision-making right now. f6 is played at least.
Yeah, that covers the e5 square. One thing I was thinking about rook to a1. When it happens, I think that Wei Yi might try to play a5 anyway. I mean, you don't want to allow rook to a1, and then White just takes on a7. The knight on d7 would be hanging, the bishop hanging behind it. That's very, very scary. So I'm thinking he wants to play a5. Hopefully, Alireza takes it, and then he can take the other pawn on c5 and really shake things up. I think that he wants a position that is more open and imbalanced, and we can tell he's looking for an imbalance based on that move. Might not be the best move, Eric, but he's looking for something because he doesn't want to just lose a pawn for nothing.
No, he had to go for something. This is one of the ideas. It's a little slow because Wei Yi committed his rooks c8. The rook is stuck on a8. It would be nice to have that rook on e8 maybe supporting the e5 push. Right now, the timing doesn't work. Alireza has everything covered. a7, that threat, it's finally here.
It's completely hanging,
and just going down a pawn. It's not just going down a pawn. That'll also grant White the a file. With that a file, you get a rook on a7. You start harassing the 7th rank. You can also start attacking the weak pawns of black, which are on c6 and e6. It's just a one-way street plus a pawn up.
Yep.
Things are looking
I'm
very
looking
good.
at the time as well. 2-minute time edge. That's reflective of the position, right? This is a difficult position for Wei Yi to be in. He doesn't have an e5 break. He's losing the a7 pawn on the next move. It's tough to even find a way to play. I'm starting to get desperate. I'm looking at g5, g4 to try to destabilize the d4 pawn. He's gone for the move that I was calling out earlier, but I mean, it's just a mistake at this point. You can grab pawns. Alireza is not even blinking. He says, thanks very much for the extra pawn.
Thanks very much for the extra pawn, and maybe thank you for the passed pawn. He can take b takes a5, push that pawn up, probably to a6 if necessary. He doesn't have to, but that's just an outside passed pawn for Alireza. And the time advantage is severe right now. Wei Yi in big, big trouble. What can he stir up here? He's got that bishop on h7, bishop on f6. They'd like to join the game. They're okay right now, but he needs more than that. He needs to make up the deficit. He needs to create counterplay. With knight
c5?
d7?
I mean, is that the only idea, Eric? Pawn to c5, trying to, you know, destabilize that d4 pawn. Maybe put some pressure on the c3 knight. It basically looks like the only pawn move available. I've mentioned the move g5 earlier. I still don't mind it, right? G5 and G4 is an idea, but it just, nothing feels quick enough.
Nothing feels quick enough. Alireza going for an exchange. Maybe he plays e3 and just gets ready to bring the knight around. I wonder when he's going to play a6. I wonder if he's ever going to try to play a6, a7. I don't think you need to do it yet. But he needs to do something here because at least Wei Yi now is threatening something. He's starting to take the knight on f3, take on d4, you know, get that bishop in the game. So there is a bit of a decision to be made for White. Can you play knight e5? Do you really want to trade that? Not so sure.
Yeah, there's also still this g5, g4 idea just to hit both of the pieces. c5 is available. You know, there is a possibility, Eric, that these rooks on a2 and a1 can feel a bit clumsy in a way. They're both supporting the a-pawn, but black, you know, only has to commit one rook, the rook on a8, to cover that. Instead, the rook on c8 after c5 can go for a lot of counterplay. So if you're not careful as Alireza, the rooks can feel a little offside.
They can feel offside, and you don't want to be in a situation where you've committed everything to the a-pawn, but you don't have any pieces ready to kick away the rook on a8. How is Alireza, if you were to push that pawn or leverage it, how can he actually remove the bishop on a8? You'd like to get your light squared bishop in the game. Not easy. Look at black. He's got pawns on c6, d5. That diagonal is very hard to contest. So if you're not doing that, maybe I'm looking at exchanges and trying to play with limited material on the board, just to at least take away even some of the risk that he overplays his hand. So I'm looking at e3, b4. That is a very interesting move. He's sacrificing a pawn, but he's got the bishop pair.
That tells me, Eric, that he might have been concerned about some of the things we were talking about. The c5 move for black. Also the rooks being, too far to the side and not in the action. He solved both of those problems, but obviously it costed him a full pawn to do so.
Not just the pawn, the bishop on d4 is in the game, so it definitely breathes life into Weiyi's position. And the question for Alireza is, he's not up material anymore. What he needs is to activate the bishops. How can he get that bishop, that light squared bishop, that's the bishop that black doesn't have. Look at all the weak pawns for black. e6, c6. How can we get the bishop on g2 into the game, make an impact?
Yeah, bishop back to g2. Initially, after bishop g2, I was thinking, oh, the knight should just jump into c4, a nice routine move, but we see a lot of thought put into this move by Weiyi. I wonder if he's thinking about knight g6 or even knight back to d7, but remember, the rook on a2 is swinging over to c2 next, putting pressure on the c6 pawn. I thought that knight c4 was going to be an automatic move here.
Well, knight c4, I'm wondering, he's worried about rook c2 anyways, and the exchange sacrifice.
Right.
Knight c4, rook a to c2, and Alireza might be willing to give up that exchange to open up the bishop, pick up more material, and I don't think he'd be risking anything there. I don't think that's a easy defensive task where he's spent time and decided to play it anyways, but I'm really looking at it. I think it should be played.
Yep, and you can throw in the move e3 ahead of time and then bring the rook over. All of that works out the exact same. Those two pawns on b4 and a5 for white, plus the two bishops barreling down on the a8 and b8 squares on the long diagonals, that is more than enough compensation. White definitely has an edge here. It's reflected on the clock as well.
Yeah, those are the worst positions to play when you're down in time because white sacrificed material. Those bishops are hard to get to. So Weiyi will just be permanently defending, and he won't be able to trade off pieces. He can trade off that bishop on g2 with his rooks. I mean, it's just too long ranged. He's shuffling the knight around now, but this is getting worse and worse. Alireza is making progress.
Notice how he's not taking on e5. He's not looking to enter a position with opposite color bishops. Once again, we saw it in the previous match, Eric. He's maintaining the bishop pair.
And there's no reason to give easy decisions, easy moves. You take on e5, not only is it opposite bishops, but it just gives black an easy move. I'm going to recapture. Keep the tension, keep the pressure, keep the tough decisions, target the c6 pawn, just maintain, nurture that time advantage.
He would love to play the move b5. He plays rook over to c2. I think he may have underestimated this move. Will he actually take on e5 now? It doesn't look good. He's dropping the b pawn. All of a sudden, Weiyi's kind of coming to life a little bit.
Yeah, if Weiyi can get opposite bishops, get some dark squares going, that is counterplay. I mean, the a pawn on a6, it looks good, but white has shifted the pieces in a way that you can't push it anymore.
Yep, this is starting to become a very dynamic position. In fact, we might see the move. Oh, he actually decides to take. Okay, I think he did not like the look of his position, and Weiyi playing very quickly. He anticipated that entire line.
Wow. He can try to play on the dark squares. Black can go for the dark squared blockade, and now white has no more pieces to contest that.
Yeah, rook e7 can be played here. You don't have to trade, and he does so. The black rook can also go to a4. Keep in mind the time here, Eric, but I think Weiyi is going to be playing with some big momentum.
You know that I played Weiyi in Bullet, in the past year, and he's actually quite strong there. So not to be underestimated if he gets really low. At the same time, you don't want to play a Bullet position against Alireza down 15 seconds. So if you're Weiyi, stabilize, play faster, make up a bit of time. Opposite bishops, really unfortunate in time trouble.
That's right, and I mean, we're talking about Alireza Firouzja,
that's a big find, Amon.
Team Falcons. He just played the best move in the position. He is the current bullet chess champion, and that is 1 minute chess. That's exactly what we're playing.
He's going for e5, Amon. He's trying to lock out the bishop. If you play d3, he's still going e5 potentially.
Yep, he wants to play e5, bishop coming to c4. Also, after e5, there's even f5 as well with bishop c4.
That bishop is running out of space on f6. If black allows e5, that bishop has nowhere to go but h4. That's not a good square.
Yep.
You can,
c4 is screaming for that bishop.
You want bishop c4, king g4, rook f2 check. This is looking worse and worse. One bishop's dominating the other.
Yep, and there is pawn to f5 as well. Of course, pawn to e5, but pawn to f5 wins that
It's a check, though. Do you play king g4? Do you go further down the board? Is he confident in his calculation? I think so.
Watch out, king g4, rook g3 check, king takes h4, rook g1. He might be nervous about potential checkmate threats. Otherwise, why not play king g4?
He's nervous, but I think he's going for it. What are we missing? March the king up, prepare your f5 move, and there it is. But he's lost his time advantage.
Okay, there's bishop e1. Rook g3 is an absolutely huge move in the position. And wait, rook g3, is it possible here? He's playing the move f5 next.
Wait, he's going for a check. The king has a good square. And what a find him on g5.
Yep, he's actually finding a way to defend it. But you know what's funny? The pawn on a6. Did he forget about it? Because he found a way to save material, but the a-pawn.
Yeah, that rook is pinned, and there's almost no way to stop it. King takes g6. Do you push a7 here? Probably not. You might be worried about checkmate. Alireza here doesn't need to do that. His win condition on the board and on the clock. He's up 10 seconds. Now he's forcing the bishop back. The conversion is coming.
I wonder if you could play
that's
d3.
The blunder. That's the blunder.
Oh my
there goes
goodness.
The bishop down to 16 seconds and a resignation.
Alireza Firouzja, Team Falcons, gets the victory over Wei Yi in game number 1. Eric, that was incredible to watch. The blunder at the end, two of the best players low on time, but Alireza Firouzja, it did feel like a very methodical game from him after that b6 move from Wei Yi earlier.
Once he had the initiative, he never let go. I mean, there's never a position where we liked Wei Yi's position.
Right.
And based on the clock as well, he was never really fully in the game. Not a position you want to be in. So I thought in terms of game planning and how things played out, Wei Yi's got to be disappointed with that b6 move because that's all it takes. I think that one move dictated this game.
Yeah, it sounds crazy to say that, but that's exactly right. That b6 move, if it was a6 instead, that would have been much different.
Yeah, a-pawn won the game for Alireza.
Yeah, that's a position that, you know, the players have seen before, played before. It's been explored. It's kind of confusing why he went for that b6. You know, maybe he wanted a more dynamic game, but against Alireza Firouzja, wouldn't recommend it. And it looks like we are getting set for the second game. You know, the players, they're ready to go, Eric. It's the type of thing that after a game like that, you just want to hit the rematch button and get things going.
Yeah, shocking, I would say, for Wei Yi. Not very characteristic for him to just give Alireza such an easy game plan and initiative. Now, with the white pieces, though, Wei Yi is very dangerous. He's very well prepared, theoretician, especially e4, e5. He has so much experience there because his opponents, I mean, even in China, most of the top Chinese players are e5 players. So he spends a lot of time looking at this and figuring out what can I do to make my opponent uncomfortable. It's not all about like finding the most theoretically challenging moves, but he's got ideas. He needs it against Alireza here because this is a must-win game. Game 2, Alireza Firouzja playing black against Wei Yi, only needing a draw.
That's exactly right. And we've actually seen this now in every single match, Eric. We saw the comeback, right? We saw an Armageddon in an earlier match. Is it going to happen here? But there's something about these elite players under pressure. We've always seen the player that needs to win on demand. We've actually seen them have great chances to do so. So I commend all the players that lose the first game. They've all managed to come back and generate something. So let's see if Wei Yi can sort of follow the footsteps. And he's got the white pieces here.
He's got the white pieces, and in these positions that are somewhat symmetrical, white wants to gain a bit of space. That often comes in the form of pawn to d4 at the right time. But before that, maybe you play h3. Sometimes you play a4. Do you take on b6? Generally not. Black is comfortable with the structure after a takes b6. However, if black ever pushes that a7 pawn, then you might take on b6, pulling that c pawn towards the queen side, having one less pawn in the center for black. So Wei Yi, he's going to take his time, try to make some useful moves. But once those run out, it's up to him to imbalance the position and put pressure on Alireza.
Yeah, we see slow moves here, h3. He's just getting a feel for how Alireza is going to play the position. Curiously, we haven't seen the move d6 yet from Alireza, a standard move in order to get the bishop developed. But he's delaying it for a reason here. And because he just played the move rook e8, it almost makes me wonder, is he maybe intending knight a5 because the e-pawn is defended there? No, he just goes right back into sort of standard stuff with d6.
Well, now knight a5 might be an idea. And so I wonder if a3 or a4 is going to be played. a3 fairly common as well. But the decision.
Okay, captures first. He could include it now, right? a3, a4. Instead, pawn to d4. He's opening the center, but at the expense of a lot of trades.
A lot of trades. Normally, black is okay with this. Wei Yi has an idea. I mean, those doubled B pawns aren't the worst. If you can keep them there, at least that's something for white to play against.
Dan, Alireza very quickly, by the way, responds with bishop to d7. Now, it seems unusual. For example, why would you allow white to play d5, attacking the knight, gaining more space? But that actually blocks the bishop on c4 for white completely. So you don't want to, you know, put that pawn right in front of your bishop and totally ruin its scope. As soon as you play d5, black just reshuffles the knight, knight e7, knight g6. So we might see this tension in the center between the d4 and e5 pawns stay there for a while.
With this a4 move, I was saying, if you're going to double the pawns, a4 is a normal follow-up. You don't want to let those doubled b pawns expand. If black had a bunch of time, probably would reroute that knight on c6 to g6 and try to push that b6 pawn up to b5, whether it's supported by c6 and b5 or if you can get b5 right away. The point of a4 is to freeze the pawn on b6, and there's going to be certain positions that put a bit of pressure on black. You want to, like for example, if black ever moves the knight on c6 and he wants to push that pawn on c7, when that pawn pushes, then all of a sudden that b6 pawn will be a little loose. These are some long-term strategic goals. The position is okay for black, but Wei Yi has an idea. When I see a4, it means, you know what, he's looking towards a long game. He doesn't mind playing an end game. And in some position, he'll have the argument that things are pretty balanced, but I have a bit of a better structure on the queen side. I'm going to try to push that.
Okay, queen to c8 has just been played by Alireza, right? a4 feels like one of those slow, methodical moves, playing against the pawn structure. Queen c8, you actually have to respect the idea of bishop takes h3, and white's move rook e3. It looks like it's taking care of that, right? You don't want to sacrifice on h3 now, but let's be honest, that was a real consideration for Alireza.
Yeah, when you win that pawn on h3 or sack, there's perpetual ideas. You have the attack, but also sometimes a perpetual. Rook e3, I like. What does white want? He wants black to take on d4. If you take on d4, then that knight on f3 jumps to d4. Then you see that rook on e3. It has mobility. It can go to g3. The queen on d1 would love to be centralized on a place like d4. Alireza is certainly not going to take on d4 unless he's forced to.
Right.
So now, again, a lot of tension in the middle, up to Wei Yi to continue to develop his pieces and find useful moves until Alireza is at a point where maybe he runs out of squares and he has to take on d4, but it's up to Wei Yi to figure that out. Sometimes you can play b3 here, sometimes queen d2. Rook a5 is an interesting move. That maybe there's some future where Alireza says, you know what, I will take on d4, but the reason is I want that rook on a5 to swing over to g5 and put pressure on the g2 pawn.
Yeah, kind of meeting Wei Yi's idea with the idea of his own. Rook e3 intends maybe rook g3 in the future. Well, rook a5 over to g5. Maybe black will actually get there first. And remember, rook on g5 pins the g2 pawn in front of white's king, which means that bishop captures h3 is not just a sacrifice. It actually wins material. So you have to be a little afraid of those ideas. And also, if Wei Yi ever captures on e5 here, you're not just exchanging pawn for, pawn on d4 for the pawn on e5. If you take back with the d pawn, you're trading the d4 pawn for the d6 pawn. And it's not always a trade that you want to do. Bishop b5, Eric, locking that rook out and preventing the lateral idea that we were just discussing.
Yeah, preventing that lateral idea and just prolonging the game. Like, when you play a move like bishop b5, it's not evident right away, but if he ever needs to really imbalance, maybe there's some future where he does give that bishop for that knight. Maybe there's some future where Wei Yi tries to play rook b1 and b4 now that the rook is locked. No matter what, he wants to keep the tension in the middle Doesn't want to push that d4 pawn to d5 yet. He really, really, really wants black to play e takes d4, and he's going to wait and wait and wait as long as possible.
And it looks easier for Wei Yi to wait because he's got that little bit more space. You see the cramped position for black. Knight on c6, bishop d7, queen c8. White's position, you can play queen d2, queen d3, slide the rook on a1 over, play b3 to stabilize. Feels like there's a lot of small, useful moves, and that's why you see knight b4, a more committal move. You want to, get those bishops exchanged. You want some clarity in the position because I think it favors white to just keep the tension and keep things going.
I think it does for sure. Knight b4, I like that move. Wei Yi probably doesn't want to take on d7. Every single time there's an exchange, Wei Yi wants the benefit or have an imbalance as a result. So unless there's a good argument to be made, he's not going to go for any easy trades. Queen d2, good move. The queen might target the knight on b4 in the future. As you mentioned, it allows the rook on a1 maybe to join the game. And maybe in some position, if the rook on e3 ever gets to g3, all of a sudden you'll see that queen on h6, sorry, queen on d2 targeting the h6 pawn.
That's right.
A few useful moves here.
Bishop goes all the way back to f1. This is a standard move, I think, for the top players, but a lot of people look at that move and say, why would you put the bishop all the way back when there's other squares like c4 and e2 available?
So I have to say, c6 is a committal move by Alireza. If he does not play b5 or free things up, he's taken away also an escape square for the knight on b4. Like, let's say white just moves the rook on a1 to e1 or d1. In some future position, I'm going to go b3 as white to defend a4. Then my knight on c3 is able to move because it doesn't need to defend a4. And then that knight on b4 is looking really loose. I never want to have to play c5 as black to defend that knight. That weakens the b5 square permanently. And do I really want to put my knight on a6? Where is it going?
Well, I'm getting desperate, Eric. I actually might play pawn on e5, takes on d4. Reason number one, my rook on a5, if it doesn't ever jump across the board, I start to wonder what it's doing on a5. But also, if the pawn on d4 is gone, then I can maybe drop the knight to a6. And you were just saying, where does that knight go? Now it has the c5 square.
Yeah, something very concrete from Alireza. If d5 works, that's a huge accomplishment because once you play d5, you're chipping away at white's center. And if you can take on e4, that knight on b4 I was talking about, it can slide over to a nice centralized square on d5. Also, that rook on a5, once the d5 pawn captures e4, has mobility. It can slide over to e5 or g5. This is a way to activate Alireza's position. It's a push for equality and a big, big decision for Wei Yi right now because this is not what he wanted.
No, this is a move that you do not want your opponent to achieve. Right? Every single piece in black's position is kind of ready for this move. The knight on b4 and f6, they both control and protect the d5 pawn. Even the rook on a5 is participating here. So without that move, I think Wei Yi was expecting to have just a very comfortable position with no breaks. But d5, Eric, I think Alireza has picked the exact right time to strike. He's up on time because Wei Yi is wondering, how do I react to this? Not just in order to play the best move, but also he needs to keep winning chances, right? I can see a future, Eric, where all the pieces just trade off on the open E file and open D file. Wei Yi cannot afford to let that happen.
Well, that's being threatened right now, and I have to say the rook to d1 move looks like a mistake. Wei Yi should have played rook e1 because he has to anticipate that Alireza is looking to equalize, looking to dissolve the center, but only under the right circumstances. He's placed his pieces in a way, Wei Yi, that this works for Alireza. This move looks like it's really pushing to remove all attention and equalize. If he had his rook on e1, the d1 rook on e1, he'd have the move pawn to e5.
Yes.
And things would be completely different.
That's really a miss, a move he'll look back on, but hopefully not something he's looking back on now because you have to focus on the task at hand. As I keep saying, taking on d5, it only serves to just trade everything at this point. Eric, I'd be happy to just play rook a8. We don't need to be fancy anymore with the rook on a5. Now the center is going to be wide open. That rook belongs back on d8, right in the center of the board, aimed at white's queen. There's no e5 move. I think we might have to just take on d5, but also the white knight, if we capture on d5, the a pawn is going to be weak as well.
Yeah, that a pawn is weak. I'm not happy with my knight on b3. It was better in the center. I'd rather defend a4 with the pawn. I don't want to have to defend with a knight. This is another way you playing rook to e1. I like that because he's realized he can't do anything about it. He just has to play fast at this stage.
Yep, and I mean, you have to just capture this. He's down more than a minute and a half. Trades are happening here. I'm concerned about the a4 pawn, but something we talked about earlier is finally coming to light. The b4 knight is hit by the queen, and that's why we see knight to d5. I'm sure that he's going to take on f6 in order to remove that black knight from the center of the board, but look at the a pawn for white. It is under attack right now, and most importantly, Eric, there's lots of trades. Every rook might disappear on the e-file right now. This is becoming a position where Alireza has phenomenal drawing chances, and that will win him this match.
Really good drawing chances. The only imbalance after these exchanges is on the queen side, those doubled b-pawns. So I think Wei Yi's looking to centralize his knight, move it out of the way, play b3, at some point get a queen on d4, e3, just to look. Well, I said that and he didn't play it. But I'm not so sure about this decision. It makes a bit of sense if you can get your knight on b3 to a5. But at the expense is we did get rid of those doubled pawns.
Yeah, there's just not much of an advantage to speak of here. You can see the evaluation bar right in the middle of the board. This is just an equal position with a 2-minute time advantage for Alireza Firouzja and draw odds because Wei Yi needs to win.
Yeah, he needs a plan here. Maybe he's playing queen e3 hoping for a blunder. You can't take on c4. The knight on e8 is loose. But Alireza, he's not going to miss something like that. It's just a decision. Does he play c5? And he's played it. He's got a light squared bishop. His pawn's on dark squares. One of the only chances I can see is even in imbalance, queen and bishop. If Alireza ever gives up his bishop for the knight, it's still going to be relatively equal, but at least there's going to be a queen and bishop versus queen and knight. Pawns on both sides of the board, some sort of small idea. I don't think it's enough.
I was thinking, okay, he plays knight f6. I was thinking about knight d6 there to try to trade knights, and I thought there was a possibility we might see what you were talking about. No, the king is on h7. I actually think that we're very close to a situation where Alireza just might even have the easier position to play. Queen f8. Eric, last attempt, because if that black king moved over one square to g7, I think we would have been completely solid.
Yeah, king g7 would have been ideal. King is super safe. It controls everything here. A little bit annoying, you know.
Yep.
The king can't move. There's some positions where the knight on f6 can be loose. Where he's probably planning on rerouting that knight on c4 to e3 or somewhere towards the center. I just don't see the plan. I don't see the coordination where the queen on f8 can coordinate with one of white's other pieces to come up with an idea or an initiative. At the same time, he's playing quickly. Alireza is slowing down a little bit. Sometimes that happens. You equalize, you slow down, you get comfortable, and then you start misplaying. We've seen a few players grind equal positions. Here, I don't know, I guess his idea, boot the king off, and then is it going to be king g7? Queen f4 first. That's a nice find from Alireza. Right now we have a draw being threatened with queen c1 check. That's at least a repetition, at least. And a big decision for Wei Yi. How can he prolong the game?
Yeah, he might need to drop the knight back, like knight e3. Really good coordination by Alireza. Knight d7 guards the b pawn, also kick the queen out of f8, and queen f4. You can also drop back to you know, f6 if the position depends.
Knight d3, queen f6.
Yeah, there it is. And that hits the b2 pawn as well.
That's queen f6 is a huge move here. And what is there to do?
I like that.
Black is incredibly solid. He finds it, and chances are diminishing for Wei Yi. Alireza has found the setup. His king is safe.
This trades. This is exactly what Alireza wants. Realistically, Eric, he should not lose this position.
He really shouldn't in any sort of metric on the clock. Wei Yi seems to have a style where when it's really equal, he'll just trade and admit it's a draw. You know, he won't even like go for it, even though technically a draw and a loss are the same result. So you might as well sack the pawn.
Yep. No, he just goes straight to the end game, and you'll see both players rush their kings to the middle. As soon as the queens disappear, it's safe for the king to enter, but there's so many win conditions here. You know, you question yourself about knight e5, but probably king e6 is safer.
King e6 is safe. At the right moment, you might play b5, but maybe just bring the king to c6. Both kings supporting the pawn. Don't see any idea. Now there's not even knight a3 because of b4 check, and it's getting closer
the
and
king
closer.
is centralized. I mean, if anything, you might even say black is, you know, playing for something here. But all Alireza needs is a draw. Knight c4 check comes to mind. But again, you don't want to take that risk if you don't have to. After knight takes c4, I don't think I would play that.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do it. Right now, if things continue, Wei's just going to lose on time.
Exactly right. Knight end games are so tricky as well because you think about other end games, bishops and rooks, there's clear weaknesses and things you can target. And you mentioned it, Eric, he just doesn't really put that foot forward when he needs a win. It's a draw by repetition, which means that Alireza Firouzja and Team Falcons take the match victory.
Yeah, Wei not able to put Alireza under any pressure once that d5 pawn was moved, and a comfortable match win, I would say.
I think so. In both games, I think he was under control. Maybe some small moments in this one early on, but he had an idea. He was looking for that moment to make d5 happen, break the center. As soon as that was played, he never looked back.
Moments in both games. Wei Yi allowing Alireza to equalize. He never had another chance. First game, Wei Yi plays b6. White had control for the entire game. So I just say, like, based on how Wei Yi played that match, just not sharp enough. Just missed some opportunities.
Yeah, in some ways, Eric, I'm wondering, do you think that was perhaps the most dominant performance of the matches that we've seen? Because we've seen a 2-0, but ultimately there were some real chances in that second game for it to be a 1-1 match. This one actually looked like, I would say, the most dominant that we've seen.
I agree. I mean, in the second game, Alireza was not under any pressure. Didn't get to that stage, didn't get to the goal. When you're playing white, you need to win. The players, generally the game plan is prolong the game, make exchanges hard, make it hard for your opponent to find those forcing moves that equalize. But Wei Yi walked right into it. That d5 move, after that, it was trivial. He didn't even break a sweat. And so I definitely agree that out of all the games we've had where a player with white or with either color needed to try to win,
right,
this one didn't even get close to any sort of real pressure.
No, it didn't. And what we saw at the end there was something you alluded to where, you know, there's just nothing more you could do. And Wei Yi sort of said, okay, you know, it's a draw. And you look at that result and you think, well, why isn't he trying something? But it's just a style thing. You know, these top guys, he knew he was down more than a minute and a half. There was really no way he could come back. He just admits, you know, he lost to a better player.
Some of that's frustration too. Like, he's just like, man, I messed this up. I'm not eliminated yet. But he's getting bumped down and he only has one more life.
That's right. You know, you can't afford to lose to those matches. But for Alireza, you know, a nice, comfortable victory. He's moving on. You know, we'll see more from him. But what a great start to his Esports World Cup.
Yeah, that was very smooth. We saw his strong qualities there.
And well, we're down to James with the interview.
And we're here with Alireza Firouzja, the winner of today's match. Alireza, congratulations on your win here. What were your thoughts on today's match and going into the match as well?
Yeah, I felt confident going in the match. I think I had to win much smoother game. The first one, I had much better position and much better time. Right. But yeah, I was not so precise. It was first game, so I was a bit rusty. So, but yeah, I managed to trick him somehow then.
So you managed what came with preparation, or did you have any preparation before this tournament, or did you have any preparation while you were here for this tournament?
My whole life I prepared because I'm playing my whole life games without increments. So I think I don't need. I think other players need much more preparation. Whereas me and Hikaru, we played millions of games. So.
Absolutely, of course, preparation is key, and he's been preparing all his life, says Alireza Firouzja here. Now, you being on team with the team Hikaru, or on the team with Hikaru here, I'm sure that's a nice team camaraderie there. You guys feel like you're a favorite here in the tournament amongst the other teams?
I don't know what Hikaru did, but I think he's very strong in this format also. So I think we have a fantastic team.
Are you looking forward to any other matches in the tournament with you facing anyone else?
Yeah, if Hikaru won now, I play Hikaru, so that's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, still we both could go out of the bracket, so that's good.
Sounds good. Congratulations on your win here, and good luck to you the rest of the tournament, Alireza. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, James, for another wonderful interview with our winner of this match, Alireza Firouzja of Team Falcons, who is going to be facing off against Hikaru Nakamura in the upper brackets. Wow. I mean, Alireza kind of just had a smooth win.
Yeah, very convincing victory by Alireza. I mean, he won with the white pieces. He was always in control. And with the black pieces, I feel like he was never really in danger. So, yeah, very convincing win by him. And like I said, now he's up against his teammate, Hikaru Nakamura. So what do you think about that one?
I mean, it is going to be intense. That is, they're both very, very good players. Obviously, they're both very fast players. I think that's maybe the more important note to touch on. But if you are a fan of Wei Yi from Weibo Gaming, don't forget, it is not over for him yet. He does still have one more life. But I do think, you know, upper bracket matches are going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. I mean, Hikaru versus Alireza. That's a match we've seen before, right? On chess.com when we were watching Bullet or...
Yeah, no, they've been facing off in a lot of matches, in speed chess, bullet chess, rapid chess, you name it, classical as well. And here we see the bracket of Group A. So we see that Asipenko and Aronian both won their matches, so they'll be playing in the winner's match. Whoever wins that match will move on to the quarterfinals. And here we have the bracket for Group B. So we see MVL beat Anish Giri, and we see that Arjun beat Nihal Sarin. So MVL against Arjun will face off in the winner's match. Whoever wins that one will move on to the quarterfinals. And Anish and Giri are playing for their last chance. Whoever loses that one is out.
That is very true. Who do you have between Anish and Nihal?
I gotta go with my countryman. I think Anish is the favorite against Nihal. And between MVL and Arjun, who do you think is the favorite there?
Wow, that's a tough one. I do believe Arjun Erigaisi showed very, very good form over here on stage 2. But it is, you know, it is anybody's fight still. And for Group C, as you guys hear, we just had Alireza beat Wei Yi from Weibo. He will be facing off against fellow Team Falcons, Hikaru Nakamura. And in the elimination match for Group C, we do have Javakir Sindarov playing against Wei Yi that you guys just saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what do you think about that one, Nemo? Hikaru against Ferrugia, as we see both Team Falcons planes. That's gonna be a close one for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one. We touched a little bit briefly on how many times they have played before. You know, we can go on chess.com and sometimes see them playing at midnight, 3 a.m., whatever it is. I honestly probably would put Hikaru as my pick. What about you?
What do you think, James? I mean, it's really hard to root against Hikaru, but Ferrugia was so convincing down there. So I'm going to go with Ferrugia. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Hikaru on that one. Just because, you know, I always like to be the other guy. Like, who are you picking? Well, I'm picking the other guy, you know. But also, Hikaru's a friend of mine, and also a big friend. You know, we've talked a lot outside of chess too as well. But I also like his chess. But I like both of their chess. That's the problem here, right? It's really going to be a hard one between them. Also, team countrymen at the same time or whatever, same team, right? It's going to be tough to see. But someone has to go to the elimination bracket part. That is part of this thing, as it is that double elim there. So we're going to have a break, though, guys. We'll be back in a few minutes. So stick around. We'll be back in a few.
This land is calling.
There's a lot of pressure on my shoulders to make my mom and dad proud. It's the best feeling watching him live out his dream.
It's this pressure that you have on you that if you don't win, you lose your job.
Kita udah nunjukin kalau ladies itu juga tetap bisa bersaing di scene cowok.
No big deal, just the hopes and dreams of thousands of supporters riding on one kid's split-second decisions and lightning-fast hands.
You can do this. I believe in each and every one of you, but the mission's not done.
You want to make a run at the title, you have to run a gauntlet of competition.
Competing at this level comes with a lot of sacrifice.
The thing is about these top teams, it's win or bust.
For some of these players, that's their life.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup.
This is the Super Bowl, the World Cup, and the Olympics, all rolled into one event for the first time ever. We are coming for you.
If you're betting against me, that's going to wake me up and get me to playing best I can.
I fucking got the shit. You heard that? Nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Is your job on the line?
I believe it's on the line, as it should be.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Look at that. That is Fabiano Caruana and Jan-Christoph Duda as they are going to face off in another match here. They're walking in kindly as we are chess players here. But if it was me, Bach, I'd be like, get away from me. I'm ready to play. We're ready to fight. No, but at the same time, this is just how we are. Chess people are gentlemen and gentlewomen as well, right, Nemo?
Absolutely. I mean, Fabiano Caruana of Team Liquid versus Jan-Christoph Duda of Twisted Minds is going to be an intense match. I wanted to ask you guys, do you think two games are an accurate representation of skill?
I mean, I think it is. It's a short match, so anything can happen. But generally speaking, the stronger player will win in these matches. I feel like that's what we've been seeing so far. And here we see the players are getting ready. We see Fabiano's headphones are getting adjusted, and Duda, he's there calm and collected. So
he's
they're
ready
getting
to
ready
go.
to play.
And games are getting ready to happen ASAP here, in fact. Well, all right. Thank you to our analysts here. We're going to go right over to the casters to call the action as these players are already ready to go. I'm going to bring on the one and only Grandmaster Amon Hamilton and Grandmaster Eric Hansen. They're going to be calling all of the action for you guys right now.
James, thanks very much. We're happy to be here, be back with another super exciting matchup. The analysts broke it down. Now it's time to get into the action. Eric, we have Fabiano Caruana against Jan-Christoph Duda. This one is going to be exciting.
Yeah, we're getting some of the big names over here. Fabi representing Team Liquid and
Exactly.
Mr. Duda.
Yes, represented Twisted Minds. We have the first couple moves underway, and immediately what I'm thinking here is an interesting opening by Fabiano, who started with e4, e5. He's one of the specialists, one of the best players in the world at this opening, but g3, bishop g2, knight e2. Eric, these are a bit unusual.
Yeah, but this is becoming a bit more common. White goes for an imbalance because e4, e5 is so well researched. And you get a position now that's imbalanced. When you win the dark squared bishop for the knight, Black's not necessarily unhappy, but it changes the opening. We're not really playing an e4, e5 position when White's looking to play d4, opening up for the bishop pair. Moves like f4, all of a sudden the type of position is much different than a symmetrical Spanish. And this is how a lot of players approach 10-minute chess. Hey, there's no increment, it's only 10 minutes. I can play sidelines that I wouldn't necessarily play in classical, and this is a great example. And honestly, I already like White's position.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of the match that we just casted, the game with Weyi and Alireza Firouzja. I'm looking at this structure for Black, and it's familiar. A move that we might see in the future is potentially a4, that similar move to prevent the b-pawn from advancing, but for now, not necessary because c4 does the exact same thing. Look, it's kind of like he's turtling right now, as Jan-Christoph Duda, he's blocking that long diagonal, but look, two bishops, control of the center, everything looks good here for Fabiano Caruana with White. I mean, this is a dream start.
everything looks good, but Duda's playing this quickly, and at least it tells me, yes, he might not be super familiar with the opening, but he understands the structure. Placing the pawn on f6 might look loosening, but it provides a square for that bishop on e6 to retreat to, and black is identifying e4 as white's weakness. If white can't play e5 properly, and the pawns on f6 and d6 play against that, then black can, place this queen on e8. Maybe that bishop goes from e6 to f7 to g6. It's not that easy to crack, and at least, yeah, if you're going to play as black, like playing quickly, it's an important thing because you could be overwhelmed. You could be like, look, I played e5 against e4. Now I'm down a black's playing down a bishop pair, and it feels like white does have two really active bishops. I mean, I do like Fabiano's position, but the worst thing you can do is panic and really just like get upset at yourself. Here, at least he's demonstrating like good understanding. Just, you know what? It's up to Fabi. Yes, he got a position with play, but it's up to him to push this through and to get this e5 move to work. Problem is, Fabi is probably one of the guys that will be very good at figuring out the right solution in the right time to play e5. He's such a strong, classy player, and I don't see long-term how Duda will eventually stop e5.
Yep, it looks like a move that's going to happen regardless. One thing about black's position is, if you don't play e5 as white, then black will double the rooks on the e-file, play bishop f7 and bishop g6 with a lot of pressure on the e-pawn. But every single piece in white's position is already supporting the e5 move. A typical reaction after e5 is sometimes you capture the pawn with the d-pawn as black, and then you play pawn to f5. And we see the arrangement here by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It is dark square pawns because of that dark square bishop that Fabi has. It's unopposed, and it's causing a lot of problems on that diagonal.
I was trying to make a case for Duda's position and his speed, but the more I look at it, the more I realize, like, this is tough. We've been looking at so many games where players have had to win or press with white. All of those players would be happy with this position as white. All of them, even in a must-win game. Because when you think about Nihal, he played against Arjun a few games ago. He had to play, a two-bishop position with a minimal push. If white achieves e5 here, even if the rooks get traded off, that's more than a minimal push because there's 3 pawns on the queen side each. So those bishops will have more targets, more opportunities. The end games are bad. The middle games are difficult. This is looking really good. When the bishop goes to d7, by the way, sometimes you go bishop c6. So now Fabiano's trying to react a bit more actively because he doesn't want that bishop on c6 to find a good diagonal. Then when you play e5, all of a sudden that bishop on c6 can get rid of white's light squared bishop, and then maybe black will try to blockade on the light squares.
And the knight on e6 is not great. So he picked his moment to play the move b4 when the knight maybe couldn't retreat to d7. Now, after knight e6, where is that knight on e6 going? Right, you're going to have to reroute. Knight f8, knight d8. These are not actually the right destinations. So I think that Fabi is pretty happy with this. Although the bishop has improved for black to c6, the knight is in the way and it's kind of blocking everything. Makes me think, okay, how do you actually continue here as Jan-Krzysztof Duda? He's indicated he's happy to shuffle, just make these slow moves. But I feel that they're running out at this point. The question is now on black, how do you continue?
I actually like what's happened for black in the last few moves because I think getting the bishop on c6 is such a huge accomplishment. I think Duda was ready to shuffle either way, but getting the bishop c6 isn't shuffling, that's actually improving. The knight's going to oscillate, on e6, it might go to f8, g6. Are they good squares? No. But at some point, Fabi has to commit something. He doesn't want to push that f4 pawn to f5. That takes away his e5 break. But he doesn't want to play e5 and trade everything off. He doesn't want to play b5 because that might give the b5 square for the knight. And sometimes you actually play a4. Bishop takes a4. You sack a pawn and you play b5. It's certain positions, but sometimes you can be like, you're going to win a pawn, but then your bishop's out of the game. It's an idea to look for. And after here, in this position, knight d8, I think him on b5 and e5 is something really critical because I like white's position. I just don't want to give up any of my bishops. So if I can do that as white, not give up any bishops and open up the position, I'm happy. That means I'm looking at b5 and e5 at the right time.
Yeah, and I mean, knight f7, clearly we can see how black is trying to play this game. With the knight on f7, I don't feel as good about the e5 move, just because I know that my dark squared bishop at some point might have to get involved, and the knight will be able to trade for it. So I don't think we want a situation where black's knight trades for white's bishop on a1 in the corner. The dark square bishop is so valuable. But the pressure is mounting on the e4 pawn, right? Black now has both rooks, the queen, and the bishop on c6, all targeting e4. You start to get a little concerned here.
I think we've all related to some positions where we have a nice position. It's so nice, and we're trying to meticulously push it, and then we fall behind on the clock. If Duda continued holding, like standing his ground here, asking Fabi, where's the breakthrough? Fabi's clock will start to dwindle, and there will be clock pressure eventually, because I'm not sure what we see in front of us is an improvement for white over a few moves ago. What has white benefited? We already had our pawn on e4, f4, our rook's doubled. I know you can take your time and just wait and hold for the right moment, but yeah, he's got to make up the. At some point, he's got to play a move, and there aren't too many breaks. No. b5, c5. Well, b5 is not a break, but it pushes the bishop off. c5 is another one of them.
Yep, I was thinking that, you know, in these spots, white sort of wants to target more moves with, you know, that end up on the dark squares. Moves like b5, f5, g4, they can be good in the right moment, but you have to be really careful about a move like f5, for example. It gives black access to the e5 square, the g5 square. That's not something you want to play. So I default more to maybe your move a4. If the bishop takes it, then perhaps you have b5, and maybe a4, a5 would be a way to generate a little bit of something.
I think what Fabi's doing is totally fine if he doesn't fall on the clock, fall behind, because he retains a bit of an advantage, and black has to always worry about the pushes, but that's only assuming the clock. Like, you use the clock as pressure. Right now, Fabi's the one that feels a bit of,
We just saw Duda play king g8 and king h8. So it's important to realize that he has fully admitted he's happy to shuffle the pieces back and forth. So the pressure is now fully on Fabi. It's not like, oh, what is my opponent up to? Nope, he's admitting, I got no plans. My pieces are all on their optimal squares. You tell me what you're up to. And if Fabi doesn't produce anything here, we're going to have a series of really easy moves. And that's why you're seeing the computer kind of critical of these moves, Eric, because it needs some action. It's asking for something to happen.
Well, this is why I think I like what Duda's been doing this game, that he's been playing practically. When you fall behind against Fabi, you're like, okay, I'm getting crunched. He's going to squeeze me to death. That means I have to do something active. But in order to play something active, you're kind of saying, did Fabi make a mistake to let me lash out? Because otherwise, if he didn't, lashing out against the bishop pair, against a solid player like Fabi, who makes very few mistakes, that's only going to worsen the position. He's not thinking like that. He's like, no, I'm worse. I'm happy to be worse, because until Fabi makes a mistake, there's no logic as to why I can just all of a sudden grab space. So he's just repeating, shuffling. And the h4 move is one of Fabi's first. It's the most committal move he's made in 10, 12 moves. Now the g4 square is a little bit weaker, but that h4 pawn pushes to h5, you have grabbed a bit of space. So interesting to see Duda decides to shuffle. I thought maybe he would deviate after h4. He's just happy to shuffle, and I'm curious if h5, grabbing some more light squares, maybe in the future you can get your queen to g6.
Yeah, he's happy though.
I want to play h5
and
put my queen to g6. That's one of the ideas I have. And there, if I get a pawn to g6, if the queens get traded, there's some ideas.
And so how does the light square bishop trade look? Because, you know, it's hard to tell. It looks like it would be a decent one for white. You gain full control of the light squares, but you also lose your bishop pair. And in general, black is cramped, right? Duda has never had claim to more than just the, you know, kind of the 6th to 8th rank the entire game.
No, and I don't see how he changes that. So I'm a little surprised he's not repeating or shuffling queen, which means there's something that concerns him. Why is he not playing queen h7 here?
In fact, he's actually brought the bishop to e6, which is different. And we finally see something committed. And Eric, at least I could say this is in Fabi's favor, not because this specific move is that good, but because something is happening that'll always favor the bishop pair.
Absolutely. The d6 pawn is weak. The b7 pawn is weak. The position has changed. As you said, the bishops benefit like that. And these are long-term weaknesses. Before, there were some weaknesses. Now, that d6 pawn is properly isolated. And I can see moves like bishop b4 in the future. I can see ideas like bishop h3 to put h5. I've always enjoyed h5 because it means if there's ever a queen trade, that queen is so annoying on g6. But if you ever remove it, that h5 pawn goes to g6. That takes away black's back rank ideas. The king can't move. All of a sudden, you're cramped. And if you put a bishop on b4, then when you capture on g6, the knight is loose, and then the d6 pawn could be loose. So here, there's a real space advantage for Fabiano, and Duda's actually running out of those moves we saw earlier, where he was able to shuffle back and forth. Now it's not so easy.
Exactly right. Bishop back to d7, and look, he's once again, Fabi's in this position where we've kind of reset a little bit. A small flurry happened, but
bishop
now
h3.
Look at this. He's shuffling back and forth.
Bishop h3, bishop d7. I have to calculate that, but these are the right moves.
And he can retreat. He doesn't have to commit here. He wanted to see maybe if Duda would allow him to play bishop f5. Taking more time here. We may see slower moves. Bishop f3, king g2, king f2. He can sort of build it up again. There's nothing that black has done this game that has even resembled an active move.
And I just want to say, usually you don't trade off the bishops. The idea of trading off light squared bishops isn't that bad anymore. If I go bishop h3, you go bishop b7, I can consider taking, putting my queen on f5 and maybe placing on d5, but I have targets. The knight on f7 is dominated right now. Can't go to e5, can't go to g5. You can only go to d8. So even those positions, without the bishop pair, significant advantage for Caruana.
Totally agree. Bishop c6 has now put Fabiano in the tank, though. Is he going to go bishop back to h3 and maybe trade the bishops this time, right? Because he wants to keep the game going. I think that's going to be his decision. Yes, he does. You know, not the biggest advantage, but it keeps things going, and he's starting to feel the pressure of time. Something we haven't mentioned yet, Eric. Fabiano Caruana, you know, not the best under time pressure. That's kind of one of his weaknesses that a lot of people talk about. He's improved over the years, but I definitely think that's an area that can be exploited.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he went for the exchange. I thought he might have tickled or played a few other moves beforehand. Maybe the bishop could have gone to f1. He went for this endgame, and I guess one benefit is he understands this position. There's clarity. The only dangerous piece for black was the light squared bishop hitting e4. Now that that's removed, black doesn't really have threats. I don't see, okay, the only thing black can do in the long run is if you can get your knight on f7 to a better square. Get it to d8, get it to c6. And if Fabi doesn't do anything between now and then, okay, that's improvement. But
he decides to take outside pass pawn, but, you know, this is a position that, for Duda, finally his pawns are connected.
He just missed material, right? He had f5, rook e5, bishop c3.
Oh,
I believe Fabi just missed an exchange.
And they both did, playing super fast here, realizing under 3 minutes, they're only thinking about the clock. In general, though, Duda has improved tremendously. Black's king is about to vacate the corner and make it to the center of the board. I think Duda can be very happy.
Oh, yeah, your king can now join the game. Your knight on f7 covers everything. But Fabi, that h5 pawn, look at what it controls, g6. That king is going to slide over to f5. Well, you have to be careful. With Duda playing knight d8, he's saying, I'm going to go knight c6, knight e7. But it's something.
Okay, a break with e5. This is critical because, you know, it was about to be a situation where Duda was going to bring the king to the middle, reroute the knight, tons of pressure on the a pawn, but finally, Fabi decides to break. I'm not sure that this is, you know, this isn't really how you play for a win because even a3 is hanging.
I think Fabi messed up. He realized it, and now he's actually okay with the draw, and he's looking to liquidate, which is a bit shocking from the position we had. He didn't need to trade in that soon, and then he missed an opportunity to win an exchange. Now you know how tricky knights are. That a3 pawn is a burden, so you either try to defend it the whole game or what Fabiano's doing.
Yes, c4.
Simplifying.
Totally. Rook over to c6. I will say, you know, 2 minutes on the clock. We're going to see what each player feels about this position truly. Do they want to play this for a win? g4, makes perfect sense. I'm expecting the king to also make it into the center of the board. King to e4 for white, maybe make it closer to that c-pawn. The bishop on e3 is very well placed. Eric, it's covering all the squares that black knight could want to move to. c5, d4, f4, and g5.
It's covering everything. The nice thing for black, though, is he's not under a lot of pressure. It's pretty hard to target the black king when you don't have a light squared bishop. You just have that dark squared bishop. At least Fabi. Okay, knight b5.
We'll see bishop b4,
Is he targeting
c3.
the f8 pawn? Is he going for a win here?
Well, that would be really risky. c3 was the move I was expecting here because, you know, you want to take that a3 pawn.
But now you can take on... Yeah, okay. This is headed towards a draw. Everything's being liquidated, but the one way to mess up as black is you don't want to necessarily lose the g7 pawn and still have the dark squared bishop present.
King takes on c3. We see the check. If you can maintain the knight, you know, knights are very, very tricky pieces. We have option of knight d4 in the center of the board, or of course, knight back to d6 is very, very safe.
So king b3.
And if things get traded off here, you know, we're at that 1 minute mark. I wouldn't say we're looking at a potential flag just yet, Eric. In fact, repetition from these two right here would make a lot of sense. And it did happen. It is a draw.
I think for sure it's the first game of the match, so no one's in a must-win. They both know if they actually try to flag the opponent, they could get flagged themselves. They could blunder themselves. But I have to say it has to be disappointing for Fabiano because he definitely had a position that you could play on for a long time. He objectively had a much better position. He even missed an exchange in that towards that end game.
Yeah, actually, this is the first game that we've seen a draw in for game number 1. It usually starts off with fireworks. In fact, this would have probably turned into a flagging situation if they had about 30-40 seconds less. But they're not necessarily the most comfortable as flaggers, and you know they're not going to take the risk. We're straight into the next game here, Eric.
And a sharp line chosen by Fabiano. He's got black. You know, he knows Duda is probably going to try to pressure. He's kind of, you know, held serve. And let's see what happens here. I think, well, one thing I remember about this line is it can be pretty forcing. So this could be some concrete preparation for Fabi. I mean, he's almost always well prepared. But a lot of trades can occur here, and the pawn structure gets clarified. If you play e5 as white, you know, black plays knight d5, yes, white wins back the pawn on c4, but then black has a nice solid knight on d5 with that outside a pawn. Not an easy line to break.
No, and I also want to just recap that game a little bit because I think that Jan Krzysztof Duda can be happy. What just happened in that game is a good thing for him. He played in a style that was very passive. He was comfortable with a draw. He got his draw. Now he's got the white pieces. Sort of like you said, holding serve. You draw with black, and now with the white pieces, he can make that push. So let's see if Duda can close out what would be a pretty good match strategy, drawing with black. And wow, king f1, Eric. He is definitely going for something with this move, given a question mark by the engine. But you know what? This indicates he has a very specific way that he wants to play this position.
I have to imagine he's looked at this before, because if not, then that is a very, very risky choice in a situation where he doesn't quite need to do that. Ideally, when you have white, it's the second game of the match, it's tied. You drew the first game. What you'd like is a 2-result game. You would like a small advantage where you don't have many losing chances. You can push that forever, but you can always, like, if necessary, okay, it's going to be a draw, we have Armageddon. This type of position with a king on f1, that's like a 3-result game. But I admire it. That's good for us. It's good for the viewers. It's good for fighting chess. Seeing that king on f1, it doesn't have long-term security, especially you see that bishop on b7. Sometimes you manually, you know, castle, you play g3, king g2. Here with that bishop on b7, not interested, looks risky. h4 shows Duda's probably going to go rook h3, and we're going to have attacking from both players.
Yeah, I mean, the point is you can't castle once you've moved your king. So the only way to get that rook out is to play h4 and rook h3. Yes, he has the idea to play rook g3, but he may also just leave the rook there. H5 is a decent follow-up, and let's not forget, he's got to get his pieces developed. Bishop on C1, knight on B1. At some point, they need to enter the game. Bishop G5 is an option for that bishop. Otherwise, I'm kind of wondering about this knight on B1. Like, where does it want to go? And I look at knight D2, knight C4, and maybe knight E5.
I mean, I just have to say, Duda going for this is really exciting, but I don't like his position objectively. If we look at this, the material's even. White has to complete development. Black has got all the pieces are developed. There's an isolated pawn on D4. White's king can't castle. So why is Black not happy here? I think Black is preferred already.
Yeah, I mean, Fabi is playing a very standard position. He's not the one playing king F1, so his opponent is taking all the risk for him. And this is an extremely imbalanced game already. We've seen isolated pawn on D4. Normally what you do, control the square directly in front of it. You see all of the firepower in Fabi's position is on the D5 square. And conversely, I mean, look at Vyacheslav Duda. He's got everything defending that D pawn. So just the way that they're playing makes me think that Fabi should be very comfortable here.
Very comfortable. Bishop D5, like, he had so many choices. Do I place my queen on D5? Do I place a knight? Bishop, everything looks good. When you have an isolated pawn as white, your compensation often is an initiative, you know, pieces pointing towards the king side. Here, it's not so tricky. Sorry, it's not so easy because when you're attacking, you might be weakening your king as well.
He's all in, right? 95. You pointed it out earlier. Just great that we get to cast this type of game. Vyacheslav Duda went for it. King on F1. I'm looking forward to the ideas like rook G3, H5. The nice thing about White's position is, although it's an attacking position, Eric, you don't have to go all in. Like, that's the only way you can play the game. White has moves like knight A5 into C6, like knight C5 next. There's a lot of ways that you can continue.
Yeah, the problem is the D5 square is great for Black, but only one piece can be placed there at any given time. So right now, it remains to be seen. Where's that knight on B6 going? Fabi wants to push the initiative or counterattack. Doesn't want to let White just play knight E5, rook G3, bishop to H6. Those are easy moves. That's a good initiative. It's his job to make that uncomfortable, make it hard to achieve. Rook C8, that's a step in that direction. Maybe he's going knight C4, but he needs to not let Duda optimally place his pieces on the king side, where you can see they're pointing towards G7, towards H7, and there could be a deficit that leads to a pretty good attack for White.
Yeah, rook G3 and bishop H6 immediately looks like something to consider, especially because if Black decides to play a move like G6, there's H5. It's perfectly placed with the pawn on H4 to generate that attack. Now, don't get ideas of rook takes A7 here, hunting a pawn on the queen side for White. Immediately, Black can play bishop takes on B3. The bishop on C1 would be hanging, so you really just don't want to play on that side of the board. I guess rook G3 is probably the top move I would consider. I'm between rook G3 and H5, and the reason I don't want to play bishop B2, Eric, is that bishop is useful against the king side.
Yeah, if I want my bishop on a good diagonal. I don't want it staring at D4. Duda wouldn't mind maybe losing the D4 pawn in some positions to play bishop B2 when it's an open diagonal, but he doesn't want to place the bishop on B2 while that pawn is just stuck on D4. So see, he's willing to sacrifice or open up lines. Right now, yeah, maybe Black can't take back because there's bishop A3 in the end, skewering the rooks. But even if Black could take back, I'm not sure Fabi would, and I'm not sure Duda would complain, because he would love to have a dark squared bishop unopposed. Even for the price of a pawn, it's an isolated pawn. He's already indicated he's looking to attack. That dark squared bishop for White would be improved dramatically once Fabi's bishop on B4 is off the board.
And bishop C3 hits the rook on A1, hits the pawn on D4, but also falls in to a potential bishop captures H7 check idea. And how many chess positions do you have? This rook on H3 kind of unusually placed, but here it's actually defending a key idea. It's making knight C5 possible. Now, why is this getting a question mark here? It's certainly not because it can be captured, because if the knight's captured, he recaptures with the pawn, the rook takes on C5, we can just play a move like bishop to A3. Hitting the rook on C5, actually skewering it to the rook on F8, and you're just going to pick up material there.
Is there some bishop takes G2 in that line? Is that it? And you could like argue like there's, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud that that bishop takes
Wow.
g2, you sack the exchange, but the king is weak, and the knights will have really dangerous squares. So bishop a3, bishop
like
takes
that
g2,
idea.
king g2, rook takes e5, bishop takes f8. There might be something there that Fabiano says, you know what? I have a big initiative there for the price of a rook for a knight and a pawn, but those knights are going to jump into the game and attack the loose king on g2. If it's not that, I don't know what it is.
I really like that idea. That is a phenomenal spot, and I think Fabi took the time and probably went for the exact same calculation because you know what? You don't play this if that's not your intention, right? You are lining up both of your rooks on the diagonal, a3 to f8. That is just going to be a much worse position unless bishop g2 is the plan. So let's see it. It is on the board.
What a position. White is up the exchange for knight and a pawn, but his king is weak. a7's loose. There's so much to calculate here. If I'm black, okay, a7's critical because if black was able to hold that, they would have a pretty easy position to play, safe king. But black's looking to target that king. What does that mean? First of all, cover the back rank. Well done, g6. g6 also supports the knight on f6 going to h5. When it reaches h5, it hits f4. Even if white tries to stop that f4 square, the knight on b6 moves over to d5. All of a sudden, these two knights are converging in on white's king. Not just white's king. The rook on h3 can be loose. The bishop on d3 can be loose. Lots of checks, lots of things to calculate. And even that queen on f8 on a good day also can start. Black's going to play in the dark squares here.
Yep, and there's a light squared bishop for white. This is looking like a position where the engine might like white's position, but I think most strong players would understand immediately that black has phenomenal compensation. The king is very safe for black once it goes to g7, and the queen on f8 can activate, whether it's c5, d6, h6 even. You generally want to play most of your pieces on dark squares, and look at the position. Fabi has every single piece on a dark square.
Rook g3, he's looking to contest those dark squares. He wants to play rook to g5, correcting his pawn structure, trading off. You trade off. Black can maybe argue for full compensation, but maybe when the rooks are off, harder to win. We get a bit towards the end game. Again, white needs to contest the dark squares. If you give black a few moves, those knights are jumping in to d5 to h5 and finding key squares. If rook g5 now, I'm not trading. I'm probably moving my rook down to e1. If you really want to trade, I want to do it under the best circumstances. But I'm not sure if that rook on a7 is a good piece or a bad piece here. It's good that it pressures the 7th, but it could be bad if black ends up getting their attack in first, then that rook could be out of play.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the move knight to h5 earlier. Now it becomes a real idea. It's hitting the rook on g3, threatening knight f4. So it looks to me like rook g5 is the most consistent move, right? The last move, rook g3, it's the only move that makes sense because knight h5 now hits the rook on g3. It's starting to look misplaced.
It is looking misplaced. If you don't play it now...
Yeah, have to play that.
Yeah.
This is the only idea. Obviously, if you take it, you're happy to take back, fixing the pawns a little bit. And don't forget about that B pawn for white. Right now, it can't move. We haven't even mentioned it, but if that pawn was not on the board, I think Fabi would just have a clear advantage. So keep an eye on that B pawn. If it ever is allowed to play b6, b7, I mean, there's no stopping it.
But with that B on the board, it means Fabi has to watch out for some endgames. Those queens come off, then white is doing well because he's not worried about being mated. He can give the knight some squares, and this is a classy move. This is a classy move. If white takes on e5, the queen can recapture on e5. Access to f4 is coming in. Queen and knight coming into the f4 square. Maybe the other knight comes in on a good day. And yes, you have the b pawn, but you have to be calculating everything perfectly to make sure. If I push that b pawn at the right moment, I'm not getting checkmated. Duda's probably going to be more worried about the checkmates, and that's why he's played bishop f1 first.
Yeah, and Fabi can play queen d4, a centralizing move. It also permanently stops the b6 move, and it hits the rook, and it hits the h4 pawn. This move does everything at once.
It does everything at once, and if you take the h pawn, all of a sudden, there's going to be lots of checks on the g file. You have two pawns and a knight for a rook, which is almost equivalent. On the other hand, there might be rook b3. I wasn't sure if rook b3 might force the knight back. Duda needs to come up with a counterplay because this is not a position you can afford to play when the players get lower on time. When they're under a minute, everyone would take black.
Yeah, I like the move rook b3. It sets up b6. We talked about how you can't let that pawn escape. As soon as it gets to b6, black has no control over b7 or b8. So you have to prevent b6 at all costs. And, well, we see rook d3. Eric, I'm starting to think I see, potential for something like queen b2, queen b4, rook b3, and maybe a repetition of moves. Would that interest you if you're Fabi here?
It wouldn't interest me, but if Duda's playing all the moves, like what black can't afford is to allow the rook of whites to get on b3 and then b6 to be played. Knights are not great at running across the board to stop an outside pass pawn. So I don't want to allow that. The queen on g3 is really well placed for Duda. It's looking at the b8 queening square, but it's also looking at the e5 square. You get the queen e5, you're pinning the knight, you're centralizing the queen. All of a sudden your king doesn't feel so dangerous because the knight's pinned. Black can't get their pieces to white's king. So Fabi does have an element of risk here. He's got to try to manage that. I think when he's really overwhelmed, he'll look towards maybe liquidating. But right now, I think his king is still safe. The pawn is still far enough.
Yeah, queen b8. I mean, this move maybe comes with the idea of rook b3, b6, but it's a lot to ask, right? You're
can't go rook b3 with the knight on g4, so Fabi feels like he's making progress.
I think so. I mean, I would agree. The b pawn can't move, and you're slowly accomplishing things on the other side of the board.
Knight e5
guards the pawn and hits the
knights.
rook.
Look at these knights. The queen and the two knights. Right now, white's queen is on b7. It can't get back to the king side.
That's critical.
So can Fabiano find an attack here with the queen offside? This could be really, really big. The most important piece of whites cannot get in the game, and maybe, just maybe, Fabi's going to play h4 soon, so that when you check on g4, there's no rook g3, but this is the perfect moment to strike while the queen can't get in the game. He's got to find a way to use those two knights and a queen to generate an imbalance. And you see Duda shaking his head. Things are looking very, very bad right now.
That's why he played rook h3. I mean, to play queen b7, you're locking your own queen out of the game. Now rook h3, the pieces are not connected. There's no coordination at all. And you mentioned the move h4. I'm wondering if he's going to play it now.
You just have to play any move. You don't want to move the knight on d5 until you're sure. You cannot let that queen on b7 in the game. And this is a great find by Fabi. Queen g4 could be coming. Knight f4 could be coming.
g5, g4 is also an... Like, you can just shove the pawn up.
G5, g4 is great.
And knight f3 is coming after that. And look how offside the white queen is. It takes how many moves to get it back? Queen a6, queen a3, queen back? No way.
The queen won't have a square to move back if you keep pushing your g-pawn. Queen a6, g5.
Yeah,
G5.
I like the look at g5.
Your g5 move, there's probably other moves too, but g5 actually looks very safe. The rook and the bishop are not good pieces.
Okay, here we go. We have a check. This makes sense with the h4 move. There's no rook to g3, and you start to get ideas like knight f3, although there is bishop g2.
It might be queen d1 first, and then something like knight f4. Now, queen d1 prevents white from playing queen a1. Queen a1 is a nasty move. Hits e5, maybe brings the queen in.
I like that.
Oh, this is a good check, too.
Yeah, a lot of good-looking checks, but I
wow.
do like queen g4 and then maybe queen back to d1. As you said, hits the bishop on f1, and I really appreciate that it stops queen a1.
Fabi goes for the material.
Okay, well, this is the way that you win the material outright. You could say maybe he would build it up more, but he decided to cash in.
No, this is a mistake.
Yeah,
this is a mistake.
The right
Letting
decision?
the queen in the game is what I'm trying to prevent.
Yep.
Queen d4, yes, you're down 3 pawns, but that's the h4 pawn is loose. The b6 pawn can be pushed, and if you play h3, there's queen h4 check.
You're dropping something here. And remember, queen f6, if you want to trade, for example, that b pawn all of a sudden runs all the way down the board. This is a mistake by Fabiano, and all of a sudden, not only is his time lower, but position is getting a little bit tricky to handle.
There's even bishop g2 in some lines.
Okay.
Is bishop g2 going to be the move, or bishop d3?
Well, bishop g2 looks great. b6 as well. Like, does he actually have to take this? Queen b3?
Oh
my goodness.
Blundered. Oh my goodness.
That's the entire game.
He found it. This is the danger of letting that pawn run.
We've been talking about b6 the entire game. Oh my.
Fabi let the queen get in the game. He took a risk allowing that pawn to push, going for that endgame. And what a turnaround. That was just one move.
A one-move blunder. He was in control for most of that game, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Twisted Minds, takes the victory over Team Liquid 1.5 to half. That's just a one-move blunder. Very rare to see at this level of chess.
It was a one-move blunder, but we have to talk about it. Fabi was playing incredible. He was winning, and he allowed Duda to get counterplay. He allowed that queen back in the game. That said,
wow. I tell you, Eric, we were looking at that game, and the knights looked unassailable, right? They were keeping the queen out, and it's such a difficult decision in chess because right in front of you, you've got material, right? You can win material back. You always want to do that. But this was a rare case where you need to show more patience and just lock the queen out and understand that that is where your advantage comes from.
yeah, the position was queen and 2 knights versus rook and bishop. There's a big imbalance there. Yes, you win a bit of material back, but you let that queen get back in the game. That changed everything, and it's just all it takes. Fabi played, he was pushing the entire game or entire second half, and incredible. Duda just stuck in there and took his one opportunity.
And it's crazy how it all fell apart, right? Just that one decision, because let's be honest, he wasn't worse after that, but still, that one decision that he made to win material, it allowed the queen back, and then it felt like Duda had this bit of momentum out of nowhere. All of a sudden, every move with tempo, Fabi's time was getting a little bit lower, nerves, and then boom, there's the blunder, and there is the entire match.
It's one of those cases where Fabi was winning, he felt he was winning. Even at the very end, he's like, there's no risk. Because he could have sacked his knight for that pawn, and it's still a draw.
Yep.
But it came out of nowhere because that check was never available until the very end. When Fabi played h5, g5, that was never a line he had calculated earlier. That's speed chess.
Yep.
You can't see everything.
Yep, and well, let's hear from the winner of that match, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's down there with James Canty.
We're here with Jan-Krzysztof Duda here. Congratulations on the win here. Can you take us through what happened in that last game?
Well, I think it was a very interesting match. Of course, Fabiano is a very strong opponent, and I think I got worse positions in both of the games. Actually, in the first one, I was just trying to hold on. I mean, at some point, I was kind of hoping, that maybe I can sit on his e4 pawn, but it wasn't realistic. I had just way too many space. I mean, too much space. Okay, the second game was crucial, of course. I guess he just blundered the only trick in the position, but earlier on, I kind of liked my position. I mean, it was kind of AI-inspired attack, this h4 rook h3. Maybe it's just a goofy idea, but I mean, I just didn't know what to do and went for it. But then he came up with this action stack, which I think was very good, at the very least from practical point of view, and I lost my track, and and the knights were way too tricky, and and I got fortunes.
It worked out in the end. Practical, of course, as the time definitely helped you there too as well. With the format being 10-0, no increment, and you're used to having more increment, how do you feel about the format being no increment this year?
Yeah, it's something new. I'm not really, into flagging. I would rather prefer to win, normally. But in a sense, it makes me, play faster, because usually, whatever the increment is, even +1 second, I tend to, overthink. And here I'm like kind of aware that I have to be quicker, because otherwise, even if you get like relatively good position or some easily drawn position, you may just get flagged. And so I just try to play quicker. I mean, I'm not saying I'm super quick, but a little bit, yeah. Like given it was like, I don't know, 3+1 or whatever. So and 10+0 is kind of long also, I would say, no. I mean, because of course without increment one would think, of 1+0 or 3+0. 10+0 is a bit tricky format. I guess you have to play, just decently and relatively quickly.
And did you have, last question here, did you have any preparation for the 10-0 format coming into the event?
Well, it's about surprising your opponent just to get time, but I was actually surprised in both of the games, so hopefully in the upcoming matches I will come up with ideas on my own.
Sounds good. Congratulations on your win today, and good luck to you in the rest of the tournament. We'll be back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, James, for another wonderful interview with the winner, Jan-Krzysztof Duda of Twisted Minds, who definitely had a smile on his face. That was a smile, yeah?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, heartbreaking loss for Fabiano Caruana, who seemed to be in control for most of the game. First, he threw away his advantage, and then he threw away the draw at the end. I mean, he could have always eliminated the B-pawn. All the danger would have been gone, but he blundered that move queen to D3, forcing the queen trade, and you can't stop the B-pawn. But yeah, credit to Duda. He hung in there, and he found his one resource that he had.
It was a really, really tough match for Fabi for sure, who was actually, you know, doing pretty well in both game 1 and game 2. But unfortunately here with queen to D3, it is just game over for Fabi. But he does have one more chance later today, tomorrow actually. Well, we will be seeing Duda in the upper brackets. Wow, that was intense.
That was intense for sure. But yeah, I mean, credit to Duda. I mean, he's such a resilient player. Like, even in worse positions, he just hangs in there, stays up on the clock, and takes his chances when they present them.
Absolutely. I mean, there was a moment when he had, I wrote it down here, 137 beats per minute, at least.
Wow, he actually was getting a real workout. In fact, I went to the gym very early in the morning, and I remember my heart rate being somewhere around there at some point, walking on the treadmill. He was playing chess. Lets you know how much your heart races there. That was actually incredible there, and it doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done, and he got it done for his team there, and hopefully it's more smoother for Jan-Krzysztof Duda there. Any last thoughts, Bach, on the match?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was a very up and down match, but fortunately for Fabiano, he still has a chance. I mean, but he has to win now. If he loses one more, he's out, and that'd be quite a shocker, because in my book, Fabiano is one of the pre-tournament favorites.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Jan played amazing, but so did Fabi, and we are going to see here the Group D bracket with Magnus Carlsen triumphing over Nordebek Absutarov, going into the upper bracket with Jan-Krzysztof Duda over here, and in the elimination match we will see Nordebek from Navi against Team Liquid Fabi.
That is a very important match, and both of them are, but especially the elimination match there. Somebody will be eliminated, Bach. That's definitely a scary thing we're here when it comes to the bracket here. Magnus versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda here. Jan-Krzysztof has actually been able to beat Magnus before, and in the World Cup, I think, is where we finally kind of noticed him actually beating out Magnus to win the World Cup. I think, what year was that, Bob?
Yeah, it was 2021. He beat Magnus in the semis, I believe, and then went on to win the whole thing. So yeah, he shows he's capable of beating anyone in the world. So let's see if he can also do it here.
Yeah, stay tuned. We will be seeing this match here later today.
Absolutely, guys. We got a short break, and we'll be back with more action. Stick around.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance. for everything they carried with them.
We are back. We are back here at the Esports World Cup with chess here. As we see the next matchup here, very ferocious players here. MVL, MVP MVL, and you have Arjun Erigaisi, aka the Madman, dubbed by Magnus there. So very strong matchup here. Going to be some very ferocious fire chess on the board, I believe. So what do you think?
I mean, I think it's crazy because we actually have MVL on Team Vitality. He is already sitting here behind us. Team Vitality currently leading the club championship in terms of rankings. I mean, this is going to be intense. They have a lot on the line here.
Yeah, there definitely must be some pressure on them. Like I said, their Team Vitality is leading the club championship. MVL now has an opportunity for them to put some more points on the scoreboard. So there might be an extra layer of pressure that could be on them. And James, I feel like these are so evenly matched. I mean, in my book, I think it's really just a coin flip. What do you think?
I believe so too as well. I mean, we've even seen MVL been able to take down Magnus in 2 matches back-to-back in some of the CCT days where he needed to grand final reset. He was able to do it and beat Magnus, which is one of the very few people on the planet to do so, is MVL. But then again, you have Arjun, who's also crossed 2800 classical chess and stays very stoic. When he loses, he looks the same as when he wins. Arjun is absolutely a beast. And of course, Magnus nicknaming him the Madman means something here. So we are going to have some mad chess today, I believe, between these two in this matchup today.
We also just saw Arjun play a couple of hours ago. I hope the audience is seated as they are currently seated behind us. But he played such an insane match earlier against Nihal.
Wow, look at him locked and loaded, okay? Look at him. He's not camera shy at all. The guy is an absolute phenom. Arjun Erigaisi here, ready to put on for his team here with a very, very important match with MVL here in the upper bracket. Here is going to be a phenomenal, scintillating match between them.
I love these cinematic shots.
Yeah,
They're so
sweet,
cool.
right?
It's really embracing the entire
It's like,
esports
man, this
vibe.
is chess?
Genji
Look at
looks
him.
so good. Yes.
Throw the piece.
Yeah. If you had to pick one in this match, who would you pick, Benjamin?
I'm gonna pick MVL. I mean, he beat my countryman Anish Giri. That's not easy to go through. So I'm gonna say MVL wins this one as well. What do you think?
I mean, I have to pick MVL right now because they're playing this beautiful cinematic. But I do think it is going to be an absolutely intense match. I mean, before the cinematic ends, what do you think, James?
You know what? Well, because you guys are going with MVL, I have to go the other one. I have to go with Arjun here. So that's just how it is. You go with one, I go with the other. In the meantime, we're going to say bye to our analysts. Thank you so much for being here as we are calling this match and talking about what can and will happen here. Of course, as Arjun looks like he's ready to go, locked and loaded with a hoodie on. So trying to stay very calm here. Sometimes it's cool with the air conditioner here. Very hot in Saudi Arabia. But we are here and we're bringing on our casters, Grandmaster Amon Hamilton and Grandmaster Eric Hansen, to call all of the shots.
Thank you very much, James. Getting into another big matchup here, and this one is in our upper bracket. Eric, that means we are dealing with 2 players that have already won a match.
2 winners. Yes. So we have Genji, Arjun Erigaisi playing, I think that's a South Korean org, and MVL playing for Team Vitality. I believe they're leading the EWC overall.
That's right. Yep. I was just listening to Nemo on the analyst desk mention that, which is, it's critical, right? These players are playing for themselves. They're playing for the team, but also playing for something a bit larger as we get into this game, taking our seat here as the audience, and we're in a position that, might shock some of our viewers. How did we get here so fast, so confidently? Eric, this is what we call theory. This position has been looked at by the players before, and believe me, they know exactly what's going on here.
They do, and it used to be more popular. This line goes past move 30 in theory sometimes. So out of all the theoretical lines in chess, this actually is.
And for reference, we're on move 17.
We're on move 17.
There's a lot.
They can go a lot further. MVL's known as a theoretician. He's been playing E4 his whole life. He knows these lines. But it's fairly forcing. One of the ideas for white, sometimes you'd like to play F5. Maybe not ready here. Oh, well, there you go. F5 is played. Want to harass, want to get to that king before black gets settled.
A lot of times Eric, what we see is, even though this is a double question mark move, and it definitely is, what you're seeing are variations where it's very difficult for one player to play. So even though f5 might not be the best move, it could be the case that either Maxime is confusing it from a different move that he was expecting from Arjun. He's familiar with this f5 idea in his study, his preparation, and he's going for it anyway, and maybe it's mistimed here. Or it's the case where he's actually evaluated, look, it's a kind of suspicious move. It's not the best, but it's difficult to react to. And the second that Arjun makes a mistake here, it could lose the game.
I think it's prep, and I think, as you mentioned, it's a line that if Arjun plays all the right moves, he's fine. But can you find all the right moves?
Exactly.
In this time control, so many lines to look at. It's a bit of a gamble, but one he's willing to take. I definitely think MVL, if he's entering this line, and he chose it to allow it, that he's got an idea here.
Yep, bishop c5. This is the move that it's calling for in the position, because immediately you're threatening bishop takes on d4. That is a check, and the knight on c3 would just be hanging afterwards. Bishop takes d4, followed by queen takes c3 is an immediate threat, which makes me think of maybe rook b1 to b3 in order to guard it. I'm not familiar with what MVL probably knows about this position.
Yeah, I have to say I haven't looked at this line for a while, but there's a threat on the board. This knight on c3 is going to be very loose. So sometimes you play a move like rook b3, rook a to b3, reinforcing it. And you want to use that rook. It hasn't moved, off the back rank, because the rook on b7 is pressuring that light squared bishop, making it hard for black to castle. So it's all about the initiative here, but Arjun, the speed that he's played his moves, it indicates he's still also in his understanding and his prep.
Yeah, and MVL, I will say, he is the type of player that he'll make fast decisions regardless. So we could be very deep in MVL's prep, but we could also be in a position where he's kind of remembering from a different variation. One thing about black is if he manages to castle, right? If Arjun castles kingside, ready and waiting is the idea of pawn to f6, queen to g5, and checkmate threats. So it's not that easy to get yourself castled here, but right off the bat, computer is liking Arjun's position, and the more that MVL spends time, Eric, I'm starting to think, hang on a sec, is he actually realizing that maybe this is not the position that he thought it was?
Based on the time usage, I think so. And what's black's next move? I mean, let's say let's say rook b3 is played, rook 1 to b3. What do you do after bishop c6? If you go rook b8, I castle. So that's a critical move because it's challenging that annoying rook on b7.
Yeah, that looks critical.
I want to kick away. He takes first. That takes away some of those ideas you mentioned where white plays f6, tries to pry open the king side. Yes, d5, not here. It's not hanging because the knight's pinned, but in some positions, it could be a bit loose. But keep in mind, this is already a very open, loose position. The more it opens up, the stronger the bishop pair is, the stronger the bishops are. So that's not necessarily a bad thing for Arjun.
We see the move h4. MVL, he's definitely he's playing very loose this game. I can't say that, we're deep in theory anymore. He spent some time, and I think he's trying to make an attack work, but let's go for the simple bishop e6 here. What if Arjun plays bishop e6? It looks like he played pawn takes f5 in order to clear bishop e6, and that's exactly what's happened. Now, Eric, if we see the king castle kingside, there's not the same danger that we saw before. I mean, yes, there's a possibility of the queen getting to g5, maybe h5, h6, the rook on b3 swinging over. But I'm speaking in concepts here. Like, there's no actual threats.
No, I mean, the longer this goes on, the more I think, yeah, maybe MVL was freestyling this. And Arjun, after castling, has solved pretty much most of his problems. If you push that pawn h5, I can consider playing h6 as black. Why allow you to play h6? And at the end of the day, black is up a pawn, and white has looseness everywhere. The knight on c3 is loose. It's pinned. e5 is loose. You've lost your f-pawn. h4, you keep pushing it down the board to h5. That's got light square pawn. That's going to be loose in some positions too. The end games look terrible. There's also this idea on the bishop takes b4, rook c4, using the c file, bringing that rook in, but you can probably play h6 first.
Yeah, he's going to do a little bit of both. I imagine that we will see h6 being played. I mean, what's happening here? Rook h4 is also coming.
D4 is coming, and the queen hits e5. You go queen, I don't know where you place your queen, but the pawn goes to d4, hitting the knight, hitting e5.
Yeah, I mean, rook h4 is threatened, d4 is threatened. Let's not forget, look at every single one of White's pawns. It's just all over the place. This is, I mean, this has just been a terrible game so far by MVL. Arjun is just capitalizing.
And he can double on the c file. There's no back rank because the bishop on e6 watches over. You can afford to go rook c8 right now and question, where's that knight going? The knight's going to go to e2. That's the problem. If you go rook c8, knight e2, rook takes e2, there's knight d4. That might be more counterplay than he wants to allow. That's what he's calculating. He can also go d4 right away. But for sure, black is for choice. And in fact, I think this is a 2-result game. Arjun has no more opening problems. When he plays h6, there's no more back rank thoughts whatsoever. And I'd like to think that that bishop, that material advantage,
he almost lost here because the rook on b3 is hit, the knight on e2 is hit. If you play rook b2, I mean d3, you keep the pawn. This is 100% over. Arjun might have just won the most one-sided game. It looked like MVL played f5 earlier, so sure that it was in his prep, but may have confused the lines. I'm not entirely sure there, but whatever happened, Eric, it's clearly not good.
No, this has been a disaster. This is a disaster to the highest degree. You have the white pieces. You play against the line that black uses to try to make a draw, try to force things off. It's a drawing line, not a winning line. MVL confidently played a few moves. Looks like he got things confused. And his only chance now, he's down 2 pawns, is to establish a dark square blockade. That means the rook on d2. That means swing the king over to e3 and hope for the best.
Yeah, it's really all you can do. The bishop on c4 guards the d-pawn, and the problem, Eric, is if you play king f2, king e3, and you think, okay, well, I'm ganging up on the d-pawn, I can just take that.
Look at that move. Look at that move. And it's over. And it's over. You take on a2, d2 queens. If you take on d3, bishop c4, and wow.
Amazing. It's already a win for Arjun Erigaisi and Genji in our upper bracket matchup. And MVL just, kind of shocked everyone here by immediately going for this variation. It seemed like theory. It seemed like a position that he would have seen many, many times before. But Eric, we're not exactly sure what happened, but I think he may have confused some of his variations.
Well, I can't argue against that. It's there's no way that was prep. You don't prepare to get a lost position, and not just a lost position, but there's no problem start. He just played a couple natural moves. It wasn't even hard moves, and all of a sudden, the initiative was extinguished. You're just left with a shattered position, and just a complete disaster. Now MVL has the black pieces needing to win on demand.
And you said it, it's the black pieces. That's the thing, because MVL had the white pieces there, and he didn't make anything of that game. So kind of a freebie to Arjun, and now MVL and Vitality are in a very tough spot, a must-win situation, but also must-win after a game like that. You're coming in with no momentum, a lot of self-doubt. How is he going to rebound?
He's spending the time in between the game, finishing and starting, thinking about what to play. What can he choose? Maybe not something super theoretical after what just happened. What can he choose to keep the board interesting? Because MVL's known he plays the knight, or if he plays a lot of his black openings, they're fine, they're good openings, but they allow white to force things off or even trend towards a draw. The Najdorf, the Grunfeld, things like that. He's going to have to pull something out. I think he's going to go for the Najdorf if it's an e4 game. I don't think it necessarily will be. But yeah, we're going to go straight to game 2. MVL down a point, playing black against Arjun Erigaisi, needing to win on demand.
That's right. It's a tough ask for any player because you're up against some of the best players in the world. But what we have here, Eric, is a Queen's Indian defense. So definitely getting that in balance, but I will say normally in this opening, it's kind of at the cost of a slightly worse position. You know, this Queen's Indian is not the most favorable opening. We've seen some of the top chess engines in the world just absolutely dismantle this one, but when you need to imbalance the position, play for a win, it's certainly still up there.
I can't remember watching MVL play Queen's Indian like this before. So this is going to be interesting.
This is a shock decision, you think? Just, you know, realizing...
Can't do the Grunfeld.
Right, right.
No.
You know, there's only so many openings that you can choose. You know, players have their repertoires as well, their specialties. So you generally want to stick to that as well. We see C5 coming out. And the thing about C5 here is normally white wants to react with D5, but not sure it was available there. I mean, the position that we're seeing here does not look too promising, but maybe it'll be a longer game. Kind of that hedgehog structure that we've seen in an earlier match.
Hedgehog structure, and as black, he's going to want to keep the queens on the board. He's okay taking a space disadvantage as long as he keeps his options open. But with knight c6, that's interesting.
Yeah, there's not a huge advantage to play for here. Let's just say it out loud. The position is extremely equal, and if anything, normally white is thought to be doing pretty well in these positions. The main breaks for black are going to be b5 and d5. So that would mean playing a6, playing b5, or going straight for the d5 move. But these breaks are usually enough to equalize the position, not for anything too much more than that. Equality is not good enough here.
It's a type of equality in like a symmetrical position. It's not even like equality in a tricky, imbalanced position where it can be dynamically equal. Here, after rook d1, MVL is really thinking, is he going to trade, try to play d5? That might be the principled move, but for the match situation, maybe he's thinking to play knight e5, try to play a6 and d6, get those hedgehog moves played, and not maybe punish white's move order because he can't afford to just simplify too much.
Yeah, and when we say hedgehog, we're referring to the 6th rank for black having a large number of pawns. So, for example, a6 would bring a pawn up to the 6th rank. d6 would as well. h6 by black. And it's that hedgehog structure where it doesn't seem to be doing that much, but if you go aggressive, you will get pricked.
Yeah, if white, one thing about white's position that's making it a little tricky, not tricky, but maybe not ideal, is that queen on c2. If it was on d1 or f3, like then you would take on c6. You would love to take on c6 and have a queen on f3. You can block the check, you can trade things off. Life is good. Here, you're a bit hesitant about taking on c6 as white because it gives queen c6 check, and you're not sure how to defend against that check. If you play f3, that might give squares. If you move your king down, you're just giving maybe black a diagonal. So Arjun's completing development. He's still playing standard. And that's probably a smart thing. He's not rushing to trade if the trade is at a slight negative.
Yeah, and he might do it now because the queen has moved. That does make sense. If you capture the knight and the queen recaptures, it's as if you got your last move for free because black has wasted time by playing queen b7. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it now. The other option is you can just take the center with e4. One reason why he might not want to play pawn to e4 is it does present itself as a target as well. So he decides to do it. I think it might have been the best move, Eric, but if you're MVL, I don't think you'd be too upset. It's kind of the best that you have.
You won't be upset, but I think it was the right decision by Arjun because that queen on c2 that I didn't like, it's going to slide over to e2. Then there's no more c-file pins. Then your queen is going to support the e4 pawn, and then you're really ready to take on c6. So the queen, I think this is a good move, still sticking to his guns. Yeah, knight takes d4, rook takes d4. Every time MVL is considering an exchange, he has psychological pressure on himself. Is that exchange really, really going to give me enough chances to outplay my opponent? And he would much rather not have to trade. But how can he continue playing this position without trading? Knight e5, d6. All of a sudden, in a few more moves, if white gets in, queen e2, rook c1, white can probably claim to have a small but stable space advantage, small edge, and even without trades, it's an easy to play position.
That's exactly right. Pawn e4 has just been played MVL thinking because he has to make sure that he leaves some life in the position. You know, knight takes c6 because of queen e2, Eric. Maybe now is the moment. You could take on c6 just to get more trades in, then slide the queen to e2. We would be headed to maybe queen f3, which is what you mentioned earlier. He decides not to take. This is perfectly fine, but you know he's always going to be looking for those moments.
I think taking on c6, it's just every decision.
Just to simplify, yeah.
It's just to simplify, but he's being like, you know what, I won't trade yet. I'm going to let you trade or you have those decisions. Maybe psychologically he'll feel a bit worse if it feels like he's the one just like forcing trades and like really pushing that. But it was totally fine in MVL now. So maybe this could be a regret depending on how the game goes. Arjun had an opportunity to trade. He has a different way of trying to win this match, Amon. He could have traded and that was totally fine. And I really think it takes away some of the opportunities to lose by getting rid of that knight. When there are 2 knights on the board, there's forks, there's dynamic potential, but at the same time, Arjun's being like, if you don't trade, I'll have a better position, and he's demonstrating that. Look at this knight to f3 move. He's ready to push that e4 pawn to e5 because it's no longer pinned, and slowly but surely, White has the Maroczy bind structure. The d5 break is no longer possible. The b5 break is no longer possible. The knight on g6, without more help, isn't really doing anything on the f4 pawn. So White might be preparing to double rooks on the d file, maybe preparing to play pawn e4 to e5 and just squeeze the life out of the position. When I go pawn e4 to e5, then I might go queen e4. Then I can actually maybe even offer a queen trade, but under good circumstances with a nice and healthy space advantage. And what I really want to do, MVL is a tactical player. I don't want that queen on b7. I don't want any diagonals. I don't want any pins. And look at that move, Amon.
I mean,
wow.
We can just say time and time again that b5 is not possible, but look at b5, proving us wrong. MVL goes for the typical break, but I'm telling you, this is the most atypical move you will ever see. b5 has never looked like this. It can be taken 2 different ways. If it's captured with the knight, the e4 pawn loses protection. Knight takes b5, knight takes e4. If it's captured with the pawn, bishop b4, and immediately you have the idea of capturing, taking on e4, the entire complexion of the game has changed. And if MVL takes on e4, Eric, and then also manages to put pressure on b5, he's doing quite well, especially when you think of he needs to win.
He has the imbalance that he was looking for. He is very happy with this. By the end of the day, he earned it. That b5 move is so easy to miss. It looked so defended, so protected. But now all of a sudden, White, like MVL doesn't mind losing because he's in a must-win situation.
Exactly.
So White has a 3-on-1 when you look at the b file, the double pawns. It can be supported in the future when you drop back your bishop. You can play a4 after bishop d4. You can get this majority going at the same time. Black has that queen on b7, the 5-on-3 on the king side. And he's going to attack the king. He's going for the win. So maybe I want to prepare. Maybe I play pawn f5 and I just keep my knight on e4 harassing. Maybe I go pawn d5. Maybe I go pawn d6 and try to play e5. No matter what, we know MVL is going to play on the king side because that's where he has an advantage. And Arjun's job is to push the queen side and reduce Black to a passive position by forcing his hand, by getting a pass pawn or a threat big enough that MVL is going to have to start watching over that. So I don't know how that's going to look. H4, this fishing move, yes, he's creating more weaknesses around. At the end of the day, he still needs more. He needs more. How does he generate pressure on the knight on f3? It can be pinned in the future, but right now there's no good square to do that. H4 is a tricky move. In some positions, you don't take on g3, just leave it there, harass your opponent, and maybe you wait long enough, there might be a right time to play h3 check. And when you ever get a pawn on h3 and it stays there, then you have mating ideas, then you have back rank ideas. So he's fishing, and he's doing a good job of that. But Arjun, not down too much on the clock, so not phased too much yet. But this is a critical moment. How does he stop MVL's initiative?
And I think it's clear that you don't want to play d5. I think a lot of MVL's play is coming from that queen on b7. Amazing long diagonal. So I liked your idea of f5. Then also maybe the knight on g6. Yes, it's threatening the f pawn right now, so h4 is possible. But once you deal with h4, maybe capture on g3, maybe play h3. I think you want to reroute that knight to the e7 square. Knight e7, knight f5, knight e7, knight d5, coupled with your f5 move. I think that the knights want to occupy those light squares in the center, and there will be a lot of threats that Arjun will have to deal with.
Playing on the light squares is definitely right, so I don't know. f5 is a move, but moving a knight to f5 is a move. You know, I was thinking about with f5, I might want to play king f7 in the future. But knight d6, opening up that diagonal for the queen, preparing for that to go to f5. I also don't mind that. Like, lots of tricky moves for MVL here. He's got to be happy with how the position has changed. And White is under pressure. White is absolutely under pressure.
We talked about, you know, the queenside play for White. It should be noted, Queen E3 actually did put pressure on A7. So you could play a move like Bishop takes A7 here, and he actually did it. I wasn't sure if he would follow through on it here. I was going to say Knight F5 plus the move H3, and, you know, everything is getting destabilized a little bit. Eric, I think this is a moment for Maxime to really strike. He needs something aggressive because the bishop on A7 has got away with a free one, and E5 has been played.
He needs to do it while the bishop's there. It's out of play. White's moving backwards, and look at this E5 move. You're threatening maybe E4. Why E4? You can go E3 check in the future. If the queen blocks on F3, there might be a knight H4 check, forking the queen. So this is a huge move because, I mean, Arjun realizes now his king side is crumbling.
Yep.
And when your king side is crumbling, you want to trade off the queens. That queen on B7 is such a menace, but you can trade it off. You go queen B6, I go queen A8, or queen E4. You're not booting me off. After king H2, as I said, the king side is being blown up. Whether or not he survives is a different thing, but Black's goal was to find targets.
He absolutely did.
Is right there on F4.
He absolutely did. This game, look at the position. The white king is completely open. There's only one pawn spanning from the C to the H file. Knight H6, immediate threat on G4. And the queen on F2 has to stay guarding the bishop on A7. It's very annoying. We might also see a move like D6, queen D7. That queen can shift over to the king side very, very easily. So this is exactly the game that MVL wants. He's up almost a minute and a half, and Eric, he is generating some serious threats. He's not winning just yet, but this is the exact game that he needs.
2 knights, and they have targets, they have forks. Arjun is up 3 pawns on the queen side, but he has no time to push any of them. No time to use that at all. So in the context of the game, Black is doing well. Even like just objectively, Black is doing very, very well here. His initiative has come in first. White moving the king to G3. That's certainly not what you signed up for. And look at that. Okay, knight G5, queen here. The good thing for Arjun, though, is his bishop's no longer hanging.
Queen F3,
So queen F3 is that stable move he's been looking for that he couldn't get away with. So MVL, in the last couple of moves, it makes sense to transfer the queen over, but was it the right time? Because allowing Arjun to put his queen on F3, covering that long diagonal, covering G4, that looks like a huge improvement.
And you know what? I could even see some positions where white loses potentially a knight, some material. And don't forget, there's 3 connected pass pawns on the queen side. So as long as you maybe trade the queens, even if you lose a knight as well, the queen side is completely over for MVL. So you have to be very, very careful that your attack actually crashes through, because the game's going to end if you don't succeed on the king side here.
Yeah, B6 and B7, that's only 2 squares away. That bishop pushes it through. This is time for a big move for Black. And if I'm Black, I know for sure I need to keep the queens on the board, and I need to improve my knights.
Well, there's a move. It seems like MVL always finds a way to try to rise to the occasion. He found B5. He found E5. Now he's coming with knight E5. If you take it, the G5 knight is also hanging. Queen E4. Surely it's queen G4. What the heck is happening?
What a sharp position. So many things are happening. Is that king safe on F2? The good thing for Arjun, he can allow a perpetual.
That's right.
MVL has to go for more than that. So you can't just keep checking. You need to check with purpose. What you really want to do is put Arjun's king on a square that's vulnerable to checks, and then keep it there. You don't want to check it away from that. You just want a chaotic board where the king is in the middle, and you have all these forks and things to watch out for.
You know what I realized? Queen H7 exists. Like, it's there for later. So as soon as the position's not checked, it's actually MVL that has to be really careful. If you play knight G4 here, Eric, I don't even know what's happening. Queen H7 might even lead to a mate for white.
Yeah, Queen H7 is very close to a mate. And now we have a critical decision. He's almost running out of checks.
Yep. He decided to block Queen H7, but look, it's almost like white is on the attack now. The bishop's coming back, hitting the queen. The Queen H1 is covered by the queen on E4. There's no more checks, and those pawns are rolling.
White is on the attack because Black can't afford to trade. He's using that against him. Queen H5, if Queen F3, he's going to go knight G4. Is that enough? I'm not sure, but he knows for sure I cannot trade queens under any circumstance. Arjun's using that to his advantage, but guess what? He's down a minute and a half plus.
Yep.
So if this continues, This position with queens on the board with like less than a minute, oh, that is so hard to play, even if you calculate amazingly. Arjun's playing great defense here, but he can't afford to keep going down on the clock.
He can't afford to keep thinking. He needs to make a move. So, you know, if anything, B6. If you're not sure, I think B6 works. We know that G4. Did he find the right idea?
Is that getting the queens off?
Look at MVL's face. He knows that was a huge find right there. If the queens get traded, as I mentioned earlier, even at the cost of, you know, maybe all the pawns on the king side, it doesn't matter. Those pawns on the queen side will win the game.
Incredible. The queen cannot move. We have a queen trade, and Amon.
He spent time. He invested time in that move. That was the right decision, Eric. Even though he spent like 30 seconds on it, he's completely winning here.
So if you go rook b7, you can't go. Well, you can go b6,
right,
but you're allowing knight e3 check. It could still be fine.
I would have considered it, but no, he's going back bishop d4, wants to advance slowly, bit by bit, but he needs to get things going. He only has a minute, and look how fast MVL is playing. He has 2 minutes and 39 seconds, but he's playing like he has 10 seconds because he's trying to put the pressure on.
Here come the pawns, and now white can afford to give back material because connected pass pawns usually overwhelm a rook, especially if you have additional pieces. So the problem with MVL is he can't even win material here. He can't. He needs to just prolong the game. Material's not enough. He's down too much.
He's pushing all the way.
That's not it.
Oh my goodness.
That's not it.
D2 is available, forks the rooks, but there's a rook hanging on B7, so these pawns are going all the way.
You can maybe play rook d1. MVL is doing the right thing. He's not winning material. That's not enough. He has to keep the board dynamic, make the decisions hard.
40 seconds. Eric, this is a time trial at this point. Can Arjun win before time expires?
He's willing to give up in exchange.
He's losing an entire rook here.
Two connected pawns on the 6.
We've talked about how strong they are. Knight G3.
What a move. But wait.
What the heck is happening here? There's also no good checks because the knight on G3 will be hanging.
Oh, no, he didn't need to do that. His king was safe.
If the queen moves, the G3 knight can be taken here.
What a find.
And this position, it doesn't even matter anymore because it's messy. This is exactly what MVL needs for a flag.
Yeah, white could still be winning or doing really well, but no time. Those pawns, you want to push them, but you have to watch out for checkmate. They're so clumsy when you're under 30 seconds, and look at that move.
Knight F5, he's taking it right away.
Yes, knight D4 check, that's a great tactic.
The pawn can be taken.
Seconds.
Oh, he's panicking now. This is
F6.
not enough. Black is actually better.
He's going to play F6 at some point, take away the G5 square for the knight.
Yep.
Oh, he goes for more.
He's trying to, okay, knight G5 is a threat, but look, at this point, with 20 seconds left, Black has done more than enough. The B6 pawn is defended by the bishop on G1. He also can't take a draw.
19 seconds, he needs to come up with something.
MVL cannot repeat. Arjun would love that, of course. That would win him the match. MVL needs to win.
What's being threatened here? What's MVL thinking about?
No, he King G8 I would play.
That's a good pre-move.
King G8.
But he's down a minute.
Yep, get out of the pin. Finally, use that knight. Bring it into the game. Knight G4.
Black needs to get the knight on a good square like E4, knight D6.
There it is.
But he's going to... Oh, King G2, Queen D5?
Also, remember, Rook C7 is coming.
16 seconds.
Threats on G7. If white pulls this off, this will be incredible.
He's getting ready to pre-move.
I'm waiting for Rook C7. Remember, B7 can't happen. It's being controlled. The queen is also pinning the knight here.
MVL's willing to sack that knight for a pawn if it gets too far. And then he's going to use the queen to check and check and check.
I'm surprised by knight F7. It feels like he's going to the wrong side of the board, but oh no, he drops the B pawn.
And now it's 55 to 10 and you don't even have that pass pawn.
Don't even have that dangerous pass pawn. Queen E4.
And that hangs the rook. There's Queen C4. Everything's hanging here.
It's a messy game. The players are not going to play perfectly, but with 6.5 seconds left, MVL knows he's done enough to bring this back and level it at 1-1.
4 seconds, not enough time, and the position's not enough. Wow.
No, this is incredible. 2.5, it's just a matter of running out the clock, and despite some decent pre-moves here, it's too little, too late, and MVL and Team Vitality bring it back to a level match at 1-1.
That is incredible. He found a couple knight moves, found the way to promote that queen. He earned it.
Yeah, think about how a queen just appeared on the board out of nowhere there. The calculations were insane, and let's not forget, he found move after move, B5, E5, knight E5, probably like 2 to 3 moves that were brilliancies, if not credited, but that was amazing to watch.
It was amazing. Arjun was playing so well up until like even the very end. Like even when he was the one time and with 20 seconds he played well, but That time advantage was too much in the end, and MVL, though, did such a good job to keep things complicated, even in the face of that A pawn, that B pawn, reaching all the way to B6. You couldn't cash in your chips. You needed to go for broke. You need to find some sort of continuation, and he found a continuation when Arjun missed a random, like, knight check from behind. Like,
incredible.
It wasn't the obvious moves. It wasn't knight E3. It wasn't, like, trying to promote the D pawn directly.
And here are the bids. It looks like 8 minutes 4 seconds, 7 minutes 52 seconds. We know with Armageddon, the lower bid takes the black pieces, which means that should be MVL with the black pieces and 752. Do you think either player will be too unhappy with that? You know, it's not like he got outbid by too much, but I will say, compared to an earlier bid that we saw from Levon, Eric, that's a lot of time.
It's a lot of time. I think Arjun right now needs to just stabilize his thoughts. He played fantastic. You know, against most players, he would have won that game. He found the way to get the queens off. The technique was so good. But MVL showing why he's considered one of the best players in the world in speed chess, using that clock.
Yeah. We are looking at the Armageddon graphic right here. The time, those are the bids that you see on your screen right there. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Team Vitality, 7 minutes 52 seconds. He will have draw odds, Eric, for this match, but truly, looking at what we've seen in both games so far, I'm wondering if draw odds even matters.
No, the way these guys are playing, it's not sure. You know, I'm thinking about that game I'm on, and we were talking about Arjun could have traded knights in the end. MVL having 2 knights, you saw what he did with that.
Made the difference.
That's crazy.
Right.
He used those 2 knights, and he just caused problem after problem for Arjun. Even when the queens were off, it was those 2 knights that, you know, really helped with the time trouble. In this game, this really opens things up for MVL. Now he had to win his black. Now he has to draw his black. So yes, he has less time, but having draw odds is so much more comfortable.
It is.
He's got to be confident.
Yeah, and despite that, Eric, it's also the case that we can say a lot of good things about the way that Arjun played as well. That was a back and forth game. It was highly tactical. It was an absolute mess on the chessboard. There was a king with 1 pawn defending it for I don't know how many, 20 moves in a row. So Arjun, he defended so well, but that was just not the game that he wanted at all. You mentioned he should have maybe traded the knights, gotten a much cleaner, safer position. All he needed was a draw, and he was playing like just an absolutely crazy game.
Yeah, if I'm in Arjun's shoes, I'm a little unlucky that I'm in Armageddon, because it felt like overall he played high level in both games, and he really didn't miss much, but all it took was time trouble and an interesting position, and MVL had a few chances. So a bit frustrating. I think Arjun's still playing really well, so yeah. I don't think he's like too frustrated.
No.
If he plays the way he's been playing, he knows he's been able to put pressure on MVL. He's gotten winning positions in both games.
Yep.
You know, he's tactically right there. If he had more time, that position definitely was playable. But we're gonna jump straight to the Armageddon, I think.
Yeah, we can't miss. We can't miss this one. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We saw his bid, and Arjun gets the white pieces, but he gets the full time, so he'll be enjoying that time advantage as well. This looks like a replay of what just happened. Honestly, the end of these games is so tense. And this was...
Wow, Armageddon, boys, Armageddon. Man, that was incredible, especially with the fines and the time that MVL pressured Arjun on. Take us through that last 30 seconds or so there, Aman, of what happened there. And of course, a lot of people at home are trying to figure out, whoa, what just happened? Armageddon, this is crazy. A lot of things that you guys were saying too as well. Some people may not at home figured out what happened yet.
Yeah, I mean, most importantly, the match is tied. So we're going to Armageddon to settle that tie, but it was tied in such a crazy way. I mean, we just saw MVL find, I mean, let's go back to B5, E5, Knight E5. Right. Every single one of these moves, to me, in some way deserved brilliancy. It was the move that the position needed to keep that attack going. And if he didn't find that one move at that moment, I was thinking we might just trade a bunch of pieces and it would be a draw.
Eric, who has the momentum right now? This is very important.
It's MVL, because I don't think he's played, like Arjun has played well in really both games, but it's a tied match. Like it's just about getting the win, and MVL, against all odds, I'm sure he was looking at the position. He realized he was lost.
Yeah.
And he still kept finding all the moves, and he's got to feel so good about that. And he has that ability in him. He's beaten the best players. He's beaten Magnus in multiple, speed chess matches before. If he gets into form, and this is the type of thing that gets you into form.
Yeah.
This is that momentum changer. It hasn't been pretty, but he got the job done, and even finding moves like B5 early on to even just make the position dynamic, that's MVL. That's the MVL that we recognize.
Yeah.
So I'd have to think he's got the momentum.
And of course, with the time right now, the bid that he won, 7:52 around there, and actually, bidding better than Arjun there. So Arjun gets to 10 minutes. That's not that bad of a bid there, right? Come on, 7:52 is enough time.
It's a lot of time. And you know what? I think the other thing, James, is that these two players, they go at it. So I don't think that the draw odds means that much because we've seen both games bloodbath, right? So I don't think it means that much. And we saw the bids are actually very close and very high bids, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. It shows that they're fine to take the white pieces as well.
Well, of course, as games are about to start here, we have Arjun and MVL in a Armageddon. What you got, Eric?
Well, I think it affects things a bit. MVL had to win with black. Now he has to draw. His repertoire, he can play it now.
Yeah.
Because before, he does have some lines, some openings that they're really good, but they allow forcing lines. Now, that pressure's off. That's why I feel like he has the momentum.
Yeah, with Nightorth, of course, Nightorth and Grunfeld, absolutely. With Eric being a Grunfeld monster himself, knows exactly what's going on here in Arjun. Stoic, ready to go here. This will be a decisive game here. All right, boys, we're going to give it to you, and you guys are going to, tell us what's going on in this Armageddon game. We'll be watching from the sidelines.
Thank you, James. Excited to get into this one. Eric, this is where everything gets decided, and we haven't really harped on this enough, but this is in the upper bracket, which means that we're about to witness one of these players win their second match, right? And that is what's necessary to move forward in the competition. So talking about the Grunfeld, Eric, take it away.
No, I mean, the stakes are really high. You win, you advance, you get day 2 off.
Exactly.
I mean, but MVL has been playing the Grunfeld his whole life. He might know it better than anyone else at this stage. But Arjun, he probably has prep for it. Last game, he played D4, and he was open to it.
Yep.
And here we have a position. Black gets the bishop pair. White uses his H-pawn. I mean, I have to say, I'm very curious what Arjun has prepared, because usually in the lines that Black gets the bishop pair early, they don't have the highest reputation for White. It's not the craziest lines, because even if you push this H-pawn down the board, which we've seen, there's no dark squared bishop for White, and you'd love to play moves like pawn to E4 and try to push and squeeze and threaten E5, but the bishop pair makes it very tricky. The knight's pinned. So I think what we're going to see here is Arjun's going to try to win the light squared bishop. Now, it might be bishop E2 and knight D2 and play a bit positionally. Because forcing lines, you don't want to do that against MVL in a must-win game unless you really think he's forgotten something. Okay, that happened in one of the games. But there's forcing lines in the Grunfeld that just lead to equality, and MVL has less time. You don't want him to have easy moves. You don't want him to play theory for 20 moves and have 6 minutes on the clock for an endgame. You want tough decisions, and at least here with the pawn on H6, queens are on the board, you have that. But I'm still curious. MVL, you know why he's not defending B7? He's saying, if you take B7, I go rook B8, I win B2. If you don't take B7, what am I trying to do as Black? I want to play C5 or E5 and just challenge that center, get rid of it, and then things will be pretty equal. So it's up to Arjun to maintain, make it as hard as possible for MVL to play C5 or E5 and get easy equality.
Yeah, there's a possibility here for MVL to take on B3, exchange the queens, maybe even play bishop takes F3. I'm not sure if we want to include that or not, but the point being to play C6, maybe A6, and go ultra solid, saying that he only needs a draw. I That looks pretty tempting to me, Eric. Is that top of your mind?
No, it's not MVL's style too much, unless he really thinks it's forcing. Because even if you get rid of your bishop pair, white takes, it's still dynamic. Like bishop pair positions you can play on for a long time. And we've discussed, if you're in a time scramble under 2-3 minutes, if a player's a little bit better with a bishop pair, they can massage that for a long time. So I don't think he's going to necessarily be happy to trade that bishop unless it's combined with e5 or c5. Because if it's not combined with that, well, white's light squared bishop is good. So if you take on f3 and you don't have e5 or c5, bishop takes f3, g takes f3, I push that f3 pawn to f4, then you don't have a chance to play e5 anymore. So it has to come all in one motion. Take on f3 and go e5. I'm not seeing that yet. It might be around in the position. MVL's calculating that, but that doesn't help his time situation.
And you mentioned a style thing. That's just not MVL's style. Other players, might look at the situation in Armageddon and say, that's my best chance at, total equality. I might not have a plan, but neither does my opponent. He gives away the bishop here. I'm wondering if it's going to be connected with queen takes b3. If I'm looking at this position, Eric, it basically looks like a worse version of the position we could have had, because why would you not want white's a pawn doubled on b3?
Yeah, I mean, he's played it. It's not his style, but we know it's not natural for him, or he would have played it right away even a couple of moves ago.
It looks reluctant.
It looks reluctant, and Arjun has to be happy. Okay, when you have a pawn on h6, there's some things to talk about. Even if the queens are off, the pawn on h6 can harass the back rank. That means white needs to keep enough material for that to be meaningful, because if you trade off too much, notice that that pawn is on h6 is a dark square. So if you trade off too much, black plays bishop f8, and then all of a sudden the h6 pawn is going to be loose in many lines. So white has to, keep enough material on the board. If files open up and he keeps the pawn on h6, that's good. If files open up and h6 falls, then it's immediately, there's no more advantage. And I think if I'm playing in Arjun's situation here, I'm making trades as hard as possible. At least this trade, if it's a trade, that h6 pawn isn't falling the way I was describing. But what's the feature here? The knight can go to g8 in some endgames. And to be perfectly honest, I think MVL is doing very, very well.
I agree. This looks, that trade right there really helps out, and I don't think
know
it was
why he
necessary.
offered the trade. I was saying you should make it hard to trade, and as soon as I said that, he offered a trade, so I was questioning myself. But I look at this position, and there's only one thing for white to do. You have a nice pawn structure in the center. It's a pawn structure that's only nice if it stays like that.
Exactly.
You can't touch any of those pawns or something gets loose. The h6 pawn is stuck there. Your only play is on the b file, on the queen side. You have to shift the pieces over and use a minority attack. MVL, he's ready for that. And at the right moment, maybe he swings the knight back to c7. I don't think it's enough. Again, as long as pieces are on the board, at least one thing to notice, black's pawns are on light squares. So if Arjun can keep that light squared bishop on the board, there could be some endgames where that light squared bishop puts pressure on the king side and the queen side, but he's got to prolong it. He can't allow any more easy trades. That's too much.
Yeah, it already looks like a big achievement for MVL here. It's just a position that is very difficult to make progress. Black doesn't need to do anything. Now, one of the reasons why I also didn't like that decision from Arjun is because we're in this position, and what I would say is just too early. If both players had 2 minutes less on the clock, 3 minutes less, that would make a big difference. But 4 minutes for MVL, 7 minutes for Arjun, that is a lot of time.
This is a great move. F5 is maybe counterintuitive, it's on a light square, but it freezes the pawns in the middle. You can't even play e4 now because then you're left with isolated pawns everywhere. And that knight can, when it goes to f6, it has access to g4. g4 is a better square than g8 if you want to attack h6. It can swing over to d5. There's a lot of pressure on Arjun here. MVL is going to have to watch out to make sure he doesn't fall behind on the clock too much more, because if they're just shuffling back and forth,
that's
going to favor Arjun.
This is just not good enough, though. What is Arjun going to do? Yes, knight g4 is not the biggest problem, because knight takes h6, you could meet that with rook h1. You win the h7 pawn. But it's always there, which means you always need to have a rook available to play rook h1. What we're seeing is b5, right? That is the main break in the position. We already talked about e4 is just no good, but b5 needs some preparing. Most of the time, you could consider taking with the c pawn and then playing a5 with a pass pawn.
You can consider that. You also consider that your rook on the a8 has access to squares. And a thing to look out for here is white cannot trade off the rooks. You don't want a bishop versus knight endgame. Even with the pawns like this, if the bishop can't access any of those pawns, then the weakest pawn on the board is h6, and black can just hold. It all comes down to b5, and if you're Arjun, you want to shuffle as long as possible without trading anything before playing b5. You want to play b5 at a moment where MVL doesn't have too much time to think about it. So even now, don't worry about knight g4. If you take, there's rook h1 as you mentioned. So I'm actually probably just prolong the game. Unfortunately, MVL's play is really easy, and it's not going to get tricky for him until he's under a couple minutes. Can Arjun find ideas besides b5 between now and then?
Well, the thing about b5 is very committal. So you kind of want to save that for, you know, we talk about the 50 move rule in chess. If you play, 50 moves without any action, yeah, it just becomes a draw. But you kind of want to play as many moves as possible, like 45 moves of shuffling. That will reduce the time. Then b5. Then play that move later.
He is doing that, which is good. But then he's going to have to watch out for repetitions soon. We've had this structure before with that bishop on c2 and rook on c5. He has to be a little bit careful.
Yep, he's done a good job. And remember, always have a rook on the first rank. When knight f6 is there, you just want to be able to play knight g4 and have that rook h1 move available. b5 is going to happen soon, probably in the next 10 moves. Let's see.
If it doesn't, they're repetition ideas because the MVL's putting his pieces on the exact same square. So Arjun smartly puts his king on e2.
That's smart.
He needs to change it slightly, and then it resets.
Okay, but obviously the king on d3, not as well placed as on f3. I don't think you want your king on the d file facing the black rook on d6 if you're thinking about playing b5.
I think he might be doing it to bait MVL because that might get him to think, oh, there's a king on d3, maybe I can target that. That causes time. That's a different thought. Right now MVL's in just repeat move mode, right? He's just going knight d5, knight b6, knight f6, repeat, repeat, repeat. Sometimes you play a risky move and your opponent gets excited and then they forget what kind of brought them the success in the position they had. And so I understand what Arjun's doing there, and it might be pretty smart because we know that he has to prolong the game before playing b5. b5 has not been good at any moment we've seen yet. It's playable, but we'd much rather play under a minute.
And it's pure shuffling here. And it has to be said, MVL is playing a little bit quicker than Arjun, but that's okay, right? Arjun has that time to spare, so he'll sacrifice a minute of his clock for 30 seconds of MVL's.
Yeah, he can afford to trade off a little bit. You know, every 2 seconds of mine, maybe 1 second of yours or something like that. But he does have to watch out for repetitions.
Just for clarity, Eric, I just had a brief look. A4 was played on move 30. That was what I can see is the last pawn move. We're on move 60 right now. Just as I say that, there is a pawn move because, the players don't know exactly how many moves it's been, but it feels like a while.
It feels like a while. If he had access to that, he'd probably wait a bit longer because he's got another 15 moves at least.
Yep, and you want to maximize, but he's gone for it, and now we have a new position in front of us.
Okay, a little bit of pressure here. I mean, yes, the king probably doesn't want to be on b3 square, but he's achieved b5.
This is something.
He can bring his king back to c2, maybe play a rook on a2, cover the checks.
The h6 pawn could be very, very valuable. I think that MVL might actually be considering trying to play knight to f7 in order to get a hold of the h pawn.
He wants to play knight f7, but he wants to offer a trade first.
Yep.
Because knight f7's in his pocket. So if rook a6, then he takes. Bishop a6, he couldn't play. There's knight e4 check, actually, so that wasn't even playable. But yeah, MVL knows he always has knight f7. The problem for white is there's no passed pawns. Even if you win the pawn on the queen side, you have no passed pawns, and then black can take h6. So that's another problem here, is what does Arjun do? e4, exactly. Pushing in the center, MVL down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And we're still far away from an endgame where black can really shuffle comfortably.
And remember, if we get to like some rook endgame, you can shuffle with the intent to flag, right? All you need is to probably shave about minute and a half off the clock here for Maxime. And Arjun has done a really good job, Eric, keeping up the speed as well. We know MVL is going to play quick, but Arjun has matched that, and He's still got that time advantage from the Armageddon bids.
And now he still has the pawn on h6. The knight's far away from that. That h7 pawn could be weak in some lines that open up. I'm looking at rook c3 to go king e3. I thought the king was knight on e3. But d5 is...
just an immediate move. I mean, he's definitely going to take on f5. And I think that,
my goodness.
I think that Maxime said, oh, no problem. You'll take on h7. I'll take on h6. But that's not necessarily the move that's going to be played.
Because he can throw in rook h1 first, or now maybe he can take... What?
He just blocked the rook's connection.
Because there's knight c5. There's knight c5 and knight b3 check.
Oh,
Bishop
my.
h7, knight c5. What a find by MVL.
An exclamation point, well deserved here. 2 minutes on the clock, king d6, the best move in the position, and now knight c5 is going to happen anyway. White's position is completely shattered. The pawns are terrible. He was counting on bishop takes h7.
Now his position is bad. Yeah, the knight goes to c5, rook can go to f7, f4 is weak, f3 is weak. The a-pawn is a threat.
This has completely flipped around. That entire sequence from Arjun, you know, completely shattered his entire pawn structure. He did it for the h-pawn only.
He wants to go rook g7 after knight c5, but I wonder what happens if MVL just plays rook b6 to b7.
Yep.
Fights as hard as possible for that.
You called
that
it.
That a-pawn is coming soon.
It is. The a-pawn is about to go. a4, a3. I mean, at the moment, what are the threats? Rook d8. That's definitely a big one with the idea of rook takes on d5.
I'm tempted to throw in knight b3 check because I know there's this rook d8 check coming. I don't know if it's now, but knight b3 check and pushing the a-pawn. Maybe you get mated as black, but if you don't get mated, you're coming in quicker.
Yeah, but you have to remember that's that's a tough decision to make. King c6. He walks into the pin.
Walking, that's
bold for sure. But you know what? He's got the two rooks covering the pawn. And he's saying the knight's on a dark
Look at that move. Incredible. The knight is pinned. If the bishop gets to d5, it also defends against a2.
Yep.
All of a sudden, counterplay from white. Counterplay from white.
Oh, yeah. And look at the time. Coming up to a minute. This is all over the place. Bishop d5 is check. The rook can go to b8
The king is going to the wrong side. You take on d5, as you said, rook b8 or rook b2.
Yep. Oh, this is amazing for white all of a sudden. What has happened?
The pieces are being dominated here. White is able to push that king to the corner without sacrificing anything.
I can't believe he didn't take it. You know what? He's still got it.
That's professional.
I can't be too critical.
He's
always got bishop d5, but instead he wants to get his own pawn going. You have to take it now, though, right?
Take it now, but then maybe he plays f6.
Yeah. f6 is playable. I really think for safety, you got to take it.
He might take and play king e3. Just get the king out of the way. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Somehow king e3, king d4 looks really nice to me.
I really like the move rook b8. It feels right because you don't want to put a piece on b7. Force the king. Now maybe a king e3. f6, right? How do you deal with rook d7? The knight on c5 is hanging.
It's hanging with check. That's all right. So f6 or king e3 stand out to me.
Yep.
But
I mean, even rook a2. What are we talking about, right? That's a serious idea.
Rook a2, king a4. It feels like we're close to mate. I wish we could play king c3 there, but Arjun has a bunch of good moves here. What is he choosing? Oh, rook c3. He notices if king a4, he can at least repeat a couple of times, win some time on the clock.
Yep, and he's not going to use that repetition to, of course, take the draw. That would be suicide here because a draw means MVL wins. f6, he's always got f6. The bishop is... The one thing I don't like about rook c3, rook c5 is not with check anymore. So I feel, you know, not as great about that, but he's still in the driver's seat. f6 is always there, rook c4 if he wants to gain some more time.
f6, I was trying to calculate like rook d7.
Yep.
There's rook c4 check.
Yep. I thought that was a critical moment there. Now, the thing is, he could just exchange the rooks here.
And push.
And push.
And he can push.
He's always got the rook a8 move, and the fact that his rook is hanging doesn't matter because of queen.
And when you push, you're preparing to go rook d8, rook takes d7.
Yep.
So he's going to go f7, and then rook d8.
Good.
If rook c5, there's bishop e6. The a pawn is controlled.
Yep.
The f pawn is one square away from queening, and rook d8 is coming in. And then you queen with check.
Yeah, I mean, even f8.
30 seconds here for MVL. What is he going to find? Does he have any tricky moves left? Because the play is too easy for Arjun.
He's way up on time.
You can go rook d8 as well.
Yep,
because
that's
you
right.
could queen.
Will he take this? That's a check. What a tricky idea.
That's a very, very good trick. You can take. But the problem is you can do anything you want now. You go king e3, king e2.
He's so tricky, Maxime. He wants the king to go to the d file, and he'd probably go back to c7.
But he's running out of time here.
Yeah.
And the king is going to go to g3, no more checks. And eventually he's taking, look at that.
Oh
look
my
at that
goodness.
technique.
The technique from Arjun, Erigaisi, and Genji. He wins with the white pieces in Armageddon, wins on demand to win the match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
What a match. Just when it looks like MVL was getting closer and closer to a good position or securing qualification, Arjun got behind that king, forced it to the side, and the technique was impeccable.
Yeah, and you know, he had that idea to play that position from so long ago. It looked completely equal, like there was nothing in it, but he found a way to make it work. It's very impressive because he just had confidence in himself that he'd be able to whittle the time down.
He did. We weren't that happy with how early he exchanged, even when he played that F5 move, but the follow-up chess.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, we just watched one of the most entertaining matchups, straight to Armageddon as well. There was nothing between the two. It felt like the momentum was even against them, but we know that these guys are going back and forth. I wasn't expecting a draw. This game looked the most drawish of anything they've played, and it just found a way to explode all at once.
Yeah, and MVL was doing everything right. It's even hard to criticize how he played this game.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he hardly made any mistakes. He shuffled properly. He caught up on the clock, but Arjun just, he knew he had to win, and he kept fighting and fighting.
Right. I mean, it was a lot of fighting, and we are going to go right down to the winner with James Canty.
Congratulations. Here we have Arjun Erigaisi winning again. You're on fire with these matches today. What is working for you? What do you think is working the best? Which will?
To be honest, both the matches were very close, so I think it's not like something is particularly working well.
Well, very good for you. I actually wanted to talk about the French game that you had here. It was just a very awesome game. It actually worked quite well for you. You were actually winning somewhere out of the opening. I think he misplayed here. Can you talk a little bit about the French game?
Yeah, I think he mixed up some move order with f5, and after bishop c5 was already better. And not only I'm better, but it's also easy to play with black, and well, white has to find some tough moves to be only slightly worse. So it worked very well. But on the second game, I really messed up. I just needed to draw with white, and yeah, I had such a winning position as well, but okay.
That was a very wild game. In fact, back to a little bit about the French defense again. I see you use it a lot, usually in classical chess too as well. What is your choice or opening choice there? What is the logic behind you just using the French defense? Do you actually like the opening a lot?
Yeah, there's no particular logic as such. It's my childhood opening, so yeah, I kind of like it. I'm a bit biased towards it in general.
A bit biased. That's very good. So congratulations to you and everything that you're doing here. And last question here is, how do you feel about your team with this team spirit and like just the team camaraderie and everything like that, especially being one of the leaders of your team?
Yeah, I'm happy to represent Genji, and we don't have any other chess players, but we are in PUBG and we are champions in League of Legends as well, and I'm happy to play for them.
Congratulations and good luck to you in the rest of your matches, Arjun. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, James. Another amazing Armageddon win by the Genji Arjun Erigaisi. What do you think of that match?
Yeah, very up and down match. I mean, very convincing win by Arjun in the first game with the black pieces that really put MVL on the back foot. But MVL very impressively came back with the black pieces. He won on demand. But Arjun, he recollected himself and managed to win the Armageddon, which, I don't know, I mean, he had some pressure, but MVL was being very solid. But eventually, Arjun did manage to find the breakthrough, and it was just too much for MVL to handle. So, really impressive stuff by Arjun.
What do you think went wrong in game one? It was a disaster out of the opening for MVL. How did it go so wrong for Vitality?
Yeah, so MVL just really messed up the opening. I believe the move f4 or 5 was not the correct move. He should have played, I believe, Queen e3. Because then when Arjun played that move, Bishop c5, he just did not have a proper response. And we could see the evil bar quickly dropping in black's favor. And MVL never recovered from that. So I think it was just, he mixed up his preparation.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. It was tough for, but it was tough for both players, really. I think one of the key things about this time format is that it is 10 minutes, no increment. So if anything starts to go wrong, things might, you know, still come back. But in this case, Erigaisi really took advantage of this endgame where he did have more time because of the Armageddon bids.
Yeah, of course, having that extra time is very important there. And he just, MVL was not just, he wasn't able to make it work there at the end, even in starting with that French defense, and then he was able to bounce back 1-1, right? Then the Armageddon comes around, and Arjun was able to get it done. Finding some very critical moves, especially with that bishop e6 after the pin with the rook on c1. I think that was a very nice idea there too as well, Bach. But hey, you know, Arjun makes it through again. What's working for him, man? He actually is just crushing things right now.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's one of our first quarterfinalists of this event. I mean, he's showing that he's one of the very best in the world. Really impressive to beat MVL with white on the man. So I expect big things from him.
Absolutely, same as well. Nemo?
I certainly think that we were looking through, you know, game 3 before our TV unfortunately shut down back in the green room, but it was looking like it might have been a draw, and you know, it was so close to potentially being one, and then Erigaisi just punched through. He really just punched through with that b5 pawn push. That was absolutely crazy. It seems like he's really doing it on demand here at the Esports World Cup, and you know, what do you think? Where do you think he'll end up overall?
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, he found some really crucial pawn breaks. Then move b5, like I said, opening up the c-file for his rooks. Then later on, they move d5, blasting everything open in the kings in the center, and on the king side, that gave him that outside passer that won him the game. So really impressive stuff by him.
Yeah, of course, incredible, impressive stuff. We got more chess coming up, guys. We got Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Christoph Duda coming up next. So no, you definitely want to see that one. We'll see you guys in a few.
There's a lot of pressure on my shoulders to make my mom and dad proud.
It's the best feeling watching him live out his dream.
It's this pressure that you have on you that if you don't win, you lose your job.
Kita udah nunjukin kalau ladies itu juga tetap bisa bersaing di scene cowok.
No big deal, just the hopes and dreams of thousands of supporters riding on one kid's split-second decisions and lightning-fast hands.
You can do this. I believe in each and every one of you, but the mission's not done.
You want to make a run at the title, you have to run a gauntlet of competition.
Competing at this level comes with a lot of sacrifice.
The thing is about these top teams, it's win or bust.
For some of these players, that's their life.
Esports World Cup.
This is the Super Bowl, the World Cup, and the Olympics, all rolled into one event for the first time ever.
We are coming for you.
If you're betting against me, that's going to wake me up and get me to playing best I can.
I fucking got the shit. You heard that? Nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Is your job on the line? I believe it's on the line, as it should be.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We do have another match here. You see Jan-Krzysztof Duda there. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is walking through the city here. Magnus showing up late. No, he's not. He's actually on time today. As we know, Magnus shows up late, but he's here. He's looking good, enjoying the city and enjoying, of course, the Esports World Cup as well. He looks like he's in good spirits here. But we got to lock in. We have a match coming up, right, Nemo?
We do. It's going to be absolutely intense. This is the Group D upper bracket. We've got Magnus Carlsen from Team Liquid facing off against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and they are both already seated behind us. What do you think?
Hot take, 2-0 Magnus. What do you got, Bach?
I don't think that's a very hot take. I mean, whenever Magnus Carlsen sits down for a game of chess, he is going to be the favorite. He beat Nodebek Abdusatorov, one of the best players in the world, 2-0 as well. I mean, I would not be shocked if he beats Duda. I mean, Duda, of course, an incredible player as well. He beat Fabiano Caruana 1.5, but it wasn't very smooth, right?
Yeah, I mean, I actually am going to play the villain here and say that I have some faith in Duda. You guys sound very convinced in Magnus right now, but I do want to point out they just did recently play at the Super United Rapid and Blitz in Croatia, but they also have played before in World Cup 2021. In fact, we were both there, but I believe you went further in that event than I did.
We both got knocked out pretty early on, but Duda did manage to beat Magnus in the semifinals in the rapid tiebreaker. They're playing rapid chess here as well. And Duda went on to win the World Cup, probably the biggest success of his over-the-board classical career. So he shows that he can do it. He has a very high ceiling. He can beat the very best players in the world.
Right.
Can he beat Magnus here as well, James?
That is a hot take for everyone at home, of course, presented by Dr. Suleiman. Well, at the same time here, guys, we do have some very strong players here, Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Now, of course, Magnus is the favorite there, we already know. But, as you mentioned before, you know, Jan-Krzysztof Duda has actually beaten Magnus before, right? Now, of course, Magnus has this saying where he says revenge is not winning one time, you know, basically. So, you know, of course, he wants to beat him more than one time here. Here we go. Twisted Minds, Jan-Krzysztof Duda here, ready to lock in and go. What are some strengths you would say, Bach, for Jan-Krzysztof Duda?
He's a very resilient player. That's what we saw in the match against Fabiano Caruana. He was on the back foot for most of it, but he just hung in there with the black piece when he was a little bit worse. He held a draw quite comfortably, and with the white piece when he was worse, he hung in there and he even managed to win the game. So I'd really say his resilience, I'd say also his speed, also in worse positions. Some players might fall behind on the clock, but he always keeps a good pace, and he's always, when an opportunity is there, Jan-Krzysztof takes it.
Nemo, does Magnus have any weaknesses?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, Magnus has certainly lost. In fact, recently he's lost in freestyle chess. Of course, not exactly the same format, but it is certainly possible. But he is undoubtedly the best chess player in all 3 time controls.
Absolutely, yes. I don't know how many, 15, 16 championships, right? Of course, between all the time controls, 5 classical, who knows how many in the rapid and the blitz, and then just winning everything else in between. At least he's trying to, in fact, trying to win the Vegas too as well, but he wants to win here too. He's a team player. As we all know here, Magnus is going to try to really put on for his team here. Guys, you are in for a great match and an excellent and fun match here. So we're excited, actually, to have the casters here, actually, where we're going to be casting and watching the games with Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We have WGM Nemo and Grandmaster Bot.
I heard the Neo there. Thank you.
Neo.
I like that name.
She is the one.
I do want to say that Magnus might be coming for revenge. After all, Duda did just knock out, well, not technically knock out, but unfortunately, Fabiano Caruana will be playing in the lower brackets due to Jan-Krzysztof Duda, so we'll see how this game goes.
Yeah, you made a very good point. He has the opportunity here to avenge his teammate. Fabiano Caruana and Magnus are both on Team Liquid. As you said earlier, Jan Christoph, he's on Twisted Minds. So let's see if that might be a little bit of extra motivation for Magnus. And we are about to start off as the players are getting ready. Nemo, one thing that's very interesting to me is that when Magnus won the World Cup in 2023, he said like he has solved chess, like he's done it all, but he has not won the Esports World Cup, so that might be like another thing on his list that he wants to win.
For sure. I mean, one of the things, though, I do want to mention is that this is 10-minute no increment. Do you think that changes things here?
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the players going off with a Catalan opening. A very quick Queen A4 check here by Magnus. He wants to regain that pawn on C4 and not allow Jan Christoph any funny lines. But he doesn't take the pawn right away. Instead, he goes Knight F3.
There's the option for Duda to play A6 here, potentially defending or threatening to defend the C4 pawn with B5.
Yeah, A6, very typical move. B5, as you pointed out, is now a threat because the queen will be forced away. The pawn on C4 is defended. But I really like this move from Magnus. Instead of taking the pawn right away, he goes for the move Knight C3. Now the move B5 can be met with Knight takes B5, taking advantage of the pin along the A file. And we see Jan Christoph here. Let's see what he's going to do. He can, of course, develop with moves like Bishop E7, followed by castles.
Jan surely realizes that if B5, Knight takes B5, the rook on A8 is undefended a second. So there is the option of playing rook to B8 to slide that rook over. A really quick moment. But he comes in with C5, followed quickly by Magnus playing bishop to F4.
Yeah, really interesting stuff here in the opening by Magnus. So let's see what Jan Christoph is going to do now. He can, of course, take on D4, but Magnus is going to recapture with the knight. Note that then the move E5 will just be captured by the bishop because the knight on D7, again, is pinned. So let's see. He goes Knight E5 instead, hitting the bishop on F4. And if white takes now, the pawn on C4 is defended.
Rather quick moves so far from both players. Magnus here, whoa, with long castle. I mean, that is potentially a slightly open queenside.
It definitely is. We don't see that every day in the Catalan. B5 queens to Magnus down a full pawn, but he is banking on the fact that that pawn on D5 is quite weak. He's aiming to open up the D file by D takes C5, then maybe move his knight from F3, potentially to E5, open up that bishop as well. And keep in mind that Jan Christoph is underdeveloped. If Jan Christoph goes bishop E7 and castles, I think he has a great position. But it's not that easy to get those moves in without any damage.
It definitely looks like this position has a lot of potential, but you have to remember this is still practically the opening. Black is, you know, a move, 2 moves away from castling still. There's a lot of options here. One of the ideas I believe Jan has here is knight to B6 potentially.
Yeah, very nice move indeed. Notice that Magnus still has 9:27 on his clock.
You think this is preparation?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, these players know everything. Also notice that the evil bar is slightly in white's favor. So even though he's going for a risky line, right? So I think he's still in book. And Jan Christoph has already fallen below 8 minutes.
I do think that this is going to be a really, really fascinating game because Magnus is still here with 9 minutes, 27 seconds on the clock as Duda contemplates this position and he plays bishop to B7.
The computer gives that a question mark, but it looks like a very logical move to me. You develop the bishop, and wow, I thought with bishop E7, he's not only defending D5, but he's also making it more difficult for you to get the move E2, E4, and you generally want to blast open the center when you are castled and your opponent's king is still in the middle. But Magnus plays E4 anyway.
Magnus is not going to let a bishop on B7 stop him from playing E4. So the idea here is if D takes E4, there is knight to G5, which, well, can get you the pawn back, or perhaps even better.
Yeah, you might get to the king, knight G5. That looks really dangerous for black. The idea is to take the pawn on E4, either with the knight or the bishop. And Duda now has paused the thing. I mean, Nemo, in rapid chess, this is a really dangerous position. I mean, you're down already more than 2 minutes on the clock. Your king is still in the middle. To deal with all of these complications against Magnus, who might potentially still be in book, is a very tough task.
This is challenging. I mean, the clock is under 7 minutes now. Black is still not castled. You can play bishop to E7 in order to get castled the next move, but you do have to worry about E takes D5 if you play bishop to E7 because E takes D5 and If you take back with the bishop after e takes d5, white has rook to he1, and potentially this pin down the center is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, so that's why we see Duda just castling right away, getting that king out of the middle. But Magnus's d-pawns stay alive. The move d7, d5, d6 is definitely one he's looking at right now. But I'm sure Duda is aiming to meet that with bishop f6. And even though it looks promising for Magnus, I don't see an immediate knockout or anything. So Magnus has now also paused to think, which must be a relief for Duda.
Absolutely. I think rook he1 might still be an acceptable move in this position, but perhaps now that black has castled on the opposite side of white, castled on the king side. Oh, rook h1. I was going to suggest h4, but...
Yeah, I like your move h4 as well, with a potential knight jumping to g5 together with the queen on c2. That would be threatening checkmate, but rook h1, very nice move by Magnus, centralizing the rook. And there's the tension in the center is not that easy for black to resolve, because if you take on d4, Magnus is more than happy to recapture with the knight, and then he's aiming to jump that knight to c6, hitting the queen on d8, hitting the bishop on e7. And if black takes with the bishop, you recapture with the d-pawn, and you put massive pressure on black.
This is an crucial moment. Black has to figure out how can he untangle his pieces without falling for some tactics that Magnus for sure has set up.
For sure. So we see the move bishop f6 by young Christoph Duda, putting more pressure on that pawn on d4. He does not mind Magnus taking on c5, because then he's happy to recapture with his knight, jump to the d3 square. So Magnus played bishop d6, and look at this. C takes d4, an exchange sacrificed by Duda.
That was immediately rejected, actually, by Magnus.
And rightly so. I think taking the rook on f8 would have been too dangerous. Black, I think, would have played the intermediate move d2, d4, d3. And now Magnus has a nice bishop pair to work with. So the rook on f8 is still under attack. Perhaps Duda is going to slide it over to e8, but queen f6, nice move. And wow, look at that reaction from...
Rook h4, though. Rook h4. You can threaten checkmate.
Oh, and look at that reaction from Duda. I think he realizes, yeah, rook h4. And look at Magnus. He's like, what? Isn't that a blunder? Rook h4? Because you not only hit the rook, and there we have it on the board. You threaten checkmate on h7 with your queen, and you also attack that rook on the f8 square.
What was potentially going to be a really good move from Duda has unfortunately been foiled by queen to f6, as Magnus actually throws up his hands.
I think he might have been a little bit unhappy. Maybe he wished he had played the move bishop e7 instead first, hitting that queen, forcing queen g6. Then maybe he would also want to give Duda the double pawns and then take. Now Magnus definitely has the advantage. He's up in exchange, but Duda has some compensation. That king on c1 is a little bit airy, especially if you can get a knight on c5 and a d3. But Magnus should be better here.
Magnus with 7:33 on the clock. You know, that's almost 2 minutes over Duda.
Yeah, massive advantage on the board and on the clock, but far from over. I'm sure that Duda now is looking at knight c5, and there we go, aiming to get that knight on d3. But I think, Nemo, as soon as that knight will appear on d3, Magnus will just sacrifice the exchange back, and then he will still have an extra d-pawn.
I raise you one. What if we just play bishop to e4 straight away, denying that knight the right to go to d3?
I mean, that makes a lot of sense as well. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. He has a time advantage, although it's dwindling a little bit. Right now, it's a minute and a half. It used to be 2 minutes before. Bishop e4 makes a lot of sense.
But he does also have the option of bishop to f1. I mean, you know, knight to d3, that is a glaring outpost for black, and I certainly wouldn't want my opponent's knight getting there.
Absolutely not. And Magnus agrees. He goes bishop to f1, stopping knight d3. Now let's see what Duda is going to do. Perhaps a move like g7, g6 makes sense, giving the king a little bit more lift. He goes rook d8 instead, bring the rook into the game. And now, okay, I was going to say maybe a move like king b1, making sure the king is a bit safer, but I also really like this move queen e2, because I think he's aiming to go queen f4. And when you're a material Nemo, you want to trade off pieces, and I think that's what Magnus is aiming for right here.
And as we all know, Magnus is quite comfortable in the endgame.
He really likes endgames indeed. He really has a bias towards them. Like whenever there's a queen threat, he usually goes for it. So I think that's also his plan right here.
He still has 1 minute 50 extra on the clock as Duda takes another think here. It's going to be a little bit tough for Duda to get out of this pickle, because that pawn on d5, we have not talked much about how it is a pass pawn, but black can also not take it.
Yeah, and he goes queen b6, stepping out of the way. He's threatening... Oh wait, but can't you just go d6? I think maybe his idea was to go knight d3, but you have bishop takes d3, because as soon as you take the rook on d4, there's bishop h7 and you win the queen. But queen e3 instead was chosen by Magnus.
So right now this d-pawn is not actually hanging. If rook takes d5, there is, well, it is hanging, but there's really good compensation for white, because you can simply swing your rook e to d1, and trading off pieces, as we had just discussed, is all part of Magnus's plan. But bishop takes
But he
d5.
takes the pawn anyway, but rook ed1. What is his plan? I mean, I suppose knight e3 is forced, but you just take that and recapture with the rook or the queen. This does not look good for Duda.
You know, we don't actually need to play rook ed1. We can play bishop to g2 straight away, because if bishop takes g2, there's rook takes d8, queen takes d8, and queen takes c5, because the knight is still hanging.
That is a very nice variation indeed as well. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. But I know that after rook ed1, knight e3 is not a move, because you just take with the rook on d4. And then if you trade queens, you can recapture with that rook. So I don't know. I mean, what does he have in mind? I mean, bishop g2 is a great move.
But rook ed1 is also an absolutely excellent move.
Yeah, to me looks like the most logical. So I wonder what Duda has in mind there. Maybe queen b7 to defend the bishop?
Perhaps. Maybe he is worried about rook e to d1, queen to, let's say, c6, just defending it. But you can always then play bishop to g2 as well, which is going to be quite powerful. Basically, if there is, you know, a potential for a pin, a lot of these grandmasters will be taking it.
Absolutely. So let's see. Bishop g2 by Magnus on the board. Again, keep in mind, knight d3 is a blunder. Rook 4 takes d3, wins the game pretty much on the spot. So I think bishop takes g2 is the only move. You let white take on d8, and white takes the knight on c5. And at least their black has a pawn for the exchange.
At least black has a pawn. You know, that's a little bit of consolation, seeing as how he is 1 minute down on the clock in this down in exchange endgame.
Right, but the position now has seriously simplified. That knight is off the board. I mean, Magnus before this always had to worry about the knight jumping to d3. Now that is no longer an option. And if Magnus can get the queens off here, it's just a technical win, because the bishop on g2, with the queens on the board, together with the queen, it can create some threats, but the lone bishop cannot do anything against the rook.
The lone bishop cannot do anything against the rook. In fact, queens and bishops are actually not a great pairing for the endgame.
No, queen and knight, I mean, can definitely create some threats. And here, I'm sure Magnus is looking at queen e7. He would love to get the queens off. And I'm sure that young Christoph would love to keep them on. I'm sure that queen e7 would be met with queen a5.
Queen a5 also causing some threats. The a2 pawn is hanging here.
Yep. And notice that the queen on e7 also has to keep defending the rook on e1. So perhaps rook d1 is a move Magnus can be looking at. But then you hang a2.
But if you hang a2, it's not that big of a deal. Unfortunately, Magnus actually played rook to e3 pretty quickly, earning him a tiny little yellow question mark from chess.com.
Yeah, his idea is that queen takes a2 could be met with rook a3, trapping the queen with bishop e6. Great move by Duda, disconnecting the queen and the rook. And queen e6 by Magnus, but perhaps Duda can go for some moves like b4, followed by c3. And if you can open up white's king, there's definitely compensation.
Also, Magnus actually has to be cautious about his king, because there's always chances for perpetuals or, you know, accidental. You do not want to blunder anything in this situation. There might be forks, there might be discovered attacks.
Absolutely. And c3 by Duda, I feel like that's a little bit early. Rook takes c3, and yeah, it's given a double question mark by the computer. I don't understand the idea if Magnus just takes that pawn with the rook. Perhaps Danny wants to take on a2, but let's see.
Magnus plays rook takes c3 without much hesitation.
We see the head shake by Duda. Yeah, he's not happy with that move. I think he just gave up a pawn for free. I think a2, though, has to be taken. He goes b4 instead, hitting the rook, but the rook just moves to
c5?
Yeah, then he... and if queen takes a2, then perhaps queen b8 and take on b4.
Oh, that is really cool. It might look like the king is quite exposed, but actually, it will be just fine.
I think the king will be just fine, but rook c6, that does not look like it, as the evil bar makes a serious drop.
I was just talking about, I didn't want to say accidental checkmates, because there's no way that Magnus Carlsen would ever blunder checkmate, but what about b3?
I really like that move, because you actually... Okay, queen e1, there's still queen d1, but b3 poses some serious threat, and there we have b3 on the board. And look at Magnus, he's rattled. He did not expect that move. What happens, though, if he just takes?
Queen e1.
Queen e1 or queen a1 as well. King c2, bishop f5, and there are some serious threats against the white king.
There's a lot of tactics here. I was thinking queen e1, because then you can take on f2, and then you're picking up some pawns back on the king side for your, you know, exchange.
Yeah, definitely an option. Let's see. I don't know. Magnus has really paused. I think his time advantage is dwindling. He's still up more than a minute on the clock.
There is the option of rook takes a6, perhaps?
Yes, because queen e1, there's still queen d1, but then perhaps queen takes f2, you know, and you keep a lot of play in the position. I don't know. This is a tricky position for Magnus with that exposed king. And yeah, it's very easy to blunder here, I would think.
No matter what Magnus does, I don't think he has a way of defending f2, because if you try to defend f2, you're going to lose the a2 pawn, and with that a2 pawn would come another queen, and you do not want to give Duda that, for sure.
No, for sure. I think he has to take the pawn on b3, but yeah, it would allow queen e1 or queen a1. So some tough questions here. He goes rook takes a6, and the eel bar drops to equality. All right, so now I assume queen e1 is going to be played, queen d1, and then I think Duda just picks up the pawn on f2. And if h2 drops as well, black gets a lot of passers on the king side.
That is a lot of passers. There's 3 connected ones, in fact.
Yeah, so queen e1, queen takes f2 now looks like the only move, and there we have it. And Magnus was winning earlier, but now it's just full equality. This game can really go either way. And perhaps, Nima, there's also a move like queen c5, and you just give checks.
For sure. I mean, if I was Duda right now, I would be pretty happy with perpetual, but queen e3 and bishop takes b3, this is starting to look a little dicey for Magnus's king.
This is a 3-result game. I mean, the king is pretty exposed. There's a lot of threats. Notice that a move like queen c1 hangs the game right away to the queen d3. Perhaps rook a8, no wait, rook a8, king h7, queen c1, then queen e4. So he goes queen f1, keeping that rook defended. But I don't know, this looks scary. I feel like it's so easy for white to blunder here.
It is easy for white to blunder, but it can also be quite easy for black to blunder. As you said, it is potentially a 3-result game, especially now that the clock for Jan is under 2 minutes.
Right, so queen e4, king a1, only move, queen c2. Wait, but
rook a8, check.
King h7. Oh, and queen b1, that's the game.
The queen trade that we have been expecting from Magnus this entire game. And he plays it here, pinning the queen to the king on h7.
Yeah, that's game over. I mean, with the queens off the board, there's just no play left for black. I mean, Magnus now walks his king over to the king side, making sure that that pawn majority for black is not going anywhere. And sooner or later, he's going to push that b pawn forward, and I think we might just see that right here. And yeah, there he goes. We're
seeing head shakes from Duda here. Unfortunately, this is going to be quite a simple endgame for Magnus to convert.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an easy one for Magnus, and I think it's already game over because, yeah, and there we have it. So Magnus takes the first game, and that means that Duda is in a must-win situation with the white pieces.
Oh, that is tough. That is tough. But, you know, at least he has white in the next game. Perhaps Magnus will not be taking him out of preparation so quickly. It did seem like Duda was struggling a little bit with this opening.
Yeah, no, he was, but he made a great comeback, but just when the game seemed to be about to become close, he blundered, so that's a real pity. I felt like we could have had a really close game there.
Absolutely. I mean, we have to keep in mind that these are 10-minute games, so you can definitely see these type of swings probably maybe more likely than you would if they were playing head-to-head in classical.
Absolutely, yeah, the players need to move quickly, otherwise you're just going to lose on time, but it also means that they are going to make more mistakes. So let's see, Duda with the white pieces, he is an e4 player through and through, so that's also kind of what I expect from him. But Magnus is so super solid, it's so, I mean, this is the toughest task you can have. I mean, beating Magnus on demand.
Beating Magnus on demand is a tough situation to be in, as Magnus is coming for revenge against Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Right, so game 2 is about to get underway. Let's see what Duda is going to do. I mean, let's do a quick prediction, Nima. I expect 1 e4. What do you think?
I think 1 e4 as well.
I thought you were going to say something else. I mean, that's what you usually do. You're like, oh, I'm going to go with d4, b3. Like, but
I believe e4 would give him the best fighting chance.
Yeah, I believe so as well. I expect Duda to go for e4, perhaps an Italian, keep all of the pieces on the board, try to go for something sharp, and try to get Magnus out of his comfort zone, even though that's extremely difficult, as Magnus' comfort zone is pretty wide.
Magnus is fairly comfortable. He does put on a jacket here, so, you know, he's getting super comfy for this game, as we do go with e4 first move.
Yeah, and the Italian, we called it, Nemo. Magnus usually plays bishop c5 here, I believe, but he goes knight f6, inviting the Freilever, but Duda says no, he goes d3 and h6. Duda often likes playing an early bishop g5, going for a very combative game, and that's perhaps why Magnus played h6, taking out that option.
I just want to point out, this is not Magnus's first match of the day, which means he might have prepared for this match very intensely as well.
Possibly so. So Magnus goes h6. Perhaps white has a slight advantage here, but it's super solid for black. So let's see what's going to happen. Kingside castles by Magnus. And Duda has a few plans here. One plan could be to go bishop e3, preparing knight c4, which would force black to drop the bishop back to a7. But another typical plan in the Italian is to go h3, followed by rook e1, knight f1 to g3.
The rookie one, knight of one plan is always pretty popular, but here we do see h3, and black is actually the one that goes with knight e7, knight to g3, g6.
Yeah, those knights really like being on g3 and g6, so a typical maneuver here by Magnus, aiming for the g6 square. And let's see what Duda is going to do. Yeah, rook e1 followed by knight f1 to g3 is a typical plan. Bishop e3 followed by knight c4 as well, so he's paused the thing. I'm curious what he's going to do.
This is probably an opening both players are quite familiar with. It's just a matter of strategy.
Absolutely, but Duda is the first one to fall behind on the clock. Magnus already up 40 seconds. So let's see, he goes d4, an early pawn push, but perhaps just knight g6, defending that pawn on e5 once more. And now let's see what Duda is going to do. I like rook e1. Perhaps also you have an idea to go bishop f1 followed by knight c4, hitting the bishop on b6 and that e5 pawn.
That is certainly a valid plan here. Rook e1, very logical. You move your bishop back potentially, but you do get to put your knight higher up on the 4th rank.
Yep, so let's see Duda. Oh, he trades right away. I don't like that move, and Magnus is also, he gives that look like, oh, not impressed by that one, because I don't understand why he traded the d4 pawn for the d6 pawn. That was what was giving him more space in the middle.
Typically, also, when you're pushing for a win, you don't really want to open up the center like this. Now the d-file is open. It gives potential for queen trades, and we all know how comfortable Magnus is in those type of positions.
Exactly, and Magnus would love to get the queens off, simplify the position a little bit. And so, yeah, with every pawn trade, the position gets more simplified. That being said, though, almost all of the pieces are still on the board. Only one pawn trade has happened, and that's kind of what you want in a must-win game.
It's true, but it feels like with this type of open position, it is more difficult for white to be pushing for the win, which Jan Krzysztof Duda is right now in a situation where he has to push for a win.
Oh, and look at that move, knight h5. We said that Duda is going to push for it. Magnus might have something to say about that as well. He's aiming to go queen f6, knight h to f4, and all of a sudden things could get pretty scary for white on the king side. So I really like Magnus's approach, and he's also up almost a minute on the clock.
You know, one of the best strategies for how to win your game, for how to draw your game, is to go for the win in the first place.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't want to play too passively. That's where you get on the back foot, and your opponent gains more and more ground on you. So Magnus, absolutely the right approach here. I mean, he's got a lot of experience in these matches, so we don't need to tell him what to do.
Right, he was not playing for a draw to start.
No, absolutely not. So knight h5, nice move by him. Now let's see what Duda is going to do. I mean, bishop f1, yeah, Magnus's moves are so easy now. Queen f6, since the d-file is open, he could slide a rook over the d8. It just seems really annoying for white to deal with all of that pressure.
See, I really wish that Duda had played knight f1, knight to g3, perhaps earlier, maybe instead of taking on e5, before taking on e5, because now the knight on h5 is a really tough knight to deal with. And if he had gotten that knight to g3 previously, this would not have happened.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. I mean, he's almost down 2 minutes on the clock now. Knight f1 does invite a queen trade, but I'd say right here, I mean, you should just be happy to keep the game going, because if black gets queen f6 in, rook d8, knight hf4, things could get really scary on the king side, and it might be over before we know it, and that's why Duda has really paused to think. Black has these really easy moves. I mean, he knows what's coming, but it's not easy to deal with it at all.
One of the issues here is that Duda has not finished developing his queen side. He still has a bishop on c1, and while the knight has moved from b1, it is currently sitting on d2 without that much future prospects.
Yeah, it's hard to get that bishop into the game. I mean, he needs to move that knight, but where's the big question? I mean, he can also go to b3, but I feel like, okay, rook a2, interesting move. So he's laterally adding a defender to the king side. He's now defending that f2 point. Perhaps an idea, Nemo, is that he wants to go knight f1, and then king h2, so the f2 pawn is protected, and then he can go g3s, making sure that it's not that easy for Magnus to move a knight f4.
However, while he is able to do that, it does mean that he's putting a lot of effort into defending his king side, and it's actually Magnus who is pressuring on the king side now, as he does play queen f6, as you had suggested.
Yeah, queen f6, a very logical move by Magnus, bringing the queen into the game. Let's see what Duda is going to do. He can go knight f1 or bishop f1, but Magnus's moves are so easy. Rook d8 is coming next, and knight is jumping to f4. And Duda almost down 3 minutes on the clock. He goes knight f1. I guess rook d8 is going to be met with rook d2, which looks awkward, but you have to deal with that move somehow.
I mean, I would almost go queen to b3, perhaps try to cause some issues in black's king side. Defending seems very difficult here.
Right, but queen b3, keep in mind, that does invite a move like bishop takes h3, because if that bishop will be captured, you hang your knight on f3. And there we have rook d8 on the board, rook d2 by Duda. And let's see, we see a rook trade. Now that bishop finally comes in.
But there's still bishop takes h3.
Wait, but pawn takes and then knight f4, you're just sacking the full
Knight
piece?
h4.
Oh, and if the knight gets captured, there's queen takes f2 and queen g1 checkmate. Wow. Oh, and knight h4, you hit the knight, and if you go bishop e2, there's queen g6. Let's see if Magnus is going to find it.
You're basically just trying to open up the G file and get this knight out of the way so you have some access to the white king here as Magnus. But he does not play bishop takes h3.
Yeah, the variations were certainly not easy at all, because after knight h4, there might have still been knight 1 to h2, so you can also meet queen g6 with knight g4. So a logical move by Magnus, he did not want to spend all of his time calculating that. a5, but now he's paused the thing, whereas normally you would think bishop a7 is an automatic move.
I do want to point out that knight h to f4, he did spend 25 seconds on that move. That is almost the most amount of time Magnus has spent on a move so far in this game.
Yeah, he's been playing quite quickly. Bishop a7 has been chosen. Now, I like the move bishop e3 perhaps for Duda to alleviate the pressure a little bit on the diagonal. If you can get your knight at e3, I can see white emerging with an advantage here if the attack on the king side does not crash through.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on, you know, just getting rid of this knight with bishop takes f4, or at least getting rid of one of them so far?
Right, but another one appears on the f4 square, so no, I was going to suggest a line like bishop takes f4, knight takes e5, but I guess something like knight takes h3 is just crushing.
Yeah, I'm just really worried about these two knights hanging out around Jan Krzysztof's king.
Yeah, it's certainly annoying to deal with. I mean, if I would get a few moves for Duda, this is what I would do. I'd love to go bishop e3, trade the bishops, go knight e3, bishop f1.
He's played the first part of that plan.
And the evil bar made a massive drop. So now, I mean, bishop takes h3 is looking really tempting. And let's see if Magnus is going to go for it.
I like to call this one the Cyprus gift because the Greek gift is on h2. So if he does play bishop takes h3, g takes h3, knight takes h3 with the check, you immediately have 2 pawns for compensation.
You have 2 pawns. Keep in mind also that a draw is enough for Magnus. So if you're calculating and you see like, yeah, and there we have bishop takes h3 on the board, a perpetual is always going to be a win for him. So that makes calculating a lot easier.
That makes Magnus's second excellent move of this match.
Yeah, fantastic move there by Magnus. Bishop takes a7. I guess there's just going to be bishop takes g2, and the attack is crazy. But yeah, knight takes h3. How do you get out of this? Because if you go to the h file, you hang the pawn on f2, and the attack just rages on.
But if you go to g2, there is just simply bringing in the knight from g6 to f4.
Yeah, this is looking tough for Duda. I mean, perhaps the knight needs to be taken, the knight takes f4, and then you move the king to h1, or you have to move to the h file. But, I mean, Magnus also having a massive lead on the clock. This is looking tough for Duda.
Yeah, unfortunately, king to h2 might have to be Duda's move. And while he is currently up a piece, it's very easy for Magnus to bring his very last piece, the rook, on a8, with rook a to d8 into the game.
Right, he goes king to h2, but knight takes f2 is another pawn for Magnus. I suppose you're going to have to go queen e2, but this is such a nice position for Magnus, especially, like I said earlier, because a draw is always going to be enough.
A draw is always going to be enough. And that's something that's really worrying when your king is sitting on h2 with no pawns in front of it.
Absolutely, yeah. A perpetual will always be a win for Magnus. So let's see now what Duda is going to do. He, again, to his credit, is hanging in there. We saw that also in the match against Fabiano. He was on the back foot for most of it, but he hung in there and managed to win the match. I mean, if you go knight g4, the king is going to slide back to g1, to h1. And a trade on e3 is not too bad for Black. The knight finally makes it into the game, can jump to d5. And maybe your rook can slide over to f1, and I could see things potentially moving in Duda's favor.
That would almost make it easier for Duda. If anything, Magnus should be, you know, relatively happy in this position, potentially keeping some of these pieces on.
Right, so let's see what Magnus is going to do. The knight on f2 is under attack. Knight g4 looks very logical. It comes with a check. But again, the king is going to slide back to h1. Maybe that knight f4, that second knight making its entrance. Let's see what he's going to do.
This is a very, very crucial position. Oh, we do have bishop takes e3, followed by knight takes e3 and queen to f4 check.
That's not an easy check to deal with. King g1. I mean, Duda is impressive in these positions. I mean, he's a tactical player. He's really good when his back is against wall with queen g3. Okay, so how do you keep the game going here? King f1, okay. Keep in mind, again, a draw means a match win for Magnus.
What does Magnus do in this situation? Is there knight takes e4? Okay.
I thought so, but the evil bar is now swinging in Duda's favor. Perhaps bishop takes f7, king takes, and then queen c4. You pick up that knight on e4.
Wow.
And there he goes.
as you just said, Duda is a very tactical player. He is finding these resources.
I mean, he is amazing with his back against the wall. I think a lot of players would have just collapsed, but he finds the best moves. The evil bar would not move when Duda would move, meaning he found the best move. And
do you think in this position, Magnus should just play King H8 instead of taking on F7?
And that's an option, but then Duda could perhaps force the queens off with Queen G2. So I really think this one is moving in Duda's favor.
Definitely. Duda has very good fighting chances now, as he is also only 1 minute behind Magnus now on the clock.
Yeah, Magnus' time advantage is dwindling. His advantage has completely disappeared. It's now in Duda's favor. King H7 was chosen by Magnus. All right, so I still like Queen G2 forcing the queen trade.
Queen G2 forcing the queen trade is certainly interesting, but what are your thoughts on maybe something really, 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 really tricky? What about knight to G4?
Definitely an option as well. Wow, hitting the knight on E4, and then also after bishop takes G6, black would be forced to recapture with the king. And I don't know if you saw, but Magnus threw up his hands. He was like, what am I doing? Because he was in complete control. And now it's Duda who's in the driver's seat. Although Duda is down 1.5 minutes on the clock.
Duda, super good with the tactics, right? I mean, I think knight G4 is potentially, you know, a move that could really swing this in his direction.
Right, but there's quite a bit of calculating. I mean, knight G4, queen H3, I suppose queen G2, knight G3, king F2. He goes knight F5 instead, but oh, wait, what is that? Queen H3? Oh, knight F4.
And played instantly by Magnus.
Oh, and look at the head check from Duda. That's a massive blunder. Knight takes G3 will be met with knight takes G3 check, and you win quite some material as you will emerge.
Both queens are hanging here, as well as, well, a couple of the knights too. But there's a lot of options here. There's knight takes G3. You can maybe try, wow, I don't even know what else you could play. If queen takes E4 here from Duda, there's simply queen to G2 with checkmate.
Yeah, I think this move knight F4 by Magnus seals the game. I think you're gonna have to go into that endgame. But then after all of the trades, Magnus will have a rook and 3 pawns against the 2 minor pieces. And I feel like the 2 minor pieces cannot do that much damage. So I feel like Magnus is in a great spot now to win the match.
Right, knight takes E2 is going to come in here from Magnus probably relatively quickly. There's a lot of pawns on that king side.
Yeah, I wonder why he's paused to think. I mean, okay, goes rook F8, hitting the bishop, forcing knight takes E5. Now knight takes E2 has to be played. And yeah, now G5, followed by king G7. I don't see a good way for Duda to keep the game going here.
As a reminder to everyone, even a draw is going to get Magnus into the next level.
Absolutely. But now perhaps knight D7, aiming for C5, where it would hit the pawn on B7. He goes knight D3 instead. Perhaps now Magnus has the time to go B7, B6, stopping that knight jump. So let's see. I mean, like you pointed out, I mean, a draw is going to mean a match win for Magnus, so it's really hard for Duda to win this position.
It is very, very difficult. Magnus has those connected pass pawns on the G file and H file. The white bishop is going to be tied down over there.
Right, so we see Duda going C4. Now rook F5 can be met with C5. I mean, if that A pawn disappears, the game is practically over. You're never going to win that. So Magnus goes rook B8, knight C5 now. I mean, this is still not over anymore. If Duda can win that A pawn, he has a real shot at winning, because also that bishop on H5 is blocking all of the pawns on the king side.
Yeah, Magnus doesn't really want to play rook to A8 here because he has to worry a little bit about how passive his rook is going to be. So instead he plays rook to B2.
King E3 by Duda. Now, I mean, you can go rook A2, get rid of the A pawn, but Duda will take on A6, take on C7, and all he needs is one passed pawn, and that C pawn could potentially give him the win. I mean, it's still a tall task.
Well, he could go C6 after knight takes A6 instead of taking immediately on A5, which would let him, you know, keep his C pawn for now.
Oh, that is a fantastic move by Magnus. And look at Duda. He's like, how did I miss that move? I think if Magnus takes the A pawn, that's practically match over. Because look at this. Okay, king D4, knight B8. Okay, but now what?
C5, perhaps?
Okay, the king moves up to D5, and then, I mean, that C pawn is probably going to be lost sooner or later. I mean, the question is whether Magnus can quickly set his own pawns in motion.
Well, it's kind of interesting because I believe if Magnus tries to keep the king, sorry, if Duda tries to keep the king close with king to D5, there was potentially rook a6, and you could swing the rook over to h2, but after king f6, now it's a little less clear.
Right, so king f6 trick, very logical move by Magnus. He was aiming to go king f5 and push the g-pawn. That's why Duda played bishop g4, forcing that king back. But again, if Magnus gets those pawns rolling, I think it will be really hard for Duda to prolong this game. So let's see what he's going to do. Maybe king takes c5, takes with the knight instead, but now rook g1. How do you stop the g-pawn?
That's a great question.
And g4, there the pawn goes. Also h5, h4. Magnus's moves are just too easy here. And Nemo, Duda down to 40 seconds on the clock.
Duda down to 40 seconds. This is going to be crazy. Well, he knows he has to push for the win, so he's really trying to spend all of his time doing that.
Yeah, but it's really hard. I mean, you have to move the knight out of the way, then c5, c6. But it's, I mean, Magnus's play is just so easy.
He's spending a lot of time on this move. Unfortunately, knight e4 is actually not even going to stop the g3 pawn push, as Magnus can just play g3.
Yeah, g3 here looks like a very logical move for Magnus. Also h5, I mean, pushing the h-pawn also seems pretty tough. You could give a check first, king e5, okay, and rook c1. All Magnus needs to do is get rid of that c-pawn. Bishop h3 therefore was forced, and then rook c2. I mean, I think knight takes g3 is forced, but rook takes c5, it's going to be a draw.
This is going to be a draw.
All you have to do is get rid of one of the minor pieces. Rook c3 is going to take the knight, and that's going to be it.
Wow.
Yeah, and very smooth match win here for Magnus. I mean, at some point the game was slipping in Duda's favor, but Magnus always was ahead on the clock. Perhaps there was one moment where Duda was better, but Magnus, for most of it, really was in control.
Magnus was certainly in control for most of it. He even had the chance to push for the win at the very end here as the players exit the stage. Wow, that was intense.
It was an intense game for sure, but yeah, Magnus showed why he was the best player in the world. He very smoothly won that game with the white pieces, and with black, it never felt like he was in any real danger.
Very unfortunate for any Duda fans at home, but that does mean Magnus will be moving on. It's going to be a really exciting match from here on out. He has still a quite long journey to winning the chess portion at the Esports World Cup, but certainly one step closer. What do you think? Where do you think it all really went wrong for Duda today?
Yeah, I think in game number one, he was under pressure outside of the opening, but then he fought his way back, but then just one unfortunate blunder. And also in game two, he fought his way back, but then again, a blunder. So I think the blunders have been costing him in this match.
For sure. I believe there's a lot of pressure playing against Magnus, but I also want to point out this is why Magnus is one of the best players in the world. We will be having an interview with the one and only James Canty.
We are here with Magnus Carlsen. Congratulations on your win today. Can you tell us a little bit about your thoughts coming into the match today and what happened through the match today?
Well, I was a little bit anxious for the first match, but that one went relatively well. I was kind of more relaxed from like going into the second, but it turned out to be a very difficult match. I think both games were extremely complicated. And you know, I managed to pull through, not without some adventures, but yeah, really tough match.
Actually, I had a question myself about the game with rook h4 and bishop takes f8. You shook your head a little bit. Was it because of bishop e7, or did you have something else in mind?
Yeah, I just I don't know if bishop e7 was great, but I just thought it was like, I'm trying to play fast. I'm trying to play with flow, but not even considering that in between move was kind of weak. But I knew, like, regardless, you'd have practical chances, so it didn't really matter that much. But it bothered me that I was rushing.
Yeah. And last question here: what do you feel about the format being 10-0, no increment? Are you liking it, or how do you feel that actually changes things a lot here? Used to playing so much increment, so without it, obviously things change.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's a fantastic show, and it also requires some other skills, and it means that more games will be decided, and there's also more reason to fight on and so on. So I'm all for it. I think it fits this format perfectly.
Amazing. Congratulations, Magnus. Thank you, and back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, James, for that wonderful interview with the winner of this match. Magnus Carlsen said it best himself. he is a fan of this format. It is 10-0. There were some insane tactics here, weren't there?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing that right now in the replay. Magnus found some really nice moves, especially that move knight f4 and also later on that move c6. And really that g-pawn was all he needed to seal the game. And here we see him getting rid of the last minor piece.
Magnus practical as ever, right?
Yeah, and he just has such high standards for himself. I mean, I think he played some really good chess. It is rapid chess, 10 minutes for the entire game. Mistakes are going to happen, but he just wants to play at the best as he can.
I think he is playing very well. This is, of course, a fast time control, and he said it himself. There are a lot of ups and downs, but we are going to be, you know, watching more of his games. Do you think he's going to improve his game of, like, you know, style of play, or do you think he's going to still experience a little mistake here, maybe?
Yeah, I think he played pretty well in this match against Duda, but I feel like his ceiling could be even higher. I think he can play better. And if he's playing people like Firouzja, Hikaru, I think he'll definitely be looking to bring his A game.
Yeah, he actually likes the competition. That's one thing about Magnus is I remember he said that brings that out of him, of course. He's like, oh, yeah, you're going to bring your best? Well, let me bring my best, right? And that becomes an incredible feature or an incredible match that we see with Magnus or Hikaru, Magnus with Firouzja in this time format without any increment. I mean, anything can and will happen. So it's amazing to see that type of chess, too, as well. So Magnus has looked very dominant today in all matches, yeah?
He has. He did beat Absatarov 1.5 to 0.5. So he's looked good. He's looking good.
Yeah, looking very good here. What do you think people are going to have to do to take down Magnus here? In fact, that's a hard question to answer there, Bach, but I'm going to put it on you anyway. What do we need to do?
That's a very tall task. I mean, I think against Magnus, if you want to beat him, you just have to hang in there. Like, just make it I mean, you just hang in there, make it difficult for him. Don't give him easy points. I mean, he, of course, will take them as well. But if people can hang in there with him, perhaps drag the game out to a time scramble. Right? I think Magnus, one of his weaknesses could potentially be time scrambles. I think people like Hikaru or Firouzja have the potential to be faster than him.
Certainly. I mean, even in this game, we saw that Duda was able to find some really good tactics in the middle to sort of come back. Unfortunately, wasn't able to close it out. But
happens, of course, as we still have more chess. Guys, this is only the first day. Come on now. What? Yeah, we still got stuff to do. As we see here in the Group A here, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Yesipenko. But Yesipenko moved on all the way through, and then Levon, a.k.a. LeBron, Aronian advances to the playoffs. Look at that. And then at the bottom there, elimination match, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vladislav Artemiev still needing to figure out who Yesipenko is going to play in that one too as well. So lots of things going on in the bracket here. Nemo, take us through this one.
In Group B, we did see Maxime advance over Anish Giri into the winner's match, where he unfortunately lost to Arjun Erigaisi in another really intense match that did go to Armageddon. Arjun will be advancing to the playoffs, happily representing Gen G, and an elimination match. Well, it's going to be exciting regardless.
Yeah, and here we have Group C. So we see Hikaru advancing over Sinarov, and then Firouzja advancing over Nakamura in a Armageddon. So Firouzja, the quarterfinalist coming out of this group. Hikaru, however, still has a chance. He's going to be playing the winner of the match between Sinarov and Wei Yi to try to punch his ticket to the quarterfinals as well.
Quarterfinals, a lot going on there.
And lots of groups here, lots of group action, guys. As you know, we got one more group here, Group D, which we were just looking at there. Magnus Carlsen making it all the way through as he was able to win his matches here and go through to the playoffs here. Jan-Christoph Duda here was going to be facing the decider match between Norderbank Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana. Well, that bottom match down there to face Magnus, who are we going with there? Fabi's probably a favorite. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd say Fabiano probably slight favorite to make it against the match against Magnus, but yeah, very tough task ahead of him.
I certainly think that, you know, between Fabi and Magnus, perhaps Magnus is in a slightly better form at this current time.
Yeah, so it's exciting. Like we said before, we already have 4 quarterfinalists, but a lot of people also will be eliminated tomorrow. I mean, they're fighting for their last chance, so it's a tough event.
Do you have any matchups that you're looking forward to?
Not from the top of my head. Do you have any?
Honestly, you're putting it right back on me. I think watching Maxime will be really interesting. I feel like if I was Maxime, I would be a little bit, I don't think upset is the right word. He seemed like he was fine, you know, shook hands, everything, but I would want to fight tomorrow.
Well, we are going to have some fighting tomorrow. Elimination matches. Those are my favorite to watch. In fact, let's take a look at today. Who is the MVP? Most valuable player. That is Magnus Carlsen. Daily MVP, of course, he goes around winning stuff all the time. Can you let somebody else win? My goodness, no. At the same time, Magnus, this is what he does. We've seen him do it time and time again, and he keeps everyone else on their toes. Very competitive and very well deserved today. Daily MVP in Magnus Carlsen. You think that's deserved there? What do you guys think?
I certainly think it is deserved. He had a very convincing showing against both Nordebek and Duda in this game.
Yeah, and I think as well, he was always ahead on the clock, doing well on the board as well, and it never really felt like he was in any real danger. Tomorrow, by the way, you asked me, like, what am I looking forward to? I'm really looking forward to seeing Hikaru play. I mean, Hikaru is down to his last chance. If he loses, he is out, whereas we thought he is one of the pre-tournament favorites.
Yeah, that's very important here, guys. As I mean, we still have more chess to be played tomorrow. It's going to be a big day tomorrow too as well. Nemo, I'll put you on the spot here. What actually match, or who, you said MVL, but is there another player you're actually looking forward to? Maybe Faruja or like some of the elimination matches. Norderbeck, we haven't even seen a lot of him yet. Sindarov too as well. There's so many options.
I mean, I'm personally rooting for some really good chess here, right? But I do think, kind of as Benjamin said, Hikaru will also be a really interesting match because Team Falcons has two very good players. One of them is currently in the lower bracket, but he's certainly not eliminated just yet.
Well, all right, guys, that's it from us here at the studio. This is day one, Esports World Cup. We hope you guys enjoyed the show, but there's more to come, and we'll be back same time tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy.